Chapter 10:27. Righteous Qi, Xianyuan Sword. Empress Ji shouted coldly. Xing. The sword soared into the sky. Surging righteous Qi accompanied the golden sword gleam as it slashed towards Qi Yu's palm. Ong! When the mouth and Xianyuan sword collided, a huge black hole appeared and the surrounding space was torn apart. The pure white righteous Qi collided with the pitch-black demonic shaman Qi and seemed to cancel each other out. Empress Ji had finally used the power of the dynasty, and her strength was slightly stronger. After a short stalemate, a loud boom rang out, and the huge mouth in the palm exploded with a loud bang. The sword light instantly arrived in front of Qi Yu. Qi Yu's face was ferocious as he punched forward. Boom! Under his full strength, the sword light exploded. Qi Yu's figure also paused. Empress Ji, you actually reached the great circle of the God Legion? Qi Yu's eyes widened. I have the power of the dynasty. Do you think that I have been cultivating for the past 3,000 years? Empress Ji sneered. Qi Yu, back then when Jiang Lianshan sealed you in the Eastern Sea, I knew that he wanted to help you cultivate. The demonic shaman Qi can help you cultivate the demonic shaman indestructible body. However, so what if you have the demonic shaman indestructible body? Today, under my Xianyuan sword, I will still cut your head off. Empress Ji shouted. With a shout, she slashed her sword again. After using the power of the dynasty, Empress Ji's strength had already reached its peak. When she slashed her sword, billions of sword Qi seemed to appear in the sky. Each sword Qi carried the aura of a king as it slashed towards the 5 people. Qi suddenly roared and opened his mouth. Rumble! The billions of sword Qi were swallowed into his stomach like a whale sucking in water. Is that all you have? Qi said coldly. Devouring the heavens and the earth? It's indeed powerful. Unfortunately, didn't the ancient shaman race perish together with the demon race? Empress Ji sneered. Empress Ji looked at the remaining 4 people with a cold smile. Brother Ho-Yi, Brother Xing-Tian, how have you been? Empress Ji smiled. Ho-Yi and Xing-Tian's faces were cold, and they didn't reply. I didn't expect that our former comrades would actually meet on the battlefield today. Matriarch Ji sighed lightly. Fellow comrades, when you betrayed His Holiness, why didn't you think of your comrades? Haven't you thought about Junin? Xing-Tian sneered. Ji Matriarch wasn't angry, and she explained. Junin? Indeed, I was once indebted to Jiang Lianshan in the great Yin Heavenly Dynasty. However, I've already repaid what I should have done over the years. Back then, he had said that as subjects, they could stay or leave as they pleased. I left the Dian Dynasty and established the Great Yellow Dynasty, so why should I still listen to him? For the sake of our old friendship, I agreed to all of his requests. Is this not enough? 800,000 years ago, he was courting death and wanted to fight to the death with Rokudo Shinkuin. He had already made up his mind to die. Should I die with him? You know the specifics. You know better than anyone how your Great Yellow Dynasty came to be. Xing-Tian said coldly. The Great Yellow Dynasty was, of course, fought by myself. There's nothing to be clear about. Brother Xing-Tian, don't be fooled by others. Brother Ho-Yi, you didn't attack Ao-Ing, Fengbo, and Xiong Yu out of consideration for your comradeship. Ji Matriarch thanks you. Ji Matriarch said solemnly. Thank me? There's no need for that. Ho-Yi said indifferently. Don't worry, I'll remember this gratitude. Later, no matter what, I won't attack you. Empress Ji said solemnly. Ho-Yi's eyelids twitched. Qi Yu sneered. Empress Ji, I realize that you haven't changed at all. You're still so cunning. Attacking the heart before the battle? You just don't want Ho-Yi to fight with his full strength, right? Empress Ji ignored him and looked at Shangwan Hen and Guhan. Are the 2 of you here to issue a challenge to the Great Yellow Dynasty on behalf of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Empress Ji said coldly. His Holiness, you don't have to threaten us. We'll listen to the 9 League Great Emperor's orders. We won't give up because of your threats. Guhan shook his head. You want us to split up? Empress Ji, it seems like you're scared? Qi Yu sneered. Scared? Maybe. Chiyu, are you ready? I'm coming. Empress Ji's expression suddenly turned solemn. Come, Chi said. However, before he could finish his sentence, Empress Ji's figure flashed, and she shot toward Chi Yu's group like an arrow. Attack! Chi Yu yelled. Boom! The Xianyuan sword's light illuminated the entire area. The space where the six were instantly shattered. At the same time, the black hole blew strong winds in all directions. The mountains and rocks were all swept into the black hole. The center of the battlefield was turbid. No one could see what was going on. Boom! 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 A huge collision sound rang out, causing the earth to tremble. Beams of sword light shot out from the turbid battlefield and pierced into the earth. Instantly, a 1,000,000-mile-long trench appeared in the earth, piercing into the starry sky. Any star that came into contact with it instantly exploded. Be careful! Roars of anger came from the turbid battlefield. In the outside world, in the Xianyuan city, Empress Ji's trusted subordinates revealed worried expressions. Although His Holiness had mobilized the power of the dynasty, the opponents were 5 great perfection heavenly palace experts. In the distance, in the boundless celestial capital, husband, will little Han be in danger? Chen Xian asked worriedly. Guhai also revealed a trace of worry. Bang! In the turbid battlefield, a streak of sword light sent a figure flying out of the turbid battlefield. Shangwanhen? Mahavaraka's face sank. That sword light slashed Shangwanhen's chest. If it had been an ordinary great perfection heavenly palace expert, that sword light would have definitely split Shangwanhen in half. However, Shangwanhen cultivated the 8 and 9 mystic mysteries art, which gave him an indestructible body that was impervious to weapons. Only then did he manage to block the attack. Buzz! The sword light disappeared. Clearly, it went to deal with the others. Shangwanhen was blasted into the starry sky. He smashed through 3 stars in a row before stopping. His clothes were blasted apart, and there was a shallow sword mark on his chest. What a powerful sword light. Shangwanhen's body is comparable to a divine weapon. Even after defending with all his strength, he still left a sword mark? Mahavarakana said in shock. Although Shangwanhen's chest hurt, he gritted his teeth and instantly charged into the turbid battlefield, continuing to kill Matriarch Ji. Shangwanhen's defense should be stronger than you think. He is not Sun Wukong, who cultivated the monkey body. Instead, he is Xuanwu. Xuanwu's defense is already the best. With the 8-9 mystic art, no one in the world can compare to him. However, even so, Guhai said in shock. Boom! Another beam of Xianyuan sword light sent Xing Tian flying. When the sword light landed on Xing Tian's huge shield, Xing Tian flew 500,000 li before stopping. When the sword light disappeared, Xing Tian's huge shield was split in half. Xing Tian's shield has never been broken before. Matriarch Ji actually split it? Chen Xian said in shock. Xing Tian tossed his shield aside and instantly charged into the turbid battlefield again. Bang! Another purple divine arrow was knocked away. Even Hou Yi's arrow is not enough. Guhai's face sank. Another golden swastika symbol was struck by the sword light and exploded. Matriarch Ji broke the Buddhist nation in a palm. Mahavarakana said in shock. Aside from Chiyu, the other 4 heavenly palaces were not Matriarch Ji's match. In the turbid battlefield, Matriarch Ji slaughtered in all directions, continuously sending experts flying. Roar! Chiyu's roar rang out. However, a huge figure with an ox head and a human body appeared in the turbid area. Matriarch Ji, eat my fist! Chiyu roared. Boom! A loud sound rang out. A huge shockwave destroyed the battlefield from before. The turbid earth and rocks instantly exploded and disappeared. The 5 people on the battlefield were once again exposed. Matriarch Ji's sword had landed on Chiyu's fist. At this moment, Chiyu had indeed transformed. 2 ferocious bull horns appeared on his head, and he grew to a height of 3 zhang. His body swelled as if countless muscles were bulging out. Black demonic chi dyed half of the sky black. On the other side, Matriarch Ji's Xianyuan sword shone with a golden light. However, The world was filled with a white aura of righteousness. Black and white were in a stalemate. A stalemate? No. Matriarch Ji was stronger. Qi Yu's fist seemed to be no match for the Xianyuan sword. Ninely Great Emperor, I'll help you. Guhan shouted as he suddenly placed his hands on Qi Yu's back. Buzz. Surging energy entered Qi Yu's body. Qi Yu's strength instantly increased. It's not enough. Shangguan Prime, quickly. Guhan shouted. All right. Shangguan Hen immediately stepped forward. Pa! Shangguan Hen placed his palm on Qi Yu's back. Surging energy entered Qi Yu's body. At this moment, Qi Yu had an ox head and a human body. He was 10 meters tall, and his back was extremely large. Xing Tian placed his palm on Qi Yu's back. He placed his palm on Qi Yu's back as well. The power of the 5 heavenly palaces gathered in Qi Yu's fist and clashed with Matriarch Ji's Xianyuan sword. Matriarch Ji's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. The 5 heavenly palaces at the consummation level were barely on par with Matriarch Ji. The power of the dynasty? Matriarch Ji, if you don't use the power of the dynasty, you won't be a match for me at all, Qi Yu said with hatred. Is that so? Heh, the power of the dynasty is also my power. If I use the power of the dynasty, don't you also have 4 consummation-level heavenly palaces helping you? We're the same. The winner takes all. It's enough for me to kill you. Matriarch Ji said coldly. It's still not enough for you to kill me. Qi Yu said coldly. Do you think that this is already my limit? No. By using the power of the dynasty, I can be even stronger. Matriarch Ji sneered. Rumble. Under Matriarch Ji's strength, the Xianyuan sword slashed at Qi Yu's fist, forcing the 5 of them to retreat further and further. In the blink of an eye, they were already 1,000,000 miles away. Qi Yu's expression was savage, but he was helpless. This was the power of the dynasty. Matriarch Ji's strength had indeed surpassed his. Break! Matriarch Ji shouted. Boom! The Xianyuan sword exploded with golden light. With a loud sound, the 2 sides separated, shattering a large piece of space. For a moment, the battle stopped. Do you still want to continue? Matriarch Ji laughed. Qi Yu and the others had ugly expressions. They originally wanted to destroy the Xianyuan city and kill Matriarch Ji, but Matriarch Ji's strength had exceeded their expectations. She even had a bunch of trump cards that she had yet to reveal. Matriarch Ji, I will be back. I will definitely take back what is mine. Let's go. Qi Yu roared ferociously. Shangguan Hen, Guhan, Xing Tian, and He looked deeply at Matriarch Ji before they followed Qi Yu and flew away. Matriarch Ji did not chase after them. Instead, she coldly watched the 5 of them leave. Chapter 1028. Empress Ji watched as Qi Yu and the others left. Swish! At the entrance of the upper study room in Xianyuan City, 4 figures flew to Empress Ji's side. They were Fengbo, Xiongyu, Ao Ying, and Ahong. His Holiness let Qi Yu go just like that? We can make them stay. Fengbo said anxiously. That's right. His Holiness mobilized the entire dynasty. Even if Qi Yu had the help of 4 great perfection sovereigns, he would not be a match for you. If we delay the other 4, His Holiness can kill Qi Yu quickly. Xiongyu said anxiously. His Holiness let them go just like that? What a pity. Dahong said worriedly. Empress Ji looked at Qi Yu, who was leaving, and then looked at Gu Hai and Qi, who were far away. Finally, she shook her head gently. Kill Qi Yu? It's not time yet. I don't want to become someone else's weapon. Empress Ji said indifferently. The 4 were slightly stunned. Let's go back. Empress Ji said in a deep voice. Yes. The 4 answered and followed Empress Ji back to Xianyuan City. Empress Ji returned. Qi in Primitive City squinted his eyes, and an uncomfortable chill flashed in his eyes. Boundless Celestial Capital, Gu Hai also frowned. This Empress Ji is very patient. She is very good at politics. What do you mean? Empress Ji can make Qi Yu stay? Chen Xian asked in confusion. Gu Hai shook his head. Empress Ji can defeat Qi Yu by mobilizing the entire dynasty, but she shouldn't be able to make Qi Yu stay. Unless Empress Ji mobilizes her subordinates from the heavenly palace. Then, she can make Chiyu stay. However, Chiyu won't be willing to do that. Oh, once Empress Ji's subordinates join the battle, we and Chi will definitely enter the battlefield as well. This battle will become bigger and bigger, and the destruction will be greater. In the end, we will lose 800 of our own men while injuring 1,000 of our enemies. We will let the heavenly demon Holy Land reap the benefits. Why would Empress Ji do such a foolish thing? Guhai smiled coldly. Mahavarakana nodded. Matriarch Ji is indeed powerful. After this, I wonder, Chen Xian said worriedly. Matriarch Ji is only able to achieve such a result because she mobilized the might of an entire dynasty, fighting against 5 paragons and not falling into a disadvantageous position. Although his strength is strong, compared to the battle prowess of Long Zhonghua in the past, he is somewhat inferior. Chiyu's big brother couldn't do anything to Chiyu in his court. Similarly, if Matriarch Ji was in Chiyu's court, she wouldn't be able to do anything to Chiyu either. Chiyu and Empress Ji's strength should be about the same, Guhai said in a deep voice. That's right. In my opinion, Matriarch Ji and Chiyu's strength are about the same. However, Matriarch Ji's wings are strong, and she has a group of powerful subordinates. Chiyu, on the other hand, Mahavarakana said worriedly. Chiyu is really popular. Guhai laughed. Oh, when his 81 brothers work together, they are equivalent to a great perfection. Furthermore, I can borrow troops at any time. The Ho will also borrow troops from him. Hence, as long as Chiyu doesn't act rashly, Matriarch Ji won't be able to do anything to him, Guhai said confidently. Mahavarakana nodded. Far away, Chiyu returned to Chiyu City with the 4 great perfection paragons. Chiyu's expression was very unsightly. However, he was still polite to the 4 great perfection paragons. The 4 of you have worked hard. I'm done here. You can return now, Chiyu said solemnly. Ho-E and Xing Tian looked at Chiyu before turning to look in the direction of Great Desolate City. The Ho stood at the entrance of Flame God Hall. The Ho nodded. Ho-E and Xing Tian stepped forward and flew towards Great Desolate City. From far away, the Ho looked coldly at Chiyu. The two were siblings. However, they no longer recognized Jiangli and Shan. At this moment, the two looked at each other without saying anything. Or perhaps they did not know what to say. In the end, Chiyu nodded slightly, as though he was grateful for the Ho's help. You didn't say anything and just nodded in response. Then, you led the elite guards back to the Flame God Shrine. Chiyu looked away. However, Guhai brought over a Guqin statue. The Guqin statue transmitted Guhai's voice. Big brother, what a heroic battle. Guhai's voice sounded. Chiyu turned to look at the endless celestial capital. However, he revealed a bitter smile and said, what a disgrace. Sigh. The endless celestial capitals, Guhai spoke again. No, in my opinion, Big Brother did not lose. Since he did not win this battle, he can come again in the future. The one who should be afraid is Matriarch Ji. We are barefooted. Why should we be afraid of him? Ha ha. Not bad. Second brother is still to my liking. Since I did not win this time, next time, I will definitely beat him down. Chiyu laughed loudly. That's right. There will be plenty of time in the future. Guhai also laughed. This time, many thanks to Guhan and Shangwanhen. I will let them go back, Chiyu said with a smile. Sure. Whenever Big Brother wants them, you can send them back. Guhai nodded. However, Big Brother, I might leave the endless celestial capital for a period of time, Guhai said solemnly. Oh, Chiyu asked doubtfully. I'm going to pick up my other chess piece, Long Wanqing. She has been outside for many years. I have not visited her yet. As her husband, I have neglected my duty. Guhai sighed softly. Don't worry. If Matriarch Ji attacks your endless celestial capital, I will definitely not sit by and do nothing, Chiyu said solemnly. Many thanks, Big Brother. If Matriarch Ji attacks again when I'm not around, just give a shout. My wife, Chun Xian, will definitely send Shangwanhen and the others, Guhai said solemnly. Chiyu nodded. Although it was only a few words, the Dahan imperial dynasty and the Ninli imperial dynasty had formed an alliance. Even if Guhai was not around, they would not have to worry about Matriarch Ji attacking them. After leaving a zither figurine for Qiyu, Guhan and Shangwan Hin bowed slightly and flew back to the endless celestial capital. From beginning to end, the unborn man stood beside Guhai and listened to Guhai speak. As he listened, the unborn man looked at Guhai with a strange gaze. 20 years ago, when the unborn man first saw Guhai, he was only in the higher heaven realm. How long had it been? Guhai's forces were no longer afraid of the celestial empire? No, they had just destroyed a sacred ground not long ago. Now, they had Chiyu's help on the outside and Heavenly Palace's perfection stage on the inside. They even had trump cards that even he did not know about. Even if the celestial empire attacked, they would not be afraid. Unborn man, give me 2 days. I will settle the affairs of the imperial court. After 2 days, I will follow you to see Wanqing. Guhai said solemnly. Yes. The unborn man nodded. 2 days seemed very short. However, Guhai had the immortal dome of the ancients. With the immortal dome of the ancients, a mountain of memorials could be quickly replied to. Then, a court meeting was held and everything was arranged. To the outside world, Guhai would be in seclusion for a period of time. The affairs of the imperial court would be supervised by Guqin. The officials would assist. At the same time, there was also a secret order. Chen Xian could decide everything. After all, Chen Xian did not have time to deal with the affairs of the imperial court. However, when it came to important matters, as the empress of the Dahan and Guhai's wife, she could still make the decision. Xian after I leave, use poison gas to envelop the surroundings of the infinite celestial capital and maintain vigilance. To prevent accidents, Guhai said solemnly. Husband, don't worry. I have already set up a miasma barrier outside the infinite celestial capital. I will know immediately if any expert approaches. Chen Xian nodded. That's good. However, you still have to be careful. Guhai said solemnly. Chen Xian nodded. Husband, if you're worried about us, bring Sister Wanqing back as soon as possible. Guhai nodded. Your Majesty, it's almost time. Who else do you want to bring along? The unborn man asked. Guhai looked at the group of experts. Your Majesty, I will accompany you. Shangwan Hin was the first to speak. Everyone was eager to try. Guhai shook his head. The great perfection of the heavenly palace is not allowed to go. Stay in the infinite celestial capital in case anything happens. This trip of mine is extremely secretive. Don't worry, there won't be any danger. Yes. Everyone nodded. Your Majesty, I want to accompany you. I don't want to stay here anymore. Mosquito Dowrin said anxiously. All right, Mosquito Dowrin and Dragon Shining will follow me. The rest of you will stay in the infinite celestial capital. Assist the Crown Prince of Guqin. Guhai instructed. Yes. Everyone answered. Husband, come back soon. Chen Xian said reluctantly. Guhai nodded. The unborn man waved his hand and opened the netherworld gate. Guhai, the unborn man, Dragon Shining, and Mosquito Dowrin stepped into it. Whoosh! The netherworld gate suddenly closed. Xinyuan City in the upper study. Matriarch Ji listened to the officials discussing Guhai. His Holiness, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, has become Chiyo's wing. We must destroy it as soon as possible, Fumbwa said in a deep voice. Emperor Kong shook his head. No, they have formed an alliance. If we go to destroy Guhai, Chiyu will definitely interfere. Moreover, Guhai is not a pushover. But our target is the center of the divine continent. Now that Chiyu is blocking us, Xiongyu frowned. Everyone was debating. Songjia, who was in the crowd, suddenly said, Your Majesty. Songjia said. Everyone paused. What's the matter? Matriarch Ji asked curiously. According to my calculations, Guhai has already left the infinite celestial capital. Songjia said. Oh, left the infinite celestial capital? Matriarch Ji was slightly stunned. Everyone was shocked. Men, immediately informed the spies of the infinite celestial capital to find out the whereabouts of the officials. Emperor Kong shouted immediately. Soon, an official came to report. Reporting to His Holiness. After today's morning assembly, all the officials of the Dahan imperial dynasty were present. Guhai announced that he will be in seclusion for a few days. Dragon god Ing, Mosquito Dowran, and the unborn man also announced that they will be in seclusion. The official said respectfully, "You may leave." Matriarch G ordered. Yes. The official immediately left. Mister, your calculations are correct. This Guhai is really bold. He dared to sneak into the netherworld with just these 3 people? Mister, do you know where Guhai and the others are going? Matriarch G looked at Song Jia. I can only predict their location. I can't predict their future. Song Jia shook his head. That's enough. His Holiness, that's enough. That Guhai sneaked into the netherworld. No matter what, it's a heaven-sent opportunity. Emperor Kong said excitedly. That's right. Since he went to the netherworld, let's make him stay in the netherworld forever. Xiongyu said excitedly. Matriarch G was silent for a while before finally nodding. Mister, do you have a way to find them? Matriarch G asked. Yes, I can create a treasure that can track their direction. Song Jia said solemnly. That's great. Mister, please make 2 as soon as possible. Send 1 to the heavenly devil holy land. Matriarch G said coldly. His Holiness is wise. The heavenly devil holy land hates Guhai to death. Now that Guhai is here, isn't he courting death? Ha ha ha. Emperor Kong laughed loudly. What about the other one? Mr. Wu Xing suddenly asked. Dahong. Matriarch G said. I'm here. An inconspicuous official stepped out and said, take the other one and follow behind the heavenly devil holy land to chase after Guhai. I don't want any more accidents to happen. Matriarch G said solemnly. Yes, Dahong replied. Matriarch G sent 2 batches of assassins to kill Guhai. One batch was from the heavenly devil holy land. The other batch was from Dahong. Who was Dahong? Mr. Wu Xing didn't know. However, before the battle with Qi Yu, Dahong was the one who requested a fight. Since he dared to request a fight, it meant that he was one of Matriarch G's secret trump cards. Furthermore, he was so strong that he was confident that he could deal with Qi Yu. However, Guhai's group didn't even have a perfected heavenly palace expert. In the netherworld, it was filled with danger. Chapter 1029. Netherworld. Inside a palace in the west. Inside the palace, there were 3 enormous medicinal pools. The medicinal pools were blood-red in color, but what floated out of the blood-red medicinal pools was emerald green gas. The emerald green gas floated to the roof of the main hall. The roof made sizzling noises but was being corroded by the emerald green gas. At this moment, inside the 3 enormous medicinal pools, there were 3 naked men sitting. Each and every one of them had emerald green complexions. Those strands of emerald green gas were the medicinal pools forcing out the poison gas in their bodies. At the side of the medicinal pools, a white-robed figure with golden edges waved his hand and flicked the emerald green gas out of the main hall. All of a sudden, in the medicinal pools, a naked man opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. Celestial Fiend Ponzi, you're awake, the white-robed man said indifferently. Olfor, you saved us. Celestial Fiend Ponzi exhaled deeply. It's also your luck that after being poisoned, you found me at once. Otherwise, even His Majesty couldn't save you. Olfor said indifferently. What? What poison is this? How can it be so tyrannical? I'm a poison cultivator. What? Celestial Fiend Ponzi said in shock. This is a mixed poison. 72 kinds of poisons perfectly presented in a special arrangement. Truly amazing. I haven't seen such a powerful poison in a long time. When I started to detoxify you guys, I was actually infected too. Fortunately, I thoroughly researched poisons, but I still didn't dare to subdue these poisons. You guys ran into an expert. Olfor said in a low voice. It's Guhai. Impossible. Researching poisons isn't possible in a short few decades. It's definitely an expert. A poison expert settled in the endless celestial capital? Poison Dao? This poison, Only that person from the ancient era could do it. Oldfor said in a low voice. Who? The witch race's poison sovereign. Oldfor said gravely. Poison sovereign? Was he the founder of the bloodline that created the divine blood duplication? He created the cultivation method of the goo arts and poisonous insects? Celestial fiend Ponzi said in amazement. That's right, the poison sovereign. Too many demons have died at his hands. That's why the demons did everything they could to destroy him. He should be dead by now. There shouldn't be anyone else who can use poison to such an extent. Fourth brother frowned. No matter what the reason is, it's all Gu Hai who harmed us. Humph. This enmity, I must avenge it. Ponzi heavenly fiend said with a ferocious look. Fourth brother nodded. By the way, how are things with old 5 and old 10? Is Chiyu dead? Celestial fiend Ponzi said urgently. Old 5 and old 10 are already dead. Oldfor said indifferently. What? Don't worry, my heavenly devil holy land will definitely take revenge for this. Fourth brother said in a cold voice. Report. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the main hall. An attendant walked into the hall respectfully with his head lowered, not daring to look at the people in the hall. The vast freedom heavenly demon has sent a letter. Please take care of it. Peak Master. The servant carefully handed over a letter and a crystal ball. After handing over the letter and the crystal ball, the attendant quickly left. Laosi opened the letter and read it carefully. What's going on? Ponzi heavenly fiend asked curiously. Fourth brother finished reading and handed the letter to Ponzi heavenly fiend. But he started to play with the crystal ball. Ponzi heavenly fiend woke up at this moment, and the poison was more or less cleaned up. She quickly took it. Oh, Matriarch G sent a letter. Gu Hai brought Dragon God Ing, Mosquito Dauren, and the unborn man to the netherworld. Ponzi heavenly fiend said with narrowed eyes. Fourth brother looked at the crystal ball in his hand and activated it according to the letter. Immediately, an arrow appeared on the crystal ball, pointing in a direction. Master sent a letter for us to deal with. Heh, Gu Hai. Fourth brother revealed a trace of a cold smile. I'll go and kill him. Ponzi heavenly fiend immediately revealed a sinister expression. I'll go too. In the other 2 medicinal pools, 2 people also woke up and immediately said with hatred. 6th brother, 8th brother, 9th brother, you all want to go and deal with Gu Hai? 4th brother said indifferently. That's right. 4th brother, do you want to go together? Ponzi heavenly fiend asked. There's no need. The 3 of you are at the peak of Heavenly Palace. Can't you deal with a few ordinary Heavenly Palace experts? Even if that Gu Hai's methods are outstanding, it's impossible for him to be a match for you all. Be careful this time, you all. 4th brother said indifferently. Then what about you? The 3 looked at 4th brother. Me? Heh, I haven't taken revenge for 5th brother and 10th brother. Chiyu? Heh, I'm preparing to go to the netherworld to meet this Chiyu and this Matriarch G. Does he really think that my heavenly devil holy land is his blade? Borrowing our hands to kill Gu Hai? Borrowing our hands to kill Chiyu? Oomph. 4th brother said coldly. All right, the 3 nodded. Since you all have woken up, the poison in your body is almost completely removed. Even if there's a bit left with your self-healing ability, you should be able to get rid of it completely. This crystal ball is for you all. Rely on it. You can find Gu Hai. 4th brother handed over the crystal ball. All right, the 3 responded. The 3 slowly climbed out of the medicinal pool. They put on a black robe. Heavenly Devil Ponzi grabbed the crystal ball. The 3 immediately rushed out of the main hall and chased after Gu Hai. The unborn man opened the netherworld gate. Gu Hai, the unborn man, Dragon God Ing, and Mosquito Dauren stepped onto a piece of white cloud in the netherworld with a single step. Chongming had already started to build a large number of palaces in the surroundings to facilitate Gu Hai's arrival. The netherworld is also extremely vast. Unborn man, can you open a real netherworld gate and allow the Dahan's army to enter and exit at will? Gu Hai asked. Your Majesty, you want to conquer the netherworld? The unborn man was slightly startled. That's right. I want to open a netherworld gate that will never close. Is that possible? Gu Hai asked solemnly. The unborn man was silent for a moment. What, you can't do it? Guhai asked. Your subject is incompetent. The unborn man finally shook his head. Guhai frowned slightly. The unborn man said, Your subject is incompetent. Does it mean that he can't do it? Why did he hesitate just now? Guhai nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Your Majesty, do we need to find Chongming? Mosquito Daoran asked. No need. It's just the four of us. Unborn man, you lead the way. Where is it? Guhai looked at the unborn man. At the end of the myriad bone mountain, the netherworld's yellow spring sea. Mosquito Daoran pointed in a direction. Oh, Guhai's expression changed slightly. He looked in the direction of the myriad bone mountain. The previous two times, the life ender saber in Guhai's body instinctively sensed something. This time, it was extremely calm and didn't sense anything. Did something happen to the myriad bone mountain? Let's go, Guhai said in a deep voice. Everyone instantly flew toward the myriad bone mountain. Along the way, the ground was covered with countless bones. Skeletons and skeletons wandered aimlessly in this sea of bones. However, the skeleton people here didn't seem to be very strong. There aren't any skeletons that can open the sky palaces? Guhai frowned slightly. There used to be, Mosquito Daoran said with a frown. What do you mean? I don't know where they are now. In front of us is the divine bone temple of the myriad bone mountain. In the past, the bone ancestor and the bone god used to live here. Mosquito Daoran explained. The bone ancestor? Guhai raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the life ender saber used to be called the bone ancestor. Later, it was betrayed, defeated, and almost destroyed. It fled to the world of the living and was obtained by him. The bone god replaced the position of the bone ancestor and commanded all the skeletons in the netherworld. He is extremely strong and also has the power of the great perfection stage. The unborn man explained. Guhai nodded and flew toward the so-called divine bone temple. That's not right. I have been to the periphery of the divine bone temple before. Why is the defense so weak? There isn't even a skeleton in the upper sky palace. No, a skeleton in the middle sky palace? Only a few lazy lower sky palace skeletons? Mosquito Daoran asked curiously. Everyone quickly arrived outside the divine bone temple. Who is it? A few skeleton soldiers shouted angrily and rushed over. However, they were all in the lower sky palace. This little bit of power couldn't hurt Guhai at all. All the powerful skeletons in the divine bone temple are gone. Dragon Shinning showed a look of shock. Mosquito Daoran waved his sleeve. Buzz. Rolling black mosquitoes instantly rushed to every corner of the divine bone temple. Your Majesty, all the magic treasures in this place have been taken away. All the powerful skeletons are gone. Mosquito Daoran said in surprise. Where did they go? Dragon Shinning was also surprised. They went to Wan Qing's place. The unborn man said solemnly. What? Guhai looked at the unborn man with a gloomy face. Before I returned to the infinite celestial capital, the bone god had sent a large number of skeletons to find the way to Wan Qing's place. He must have found her. Not long ago, Wan Qing sent me a message saying that the bone god had led a large number of skeletons to invade her place. The unborn man explained. Why didn't you say so earlier? Guhai immediately shouted angrily. Your Majesty, don't worry. Wan Qing's place is very big. Even if the skeletons invade, they won't be able to find Wan Qing in a short time. Moreover, there are people there who will stop the skeletons. The unborn man explained. Hurry up and lead the way. Stop talking nonsense, Guhai said anxiously. The unborn man nodded. The group quickly flew north. After flying for more than half a day, they arrived at the northernmost Yellow Sea. Countless skeletons stood guard at the edge of the sea. There seemed to be a large number of evil spirits trying to climb ashore, but they couldn't swim out of the sea. This is the Yellow Springs Sea? Mosquito Daoran's expression changed. Yes, there's a road in the Yellow Springs Sea called the Yellow Springs Road. As long as we step on the Yellow Springs Road, we will arrive at Wan Qing's world. The unborn man explained. Wait, you said the Empress's world? What do you mean? Dragon Godding narrowed his eyes and looked at the unborn man. Guhai looked at the yellow springs sea, and suddenly, a memory flooded his mind. I remember that 800,000 years ago, when Empress Hotu learned that the high heaven was in danger, she went to the Yellow Springs Road alone. Through the Yellow Springs Road, she entered the void? Or rather, through the Yellow Springs Road, she left the Six Paths Immortal Dome? Guhai suddenly looked at the unborn man. And the void? There's a world outside the Six Paths Immortal Dome? There's a world in the void? Dragon God Ing also looked at the unborn man in surprise. The unborn man nodded. Your Majesty is right. We are indeed going to leave the Six Paths Immortal Dome and enter the void. We are entering a new world. What new world? Is there another world in the void? Dragon God Ing asked seriously. Do you know what reason Rokudo Shinkuin used to deceive the previous high heaven? The unborn man explained. World creation? Creating a new world out of nothingness? He asked the high heaven for help, but it turned out to be a scam. The high heaven lost its power and was ambushed and killed by Rokudo Shinkuin. Guhai said solemnly. In fact, Rokudo Shinkuin had already created a new world. The unborn man explained. Everyone was shocked. If they did not create a new world, how could they deceive the high heaven with words? No, they have already created a new world. However, this new world is not perfect. It is a broken immortal dome, not as perfect as the one we are in. The new world they created has a huge flaw and cannot survive for long. It is already a miracle that it has not been completely destroyed. However, it should be destroyed soon. The unborn man explained. Wan Qing and the others are in the immortal dome that Rokudo Shinkuin created 800,000 years ago. Guhai asked solemnly. The unborn man nodded. The Yellow Springs Road can lead to that place. Lead the way, Guhai said solemnly. Chapter 10:30. The extreme north of the Netherworld. The Underworld Sea. Your Majesty, you can't fly in the Underworld Sea. We have to go down. The unborn man explained. The mosquito Dowrin at the side immediately said, Your Majesty, the unborn man is right. The laws in the Underworld Sea are chaotic and birds can't fly. Those who aren't at the peak of the heavenly palace can't fly. Guhai nodded. The group landed on the shore of the Underworld Sea, and a large number of skeletons immediately surrounded them. Stop, who are you? The skeletons shouted, preventing Guhai's group from getting closer. However, as long as they weren't at the peak of the heavenly palace, who could stop Guhai's group? Dragon God Ing only waved his hand, and the skeletons were immediately sent flying. Not good, quick, report to the Bone God. A few skeletons jumped into the Underworld Sea and disappeared in an instant. They went to report. The Underworld Sea is at the bottom of the sea. Your Majesty, be careful. The Underworld Sea has almost no buoyancy, but it's extremely heavy. It's like entering a swamp. The unborn man explained. Guhai nodded. The unborn man slowly stepped into the Underworld Sea. Sure enough, the sea was extremely strange. It was water, but it was extremely heavy, as if it was dragging people down. This is courting death. I heard that no one who enters the Underworld Sea can survive. The mosquito Dowrin smiled bitterly. The group quickly sank to the bottom of the Underworld Sea. Once they reached the bottom, there were hands grabbing them. These are the people who were recently trapped at the bottom of the sea. The moment they entered, they were suppressed by the Underworld Sea. When they see people coming down, they desperately grab, hoping to drag them up. Don't worry, Your Majesty. With our strength, we can walk on the sea. Follow me, and we'll be there soon. The unborn man explained. Guhai's group followed the unborn man. The Underworld Sea had no buoyancy, and the water was extremely heavy. The laws here were also extremely chaotic and strange, making it impossible for people to fly. However, with their current cultivation, their physical bodies were extremely strong. They moved bit by bit. Soon, they arrived at a huge sea valley. In the ocean valley, there was a whirlpool that seemed to be sucking in the water of the Yellow Springs. This whirlpool is the road to the underworld. Your Majesty, if we jump into it, we will be able to reach the immortal flaw. The unborn man explained. Guhai nodded. The four of them jumped in without hesitation. Who? In the blink of an eye, the four were sucked into the eye of the sea. As soon as he entered, Guhai immediately felt a force tearing at his body. However, this tearing was still within the range that Guhai could endure. The four of them quickly passed through a tunnel and fell into the infinite depths. When Guhai entered the Yellow Springs Sea, bang! Suddenly, three figures landed outside the Yellow Springs Sea. It was celestial demon Ponzi who brought Old 8 and Old 9 to arrive. Sixth brother, are you sure? Here? Eighth brother asked in surprise. What the crystal ball points to is here. Celestial demon Ponzi said solemnly. You're saying that Guhai, the four of them, came to the netherworld from the world of the living, went to the Yellow Springs Sea, and committed suicide by jumping into the sea together? Eighth brother said with a look of disbelief. It's impossible for Matriarch G to lie to us with this matter. Under this Yellow Springs Sea, there must be secrets that we don't know. Celestial demon Ponzi said solemnly. But this vast Yellow Springs Sea, even if we go down, what can we do? The laws here are chaotic, basically. Ninth brother said with a frown. Follow the crystal ball's guidance. Celestial demon Ponzi said. Amen? The crystal ball's guidance is gone? Celestial demon Ponzi's expression changed. Without guidance, is this finding a needle in a haystack? Eighth brother said anxiously. Splash. Not far away, quite a few skeletons jumped into the Yellow Springs Sea. This group of skeletons definitely know. Follow them. Celestial demon Ponzi said solemnly. Okay, splash. The three of them stepped into the Yellow Springs Sea. Guhai's party of four shuttled through the Yellow Springs Sea quickly. Roughly an incense stick's time. Whoosh. The four of them suddenly appeared in a pitch-black environment. In the pitch-black environment, there seemed to be a yellow barrier channel. The four of them shuttled through the channel quickly. This is? Guhai's expression changed. This is outside the Six Paths Immortal Dome in the void. However, the water of the Yellow Springs pave a road or a bridge that connects to the flawed Immortal Dome. We will arrive soon. At most, in another incense stick's worth of time, we will arrive, the unborn man explained. Where are the skeletons that just entered? Dragon Shinning asked curiously. There are 18 Yellow Springs Sea Paths. We only entered one of them. The skeletons may have found another Yellow Springs Sea Path, the unborn man explained. Everyone nodded. An incense stick's time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black environment disappeared. The four of them shuttled through the Yellow Springs Sea Path faster and faster. When they reached the flawed Immortal Dome boundary, their speed had already reached the limit. Boom! A loud noise sounded, as if they had crashed into the sea. Under the huge inertia, the four of them flew from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea and landed on the shore. Bang! The four of them barely managed to stand properly and did not fall. However, even with the huge momentum, a few mountains by the sea were blown up. Who is it? In the distant forest, someone suddenly shouted. Your Majesty, let's leave quickly, the unborn man immediately said. At this moment, Guhai's face sank. The moment they entered the flawed Immortal Dome, Guhai's connection with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty's fate was cut off again. Your Majesty, let's leave quickly. Those people are very troublesome. The unborn man urged again. Guhai ignored him. Instead, he looked up at the sky and then at the sea in front of him. A look of worry flashed across his eyes. The fate dissipated. He wondered how Cienair was doing. At this moment, 5 men in Taoist robes stepped on long swords and shot toward Guhai not far away. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the territory of the Dasho True Sect? The leading man in Taoist robes shouted coldly. Unborn man, it's just these 5. They are little brats from the Yuanying state. You say they're troublesome? The mosquito Dowrin said with a look of disdain. Little brats from the Yuanying state? Big words. Senior brother, these people are of unknown origin. They trespassed on the forbidden area of our sect. Let me take them down. A man in Taoist robes shouted. Okay. One of the men in Taoist robes took out a long sword and suddenly slashed toward the mosquito Dowrin. The mosquito Dowrin flicked his finger. Bang! The man's long sword suddenly exploded. Pooh! The man instantly spat out a mouthful of blood and revealed a look of shock. Senior brother, they are too strong. I need the sacred leader's help. The man who spat out blood shouted. Okay, boundless heaven and earth, borrowing the power of the universe. Sacred leader of the six paths, give me power. The man who spat out blood shouted. Ha 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 ha. Borrowing the power of the universe? Sacred leader of the six paths? Give you power? Could something like power be bestowed upon others? Who would lend it to you? Based on your empty words? The mosquito Dowrin laughed. However, the strange thing was that the man's body suddenly moved without any wind. His voice seemed to reach the nine heavens. Dark clouds suddenly covered the sky above the nine heavens, and the world suddenly turned dark. At that moment, a beam of holy light suddenly shone from the dark clouds. It was as if an immortal had shot down the light of dawn. The light instantly enveloped the man who spat out blood. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from the man's body. Yuanying state? In the blink of an eye, the aura reached the lower celestial palace. In the blink of an eye, it reached the middle celestial palace. In the blink of an eye, it even reached the upper celestial palace. What? The mosquito Dowrin rubbed his eyes. That's impossible. How can there be such a spell? Just one sentence, give me power, and the power came. Kid, surrender now. The man suddenly slapped at the mosquito Dowrin again. I don't believe it. The mosquito Doran's face was cold as he met the attack with his palm. Boom! There was a loud noise and the void shook. The man was immediately sent flying. The mosquito Dowrin did not move at all. Obviously, the ninth level of the Heavenly Palace mosquito Dowrin was much more powerful than the man. That's impossible. Is that really the power of the Heavenly Palace? The power of the first level of the Heavenly Palace? Wasn't he in the Yuanying state just now? The mosquito Dowrin said in surprise. Senior brother, that bastard is too powerful. The man spat out blood and shouted. Boundless heaven and earth, borrow the power of the universe. Holy Master of the Six Paths, give me power. Boundless heaven and earth, borrow the power of the universe. Holy Master of the Six Paths, give me power. The remaining 4 people shouted at the top of their lungs. Then the sky was filled with dark clouds again, and the light of dawn shone on the 4 people again. Their aura suddenly changed, and all of them became the aura of the Heavenly Palace. What the hell? The mosquito Dowrin shouted in surprise. Bastard, give me your life. The 5 of them rushed at the mosquito Dowrin again. Swoosh! The mosquito Dowrin swung his hand, and the 5 of them were sent flying. They were in the Heavenly Palace, but they were still no match for the mosquito Dowrin. That bastard is too powerful. One of the men shouted, Send the signal. Another man shouted, Bang! Suddenly, a firework-like spell shot up into the sky. Then Mosquito Taoist saw hundreds and thousands of men in Taoist robes suddenly fly out of a forest in the distance. They all flew toward the crowd in a menacing manner. Your Majesty? The mosquito Dowrin showed a trace of confusion. I said that this group of people may not be as powerful as us, but they are very annoying. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Let's leave here first, Guhai said in a deep voice. You want to leave? It's not that easy. The previous 5 people suddenly stared at him. Guhai waved his sleeve. Swoosh! The 5 people were immediately absorbed into the ancient immortal dome and disappeared in an instant. Guhai and his group quickly left the place. When hundreds of thousands of the Show True Sect disciples came from afar, Guhai and his group had disappeared. Where is he? The crowd looked around, but they couldn't find him. In the distance, in a forest, Guhai looked at the large number of the Show True Sect disciples in the distance and frowned at the unborn man. What happened just now? Borrowing power? Where did this power come from? Your Majesty, do you know the sect established by Rokudo Shinkuin? The unborn man asked. Rokudo Shinkuin's sect. Guhai frowned slightly. Dragon Shining was puzzled. I have been there 800,000 years ago, but there was no Rokudo Shinkuin's sect there. No, there was a sect called the Divine Heavens Sect. The Divine Heavens Sect was the first sect 800,000 years ago. The reason why you didn't see it 800,000 years ago is because Rokudo Shinkuin brought all the disciples of the Divine Heavens Sect into the flawed Immortal Dome. All the living beings in the flawed Immortal Dome are fanatics of Rokudo Shinkuin. Although they have established various sects, all of them worship the Saint Lord of the Six Paths. Every sect has a statue of Rokudo Shinkuin, and they worship Rokudo Shinkuin every day. They are borrowing power from Rokudo Shinkuin's statue. Rokudo Shinkuin has disappeared for 800,000 years, but everyone's worship of him has not decreased. Instead, it has increased. The unborn man explained. Fanatics, using the divine power of faith? The mosquito Darren was stunned and immediately understood what had happened. Chapter 10:31. The Six Paths of the Immortal Dome, the Dahan Imperial Dynasty of the Yang Realm. The moment Gu Hai entered the flawed Immortal Dome and lost contact with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, boom. With a loud sound, the boundless providence in the sky of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty immediately collapsed. The terrifying providence disappeared in an instant. If it were another dynasty, the sky would have collapsed long ago. The collapse of providence was a sign of the death of an emperor. The collapse of the sky and the earth would cause great panic among the people and officials. However, in the infinite celestial capital, the people looked up at the sky, then lowered their heads and continued with their own business. Continued with their own business? The spies that the various factions left in the infinite celestial capital were confused. What's going on? Your imperial dynasty's providence is gone? Why do you look like nothing happened? In the blink of an eye, the excitement of the spies from the various forces was doused with cold water. It was not that the people did not take it seriously. They were indeed a little worried, but it was just a little worry. The people had too much confidence in Gu Hai. Moreover, it was not the first time this kind of providence had disappeared. This was already the third time. The people were already used to it. What was there to worry about? They would be reunited after a while. Gu Qin gathered the officials and comforted them. Although the officials were worried, they were more relaxed after the previous two experiences. They ate and slept as usual and did not take anything seriously. After comforting the Dahan officials, Gu Qin brought a few important officials to visit Qinsiener. Mother, don't worry. Father will definitely be fine. Gu Han comforted her worriedly. Qinsiener nodded. I know. I can feel him, but that feeling is erratic, as if he has left the six paths of the Immortal Dome. Oh, everyone was slightly stunned. All right, you guys be more careful. Husband is not around. Don't let others take advantage of him. Qinsiener said. Yes, everyone answered. Send a message to Chiyu. Tell him that husband is fine and that he does not need to worry. Qinsiener said immediately. Yes. As expected, in the Ninely Imperial Dynasty, Chiyu's expression sank when he received the news of the infinite celestial capital. He wanted to rush over, but Qinsiener quickly sent him a message. Guhan, are you sure that your father is fine? Chiyu asked coldly as he looked at the Qin figurine. On the other side of the Qin figurine, Guhan said solemnly, my father must have encountered something mysterious again. However, my mother has already said that my father is fine. Ninely Heavenly Emperor, don't worry. She nodded. The Ninely Imperial Dynasty didn't do anything, and the Dahan Imperial Dynasty continued to operate as usual. However, the sudden disappearance of this providence attracted the attention of all the major powers in the world. Great Yellow Dynasty, Xinyuan City. Mister, why is Gu Hai gone? Matriarch Ji asked curiously. This was too thorough. It was as if he had returned to 800,000 years ago. Song Jie shook his head. According to my calculations, the last place Gu Hai appeared should be the Yellow Springs Sea. I have never investigated that place before. There must be some great secret there. However, Dahong is already there. There is no need to worry about His Holiness. Matriarch Ji nodded. Report. Suddenly, a guard entered the study. Report to His Holiness. A person claiming to be an envoy from the heavenly demon, Holy Land, wishes to meet His Holiness. The guard reported respectfully. Matriarch G narrowed her eyes. Heavenly demon, Holy Land? Huh. It looks like fourth brother is here. Flawed Immortal Dome. Guhai looked at the longevity true sex disciples in the distance and frowned slightly. Indeed, it wasn't difficult to deal with them. However, these fanatics would be more troublesome. They would waste his time. All right, unborn man, lead the way. We will set off immediately. Guhai said, yes. The unborn man nodded. The four of them quickly soared into the sky and shot toward a direction in the distance. This world seems to be very vast, Guhai said with a frown. With everyone's strength, their flying speed was extremely fast. However, after flying for 2 hours, they still couldn't see the end of the world. The flawed Immortal Dome and the Six Paths Immortal Dome were created in a 1-to-1 ratio. The unborn man said, oh, 1-to-1 ratio? Guhai's expression changed slightly. Yes. One, you said that after 800,000 years of inheritance, the flawed Immortal Dome's living beings are already 1% of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. The unborn man said, 1%? That means it's counted in trillions? Guhai's eyes narrowed. Yes. The unborn man nodded. You just said that it was Wan Yu who said it. You haven't said clearly what you said last time. What secrets does Long Wan Yu have? Guhai looked at the unborn man dragon. Shining's expression turned solemn as he nodded. I'm also very curious. Does my father, Long Zhonghua, know something? Why'd he dote on Long Wan Yu so much back then? He even pretended that he didn't see her act of contempt for the emperor, even if it was a serious crime. My father allowed her to be so presumptuous? It's too strange. My father is an extremely serious person. Back then, Long Zhang was doting on Long Wan Yu had reached a point that made people's hair stand on end. So much so that no one dared to offend Long Wan Yu. Long Wan Yu called Long Zhanghua old man, but Long Zhanghua didn't get angry at all. Of course Long Zhanghua wouldn't get angry. The unborn man suddenly laughed. Also, when Wan Yu was injured back then, Long Zhanghua said that Empress Hutu would definitely save her. Why? Guhai said solemnly. The unborn man was silent for a moment, then looked at Guhai and said, Your Majesty, when I mentioned it to you last time, your eyes were very strange. Have you already guessed it? I need you to say it. Guhai didn't comment. The unborn man nodded. Wan Yu? Your Majesty guessed right. Wan Yu is actually a reincarnation. Her previous life was the previous generation's heaven. Song? What? The immortal of the Six Paths defies the heavens and defies Long Wan Yu's previous life? Mosquito Darren exclaimed. The previous generation's heaven? No wonder my father dotes on her so much. No matter how presumptuous she is, he never gets angry. Dragon Shining said in surprise. The previous generation's heaven? Wasn't she killed by Rokudo Shinkuin in the void? Guhai said with a frown. Although Firmament was killed, it was not that Firmament did not put up any resistance. True Monarch Six Paths was ruthless, killing Firmament until its body and soul were completely destroyed. However, Firmament was reborn in a different form, losing everything from its previous life. However, it was already enough to be reborn in this life. The unborn person said with certainty. Dragon Shining, Mosquito Dowran, and Guhai were all shocked. Is this why you didn't reveal her identity in the Immortal Dome of the Six Paths? Guhai asked solemnly. Yes. Although the Immortal of the Six Paths is in deep sleep, he might be everywhere, so I didn't dare to reveal her identity. When Empress Ho Tu found out about Wan Yu's identity, she didn't hesitate to bring her to the flawed Immortal Dome. The unborn man explained. The flawed Immortal Dome was created by Rokudo Shinkuin. Why? Guhai frowned. Rokudo Shinkuin created it, but Rokudo Shinkuin abandoned it, and there's no divine will here. The unborn man said with certainty. Oh, Rokudo Shinkuin killed Song Tian in the void, so he was worried that he would be killed if he left the Immortal Dome of the Six Paths. Therefore, he didn't want to leave the Immortal Dome of the Six Paths. It was only a matter of time before the flawed Immortal Dome collapsed and disappeared. The Immortal of the Six Paths didn't care about it, so he never paid attention to it. The Unborn Man explained. Song Tian? Immortal? No wonder it's so strange. Long Zhonghua respects her so much, and Goddess Hutu was once her oracle. That's why she cares so much. The mosquito Daoran said in shock. Wan Yu, have you fully recovered from your injuries? Guhai looked at the Unborn Man. She's fully recovered, but she hasn't gone back yet. She's just recovering her cultivation from her previous life. The Unborn Man explained. Good. Guhai exhaled softly and nodded. They're in the middle of the Immortal Dome. So, the Unborn Man pointed into the distance, but he was interrupted by Guhai halfway through his sentence. Wong. Guhai's figure paused in midair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three of them also paused. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Dragon Shinning asked in confusion. Guhai's face was gloomy, but the life Ender Saber in his body vibrated again as it sensed something that made it angry. The Bone God? Without needing to guess, Guhai knew that it definitely sensed the Bone God. The life Ender Saber originally belonged to the Bone Ancestor. The Bone God's betrayal severely injured the life Ender Saber and nearly destroyed it. The life Ender Saber held a deep hatred for the Bone God. Now that it sensed the Bone God, naturally the Bone God would be exceptionally enraged. Previously, Chongming sent word that a large number of skeletons came to investigate after Shao Chen left. This meant that the Bone God could sense the life Ender Saber as well. The Bone God targeted Shao Chen's group as well. If Shao Chan went to meet Wan Qing now, would he bring the Bone God along as well? If he accidentally injured the Wan Qing sisters, Guhai would definitely blame himself. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Wan Qing and the others are right in front. The Unborn Man said, feeling confused. Guhai shook his head. Then, he suddenly opened his heavenly eye. When he opened his heavenly eye, he followed the life Ender Saber's senses and instantly looked into the distance. Wong. Suddenly, Guhai saw a battlefield in the distance. Countless skeletons lined up in formations on the battlefield, fighting a huge battle with the flawed Immortal Dome sections. Countless skeletons surrounded a huge throne. Sitting on the throne was a skeleton in a black robe. The skeleton's hat emitted a faint blue light, and black gas billowed around it. The black gas soared into the sky and dyed the entire sky black. When Guhai looked at that skeleton, the Bone God on the throne happened to turn his head and look at Guhai as well. The two looked at each other from a distance and discovered each other. Bone Ancestor? The Bone God on the throne said sullenly. Guhai's expression turned cold. Bone God. That Bone God seemed to care a lot about that battle. Although he wanted to come over, he did not leave the throne in the end. Just as Guhai was considering whether to go over, his heavenly eye suddenly picked up a familiar voice. Originally, I refused to sing for you skeletons. It's not that I want to sing for you skeletons. However, who asked you to worship me so much? Since you want to hear my songs so much, I'll reluctantly sing one for you. I improvised it. It's called Skeleton, You Are Not Cute. Suddenly, this strange and loud voice came from the battlefield, confusing the skeleton army on the other side. Where did this idiot 13 come from? You want to sing in such a solemn atmosphere? Who wants to listen to your song? Kill. The skeleton army ignored the voice and charged into the range of the voice. In the distance, when Guhai heard this voice, he was slightly stunned. Skeleton, You Are Not Cute? When Guhai heard the name of this song, he got goosebumps all over his body. This name already made one tremble. Now he knew how to sing. Gauchen, he's going to sing again. Guhai's expression froze. Chapter 1032. Guhai looked into the distance. Mosquito Daoran, Dragon God Ing, and the Unborn Man followed Guhai's gaze. Vaguely, the three of them saw a storm in the distance, stirring up dirt and stones. Is there a battle over there? Dragon God Ying's face darkened. Guhai's heavenly I had already sensed Gauchen's voice and naturally would not leave. The Bone God is over there. It just so happens that I have a personal grudge with him to settle. Guhai said solemnly, Your Majesty, since when did you have a grudge with the Bone God? The Unborn Man asked in shock. Did he have enemies all over the world? The bone god? Your Majesty, that bone god is at the peak of the heavenly palace. Mosquito Dowrin said worriedly. The peak of the heavenly palace? This is not the Six Paths Immortal Dome. Guhai sneered. Oh, this is the flawed Immortal Dome, a replica of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. So there is. As Guhai spoke, he gently waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. A strong wind suddenly appeared in the void. Guhai seemed to gently push aside the transparent threads, and a thick fog instantly enveloped Guhai's group. The Godao laws? Mosquito Dowrin exclaimed in surprise. There are Godao laws here? Then, do we need to worry about a peak? Mosquito Dowrin immediately relaxed. Guhai suddenly frowned. What's wrong? The unborn man asked, puzzled. The Godao laws here are a little strange. It seems like something is missing. Guhai frowned. This is the flaw, right? I heard one you say that most of the 3,000 great Daos here have flaws. Only 300 are complete. Back then, heaven was tricked into coming here in order to help perfect the remaining great Daos. Unfortunately, in the end, it couldn't do so. Even if heaven had a complete diagram of the 3,000 great Daos, it couldn't fill up the flaws in this realm. Rokudo Shinkuin seemed to have known that this would happen, which was why he set Song Tian up. The unborn man explained. 300 complete great Dao. Guhai's eyes suddenly lit up. Your Majesty, since the rules of chess are flawed, could it be? Mosquito Dowrin asked worriedly. Without the perfect laws of chess, the power of Guhai's formation would definitely be greatly reduced. Don't worry. My spirit design can avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. This place is much better than the divine continent. Guhai smiled. Yes. Everyone nodded solemnly. When we get there later, try to cover your ears. No, you can't cover your ears. Set up a soundproof barrier. Guhai said. The three didn't quite understand. Guhai didn't say much. He led the three and flew quickly to the battlefield where Bone God was. It was a vast and empty battlefield. On one side of the battlefield, there was an army of skeletons. They were all supreme experts of the skeleton tribe, gathered around a huge throne in the center. Bone God, dressed in black robes, sat on the throne. Blue light shone from the brim of his hat, and black chi filled the air around him. An extremely tyrannical aura burst out from his body. On the other side were the experts of the various sections. The leaders of the various sects were gathered on a high platform. Around them, the disciples held swords and sabers as they faced the army of skeletons. On the high platform, there were 10 statues. Each statue looked like Rokudo Shinkuin. These 10 statues all shone with dazzling white light, and divine power of faith gathered around them. The leaders of the 10 sects kept bowing to the statues. The 10 statues emitted rays of white divine light that surged into the bodies of the disciples of the 10 sections. The disciples suddenly felt as if they were being assisted by God, and their strength suddenly increased by leaps and bounds. However, the army of skeletons was too powerful. Bone God didn't interfere, and the army of skeletons was still suppressing the disciples of the 10 sects. Although the leaders of the 10 sects were anxious, they didn't panic. This was because there was another batch of reinforcements besides the 10 sections. It was 2 people and a cat, Hoqing, Gaoqin, and Mao Tianyan. Hoqing, the younger brother of Goddess Hotu, was one of the 4 zombie ancestors who helped the Immortal of 6 Paths guard the entrance to the Azura Path secret land. Later, he accidentally injured Long Wanyu in the limitless celestial capital and was almost killed by Long Zhonghua. He was detained to lead the way and sent Long Wanyu to meet Goddess Hotu. Gaoqin transformed for a heaven-grade Qin. His voice was too unpleasant, and he once recognized Gu Hai as his master. In Lin Fan's previous life, he was one of the 5 celestial messengers under heaven. Mao Tianyun, who opposed Rokudo Shinkuin 800,000 years ago, was accidentally released by Gu Hai. He was one of the 5 celestial messengers under heaven in the past, and was the fire celestial messenger. The leaders of the 10 sects were anxious when they saw their disciples being suppressed. One of the leaders in red robes looked at the 3 of them. 3 celestial messengers. It has been 800,000 years, and we have lost contact with the immortal firmament. Finally, someone from the immortal firmament has come. Why are these evil guests here? The three of you are the celestial messengers of the immortal firmament. Our Saint Lord of Six Paths has a good relationship with the immortal firmament. Ever since the Saint Lord of Six Paths established the immortal firmament, he might have used up too much energy and fell into a deep sleep. Now, the immortal firmament has sent evil guests. Please help us get through this crisis. When the Saint Lord wakes up, we will report to him. The leader of the leaders said respectfully. Meow. Mao Tianyun sat cross-legged on a throne. Looking at the 10 sect leaders, he sneered. Did these people from the immortal firmament really think that Rokudo Shinkuin was in a deep sleep in this world? What a joke. They didn't know that Rokudo Shinkuin had already abandoned them. Mao Tianyun didn't care. If it wasn't because Long Wanyu asked him to come, he wouldn't have bothered with this matter. Mao Tianyun stretched his back and didn't say anything. Ho Qing looked into the distance. He was feeling very complicated. A few years ago, he was almost beaten to death by Long Zhanjung and was escorted here. He had hoped that his sister could help him get revenge. As a result, when his sister learned about the situation, she actually beat him up. If it wasn't because Long Wanxing and Long Wanyu begged for mercy, his sister might have beaten him to death. I am your brother. The depressed Ho Qing was holding a grudge, but when he found out about Long Wanyu's identity, he was stunned. A few times, Ho Qing even thought of secretly reporting to Immortal Six Paths. That was because once the Immortal of the Six Paths found out about this, he would definitely be grateful to him. At that time, he would eliminate Long Wanyu, and all his past mistakes would be forgiven. This was especially true for Jiang Yao. Because she cultivated the fire ancestral zombie body, she had angered the Immortal of the Six Paths. The Sage of the Six Paths would definitely pardon Jiang Yan's sins. But once he reported to Immortal Six Paths, his sister would be implicated. On one side was his sister, and on the other side was the woman he liked. Ho Qing was very conflicted. When Long Wanyu sent him here, Ho Qing wasn't very enthusiastic. Although the 10 leaders begged him again and again, what did it have to do with him? Gaochen, why don't you do it? Ho Qing said calmly. Me? How can I do it? Gaochen was speechless. Gaochen was only in Middle Heaven Palace. If he rushed up, wouldn't he be courting death? You can sing, Miao. Mao Tianyun laughed. After 800,000 years, Mao Tianyun was no longer as simple as he used to be. 800,000 years ago, he was teased by the other 4 divine messengers. Now it felt good to tease these reincarnated divine messengers. What does my singing have to do with their fighting? Gaochen said unwillingly. Mao Tianyun looked at the 10 leaders and said, if you want to defeat these skeletons, it's very simple. Just ask Messenger Gaochen to sing, and the skeletons will be defeated. After Mao Tianyun said that, the 10 leaders were confused. Are you kidding me? You think you can win by singing a song? What a joke. But since Mao Tianyun said so, the 10 leaders could only nod and agree. Messenger, please save me. Messenger, please help. Messenger Tsangtian, please help. Oracle, please sing a song. The 10 leaders immediately bowed to Gaochen. Gaochen was suddenly moved. Sing? It had been a long time since it had sung, especially since the Gaochen was formed from heaven grade zither. It had been a long time since the Gaochen had sung to its heart's content. Ho Qing, Mao Tianyun, and the others had been avoiding its singing with disdain. The Gaochen had not sung to its heart's content for a long time. This was the addiction of singing. It was like how many people on Earth couldn't get rid of their phones. They were addicted to their phones. If it didn't play for a day, they would feel uncomfortable. Even if others kept saying that it wasn't good to play with their phones, they still wanted to play with their phones. Gaochen's singing was the same. As a heaven-grade Guqin, he liked to sing for others. Even if others said that it was bad, it was because they had no taste. At this moment, the 10 leaders bowed and begged him to sing. Gaochen felt like there were 10 claws scratching his heart. At this moment, he had no choice but to sing. When Mao Tianyun saw Gaochen's face flushed with excitement, his expression changed. His 2 ears immediately drooped down to block his ears. Quick, Beg Gaochen to sing. Once he sings, you will win. Ask Gaochen to sing for everyone. Sing at the loudest volume. Mao Tianyun covered his ears and shouted. After shouting, Mao Tianyun still felt that it wasn't safe. He even set up a soundproof barrier around himself. The 10 leaders looked at Ho Qing. Ho Qing's expression stiffened. In the end, he nodded, "That's right." As he spoke, Ho Qing also set up a soundproof barrier around himself. While the 10 sect masters were still in a daze, they bowed to the North Star once more. "Please save us, divine envoy." Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a large number of disciples were defeated. They vomited blood and ran back. When they saw the leaders begging Gaochen, they also bowed. "Divine envoy, please take action and save our sect." Everyone nearby knelt down. Gaochen's confidence was boosted. He nodded proudly. He coughed twice and transmitted his voice to the entire battlefield through the Tao of the Guqin. "Originally, I refused to sing for you skeletons. I didn't want to sing for you skeletons. However, who asked you to worship me so much? Since you want to hear my songs so much, I will reluctantly sing for you. I improvised it. It's called Skeleton, You're Not Cute." Gaochen's voice instantly spread throughout the battlefield. The 10 leaders looked at Gaochen in confusion. "Are you really going to sing?" Sect leader, save me. I can't take it anymore." The miserable cries of the sect's disciples rang out one after another. In such a tragic moment, do you really want to improvise a song? Was this Chun divine envoy sent by the enemy? The skeletons in the distance also looked at him with disdain. They continued to fight. No one was optimistic about Gaochen's singing. They all felt that this was a joke sent by the immortals of the heavens. Only Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun immediately added another soundproof barrier around their own soundproof barrier. However, Gaochen instantly threw his emotions into the song. With an intoxicated expression, he began to sing at the top of his lungs. "Oh, adorable little skeletons, I'm your daddy. Come into my arms and let me braid your hair." Gaochen's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. The moment the song rang out, the entire battlefield suddenly quieted down. Everyone, including the skeletons, suddenly had goosebumps crawling all over their bodies. Their entire bodies trembled, and they felt as if their souls had been frozen in a world of ice and snow. Chapter 1033. Gaochen's voice rang out. It was still the same voice and the same smell. The moment the song rang out, the entire life-or-death battle instantly stopped. Whether it was the sect disciples or the skeletons, all of them had goosebumps all over their bodies at the same time. The skeletons had small bone spurs that could be seen with the naked eye. Everyone suddenly quivered, even forgetting about the battle. His soul felt like it was in a world of ice and snow. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even those who were injured and lying on the ground couldn't help but tremble. Of course, this kind of distraction in battle was fatal. The disciples and the skeletons were only distracted for a moment before they started fighting again. However, Gaochen's voice sounded again. "Oh, adorable little skeletons, I'm your daddy. Come into my arms and let me braid your hair." The song once again interrupted the battle between the two parties. All the skeletons looked at the intoxicated Gaochen on the high platform at the same time. She seemed to be extremely intoxicated by the song, but her singing was too improper. "A cute little skeleton? You're our father? My dad's face. In your arms? You're even going to braid our hair? Don't you know that skeletons are bald?" No matter how one listened to it, the lyrics, the concept, the tone, and the singing were all terrible. It was fine if one was bad, but all four were so bad that they made one want to vomit. When all four were put together, it made one feel numb all over. Gaochen's voice was unpleasant to the ears. No matter who it was. Indiscriminate attacks. At the side, the 10 sect leaders' eyes were wide open. Was this the song that they had been praying for? Is this a divine envoy sent by the immortals of heaven to help us? Were they sent to torture us? Do you know how awkward the atmosphere would be if you yelled at such a tragic occasion? There was no way to fight this battle. What are you guys doing? Hurry up and continue. The skeletons over there are not moving. Mao Tianyun removed the sound isolation barrier and shouted. After shouting, He hurriedly set up 3 more soundproof barriers. Only then did he feel a little better. However, even so, Mount Tian Yun's body trembled violently. It was too unpleasant to hear. "Don't stop. Hurry up and kill." The 10 sect masters roared. "Kill!" The sect disciples roared as they charged out once more. Indeed, at this moment, the sect disciples were slowly recovering from their disadvantage. However, the sect disciples couldn't take it anymore. Gao Chen's singing was an indiscriminate attack. "Ah, sect leader, I can't take it anymore. I've sealed my ears, but it's useless. Sect leader, I'm going to vomit. Sect leader, please be merciful." The group of disciples cried out in despair. The 10 great sect masters couldn't take it anymore. They were right beside him and could hear everything clearly. The damage they received was also at the level of a critical hit. He wanted to ask Gao Chen to stop, but Gao Chen was helping him fight the enemy. How could he ask for help? "For the sake of the Holy Lord, we must endure." A sect leader roared with tears in his eyes. Yes, a large number of disciples answered with tears in their eyes, who asked him to crazily believe in Rokudo Shinkoen. For the sake of his beliefs, he had to endure. Countless disciples continued to fight with tears in their eyes. The skeletons on the other side couldn't take it anymore. It was fine if they were defeated, but the torture of the song was the most terrifying. It was a blatant insult. "Skeletons, you're not cute?" If tears could stop this disgusting feeling, the skeletons wouldn't hesitate to cry like the sect disciples. However, skeletons were destined to be unable to cry. "Shut up. Your singing is so disgusting. Stop. Your voice is so disgusting. I'm going to kill you. The stench of my rotting corpse is nothing compared to your singing. Stop. I'm going to kill you. Kill him." Countless skeletons trembled as they roared in grief and indignation. However, Gao Chen was immersed in the song and didn't stop singing. The battle had turned slightly, and Gao Chen's first song ended. "It's so comfortable. I didn't expect such a great response. Sect leaders over there, what do you think of my singing?" Gao Chen finished his song and looked at the 10 sect leaders in front of him. The 10 sect leaders all had their backs facing Gao Chen. For the sake of their beliefs, the 10 of them had endured the most torture. At this moment, their backs were facing Gao Chen, and 2 streams of blood flowed out of their eyes. Sect leader ran. "You're involved in the way of the zither. You judge." The leading sect leader couldn't bear to strike a blow and kicked the ball out. One of the sect leaders in green robes didn't just have 2 streams of blood flowing out of his nose. Because he knew the way of the zither, the damage was even more severe. After hearing Gao Chen's song, sect leader Ran had the determination to never practice the way of the zither again. However, for the sake of his beliefs and to win, he had no choice but to go against his will and say, good singing." "Really? That's great. There are indeed people who know their stuff. During this time, I've written hundreds of songs. I'll sing all of them for you. Next, I'll sing my most famous song, Little Radish." Gao Chen shouted excitedly. With that, Gao Chen started singing again. The power of Little Radish was even greater than Skeleton. "You're not cute." As soon as the song came out, the battle in the distance became even weirder. The man and the skeleton didn't know how to fight. They just wrestled and hugged each other. They fell to the ground and kept twitching. From afar, they looked very indecent. The 9 sect leaders looked at sect leader Ran with murderous eyes. Blood began to flow out of his ears. In the distance, the bone god, who was surrounded by a large number of skeletons, shook his fingers slightly. Listening to this unpleasant song, he didn't even have the mood to pay attention to the bone ancestor in the distance. The bone god was able to successfully usurp the throne, and his endurance was extremely shocking. However, after Gao Chen's first song ended, the bone god's endurance was completely exhausted. "Evil creature." The bone god's tone was cold. The other skeletons at the side nodded in agreement. Although the term evil creature was usually used by humans to insult skeletons like them, at this moment, the North Star Polaris was definitely the one to be called evil creature. If the bone god wasn't sitting here, the skeletons would have gone crazy. After Skeleton, "You're not cute," ended, Gao Chen actually said that he still had hundreds of songs? Hundreds of songs? Then, he sang Little Radish. As soon as the song came out, The demonic sound immediately filled the bone god's mind. At this moment, the bone god couldn't wait to strangle Gauchin, this evil creature. If he continued to sing, he would be dissociated. Looking at the battlefield, many skeletons were killed in the song. Even the disciples of the opposite sect were foaming at the mouth. Oh, little Radish, Gauchin didn't finish his sentence. Radish, your mother, go to hell. The bone god suddenly stood up and grabbed Gauchin with his palm. The bone god burst out with all his strength. A terrifying aura instantly filled the battlefield. Everyone in the battle was suddenly blown away by a strong aura. Bam! When everyone fell to the ground, they found that the ground was actually covered by endless bones. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, whether it was the trees, the rivers, or the earth, everything was turned into bones. Endless bones rolled. Gauchin was interrupted and cried out in shock. Guhai, the unborn man, Mosquito Dauron, and Dragon Shinnying. The four of them quickly rushed toward the skeleton battlefield. Along the way, Guhai told everyone to cover their ears or set up a soundproof barrier. Guhai did it first, but the other three didn't take it seriously. In the infinite celestial capital, the three of them did hear people mention Gauchin, saying that his singing was terrible. But the three of them didn't experience it personally. Terrible? How terrible? Wasn't it just a song? The three of them didn't care. When they got closer and closer to the battlefield, the three of them finally heard Gauchin singing. The moment they heard the song, Mosquito Dauron and Dragon Shinnying shuddered at the same time. What kind of demonic sound is this? Mosquito Dauron cried out in shock. So terrifying, this Gauchin singing is really terrifying. Dragon Shinnying also cried out in shock. Demonic sound to the brain. Unborn man also cried out in shock. Buzz! The three of them immediately followed Guhai's example and set up a soundproof barrier to isolate themselves. Guhai frowned while flying. Something's not right. Why can't the soundproof barrier block it? The soundproof barrier did block most of Gauchin's voice, but Gauchin's voice still penetrated. The soundproof barrier didn't work. It was only slightly better with the soundproof barrier. Only slightly better? The four of them immediately merged the soundproof barrier. The soundproof barrier didn't work. This doesn't make sense. How did he sing such a terrible song? Mosquito Dauron cried out in shock. It shouldn't be. Even if the lyricist's voice is not good, it shouldn't be so terrible. We've heard all kinds of noises, but why does this song make us feel scared? Dragon Shinnying said in shock. It's naturally unpleasant. Guhai's eyelids also twitched. After not seeing Gauchin for so many years, not only did his singing not improve, it became even worse. Maybe his singing is the source of the laws. Unborn man said, trying to hold back the unpleasant sound. Oh, the source of the laws? Guhai frowned slightly. Zheng Fa Ming had said the same thing in the past. He said that Gauchin's singing was not unpleasant, but the most beautiful voice in the world. It was just that most people did not recognize it. His song is able to affect the laws of the entire Tao of the Zither. A song that can affect the laws of the entire Tao of the Zither naturally possesses a peculiar and profound feeling. It's just like the unpleasant attribute that your majesty spoke of, the unborn man analyzed. But why is it unpleasant attribute? Mosquito Dauron was puzzled. The laws of the Guqin Dao are the aggregation of all sounds in the world. It's not just pleasant sounds. From unpleasant to pleasant, from disgusting to beautiful, they are all under the control of the laws of the Guqin Dao. Gauchin's singing mobilizes the laws of the Guqin Dao. Maybe he doesn't know how to adjust it himself. Although he's plucking the entire laws of the Guqin Dao, he's plucking the most unpleasant part. Pleasant songs can be pleasing to the eyes and cultivate one's mind. Unpleasant songs are like this, but they can be used as weapons on the battlefield, irritating people's nerves and corrupting people's rationality. Unborn man analyzed. I see. Corrupting people's rationality. The Guqin Dao is so terrifying. It doesn't hurt the physical body, but directly attacks the consciousness and soul. It forcibly distorts people's sense of beauty. Mosquito Dauron exclaimed. Gauchin's Guqin Dao directly mobilizes the laws. It's really powerful. Dragon Shinning also exclaimed. Oh no, Bone God is about to make his move. Guhai's expression darkened. His figure flashed, and his speed doubled. Chapter 1034. The Flawed Immortal Dome. Even though Ho Qing and Mao Tianyan didn't want to help the 10 great sects and clans, Ho Tu and Long Wanyu had given them the order, so they had to do something. However, they were only interested in Gushen. While it would be extremely disgusting to have the Gauchen bellow a song at him, he had developed some defensive measures over the past few days. However, Gauchen's song had a huge effect on the skeletons. After the song, almost all the skeletons had a mental breakdown. Even the Bone God couldn't take it anymore. It was too horrible. The Bone God stood up furiously. As he took a step forward, the ground within 100,000 miles turned into bones. The trees, mountains, and rivers were turned into bones in an instant. The Bone God's Bone Realm domain erupted. At the same time, the Bone God grabbed at Gauchen as if he was going to strangle the singing Gauchen. Ah, ah, ah. Even before the palm arrived, the immense killing intent had already forced the North Star Emperor to reveal a look of fear, and he shouted as he retreated. The 10 great sect masters wanted to stop the incoming palm, but a voice in their hearts was screaming, "That's right. Strangle him to death. Strangle him to death." It wasn't just the 10 great sect masters. All the skeletons and disciples were thinking the same thing. Strangle this bastard to death. Strangle him to death. Although some people tried to stop the Bone God was too strong. Those who tried to stop the Bone God were sent flying. My life is over. Gauchen revealed a terrified expression. All of a sudden, a fist shot out from behind the North Pole and collided with the energy palm of the Bone God. Honk! A super loud sound rang out as the huge collision brought forth a strong gale. The gale raged, and all the surrounding disciples were blown away. At the place where the fist and palm collided, a large number of cracks appeared in the void. At this moment, Ho Qing finally made his move. The fist and the bone palm were locked in a stalemate. Ho Qing, the Bone God said coldly, "You're finally making your move? Bone God, it seems that you're not that strong after all. You're much weaker than the Bone Ancestor." Ho Qing sneered. "Bone Ancestor? Heh, I know that you lost to him once back then. However, how do you know that I am inferior to Ancestor Bone? Ancestor Bone was killed by me, so how could I be inferior to him? He was only one of the ribs of the Immortal of Heaven. During the battle with Rokudo Shinkuin, he absorbed the power of nothingness and kept it. The power of nothingness? That is a limitless source of energy. Now that I have obtained it, I will only be stronger than him." Bone God said coldly. The Bone God's palm force suddenly exerted force. Boom! A loud sound rang out. A black hole appeared in the surrounding void. "Get out of the way!" The 10 sect masters cried out in alarm. Immediately, countless sect disciples and skeletons fled in all directions. Under the immense power, Ho Qing's body suddenly stopped, and he stomped down, causing countless cracks to appear on the ground. Ho Qing looked at Bone God in shock. Even with his full power, he was only evenly matched with Bone God. "Oh, Ho Qing, are you stronger than before? However, even if you are stronger, there is a limit to it. You are far from being comparable to Skeleton and Jiangchun. It is a waste for you to cultivate the Wind-type zombie ancestor." Bone God sneered. Waste? Why do you have to say that I am wasting it?" Ho Qing looked displeased. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared behind him and swept toward Bone God. However, Bone God could be blown away by a gust of wind. Only his black robe fluttered slightly. "Storm Domain? It is useless against me." The only thing you have is the power of the zombies, right? That is all." Bone God sneered. Crack, crack, crack. Bone God's palm force gradually suppressed Ho Qing, causing more and more cracks to appear on the ground under Ho Qing's feet. "You're stronger than me? Impossible." Ho Qing's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. "Your strongest power is not as strong as mine. What are you going to use to fight me?" Bone God sneered. "Oh no, Bone God has reached the peak of the God Legion stage." Mao Tianyan's expression changed. The 10 sect masters' expressions changed as they looked at Bone God with reverence. Boundless heaven and earth borrow the power of the universe. Saint Master of Six Paths, grant me power. The 10 sect masters roared at the same time. 1. The statues of Rokudo Shinkuin released all their divine power into the 10 sect masters. Break! The 10 sect masters attacked Bone God with all their might. Not enough. Bone God sneered. However, Bone God's palm force suddenly enlarged by more than 100 times and blocked the 10 sect masters' attacks. Boom! After a huge collision, Ho Ching and the others were still unable to suppress Bone God. In fact, they were even being suppressed. Ha 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 ha! I told you that you are not enough. Bone God sneered. Bone God suddenly extended his other hand as he sneered. Mao Tianyun! Ho Ching cried out in alarm. Meow! Mao Tianyun shouted. Boom! Heaven and earth were suddenly engulfed in flames. Mao Tianyun grabbed with his claws, and countless thin threads were pulled down from the void, forming a huge flaming dragon head that crashed into Bone God's other hand. Boom! Bone God's other hand collided with the flaming dragon head. The two sides were in a stalemate again. The law of fire? You are indeed powerful. No wonder you are heaven's lackey. However, the law of fire in the flawed celestial dome is incomplete. If we were in the Six Paths celestial dome, you could use the power of law and these people to fight against me. However, your law is incomplete now. How are you going to fight against me? Bone God sneered. Boom! He exerted force in his hand. The flaming dragon had exploded. The 10 sect masters and Ho Ching were stunned. Meow! Mao Tianyun waved his claws ferociously. The two sides were in a stalemate. Even though Bone God was extremely confident, he was finally stopped by the combined power of the others. Ho Ching was also in the Great Accomplishment Heavenly Palace. However, there was still a gap between them, just like Chi Yu and the Electric Eel Demon. At this moment, under the combined power of everyone, everything was in a temporary calm. In the surrounding void, the ripples of power from everyone's body forced the skeleton tribe and the disciples to stay away. It's too scary. I said I wouldn't come, but you insisted that I come. You guys fight first. I will keep watch for you. Gauchen was about to run away in fear. Gauchen, Bone God is being held back by us. Hurry up and attack. Mao Tianyun shouted anxiously. Me? I am in the Middle Heaven Palace. You want me to attack? I refuse. The North Star Polaris immediately shouted. You can use the law of fire. Didn't you use the law of metal before? Now you can use the law of Guqin. The law of Guqin is more powerful than the law of metal. Hurry up, Mao Tianyun said anxiously. I have forgotten about the law of metal. The law of Guqin? How do I use it? I don't know. Gauchen kept shaking his head. Sing. Your voice is the attack of the law of Guqin. Hurry up and sing. Mao Tianyun shouted. Sing? Bone God and the 10 sect masters felt their hair stand on end. You want him to sing when you are fighting to the death? That's an indiscriminate attack. Sing. Ho Ching and I have heard a lot of it. We are immune to it. Your voice will mess with Bone God's mind. Then we will attack with all our might. Mao Tianyun shouted. Sing? I don't think that's a good idea. Gauchen looked at Bone God in fear. You're the most annoying one. You dare to sing? I will turn you into ashes. Bone God said coldly. Hurry up and sing. Ho Ching gritted his teeth. Gauchen looked at Bone God, and after confirming that Bone God was truly unable to move, he nodded and said, Now that your hands are bound, how are you going to grind me to dust? I will sing. What can you do? You can't do anything, right? Ha ha ha. Come at me if you can. With that, Gauchen took a deep breath and prepared to sing. Rip! Bone God's robe was torn open, and a third skeletal hand emerged from his chest. The skeletal hand suddenly grabbed at Gauchen. I said, if you dare to sing, I will turn you into ashes. You evil creature, die. The Bone God roared with hatred. The power of the third hand was much weaker. However, even so, Gauchen couldn't compare to it. It looked like it was going to crush Gauchen to death. Save me. Gauchen immediately cried out with tears of regret. Run. Mao Tianyun shouted. At that moment, Mao Tianyun couldn't move. He used the law of fire. If he retreated, he would be heavily injured by Bone God's power. Ho Ching and the 10 sect masters were in the same situation. Divine Envoy, run! The 10 sect masters shouted in fear. However, when the bone god's third skeletal palm descended, Gauchin was simply unable to dodge in time. Master, where are you? Save me! Gauchin shouted in despair. Master? Ha 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 ha, no one can save you. If your master comes, I will kill him too. Bone God laughed sinisterly. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Gauchin and pulled Gauchin. Who is it? Bone God's face fell. It was Dragon God Ing. He turned into a zombie and pulled Gauchin away as fast as he could. You want to run? You will stay here too, Bone God said with a sinister expression. The third hand grabbed at Dragon God Ing and Gauchin. However, at that moment, the void in front of Bone God Ing became blurry. The third hand seemed to have passed through the void and entered a huge array. Go Dao Law. Go Dao Law array? Mao Tianyun said in surprise. I'm out. I'm out. Gauchin shouted excitedly as he escaped into the sky. No one can escape from my palm. Die. Bone God roared. Boom. There were no withered bones on the ground. All of a sudden, they soared into the sky and enveloped the escaping dragon god Ing and the North Star Polaris. Bone World General, decaying heaven and earth. You and your master will die together. Bone God released all his strength arrogantly, wanting to bury everyone in the world of bones. Oh no! Ho Ching, Mao Tianyun, and Gauchin's expressions changed drastically. Hiss! Suddenly, a bone blade stabbed into the Bone God's back. Then, it emerged from Bone God's chest. What? Who is it? Bone God's expression changed. After Bone God, Guhai walked out of the celestial dome of ancient Eerily. Flames surged around Bone God. Even a 9th-tier Heavenly Palace expert would not be able to withstand this energy. However, Guhai opened the celestial dome of ancient Eerily, and this energy rushed into the dome. I am Gauchin's master. Didn't you want to kill me as well? Guhai suddenly said coldly. The life ender saber in his hand seemed to vibrate in excitement. Boom! Guhai waved his hand. Bone God was cut in half by the life ender saber. The two halves of his body flew out. Chapter 1035. 6 Paths, Immortal Dome. Outside of the Immortal Dome, there was a void. There was nothing in the void. It was pitch black. There was nothing. However, at this moment, there was a white-robed figure standing in the void. It was Yuanshi Tianzuan of the Wanshou Taoism. Yuanshi Tianzuan reached out his hand and crushed the pile of items into powder. The powder flickered in the air and then disappeared. In the void, there was a mysterious power that would slowly dissipate the things that existed until they disappeared into nothingness. This was also the reason why the Immortal Dome was abandoned by the Immortal of the 6 Paths. Only the Immortal Dome of the 6 Paths and the 30 Immortal Domes could exist in this void. The primeval Lord of Heaven sneered as he watched the pile of items turn into dust and disappear. Empress G, you want to trap the Immortal of the 6 Paths with these items? Ha, what a joke! Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. The surroundings were pitch black, but the primeval Lord of Heaven's purple eyes seemed to be able to see through the darkness around him. Facing a certain direction, the primordial Lord of Heaven revealed a cold smile. Empress G, now that I've come out, your great yellow celestial empire won't be peaceful anymore. Just as Yuanshi Tianzuan was about to return to the 6 Paths Immortal Dome, he suddenly paused and turned to look in a different direction. There's another Immortal Dome other than the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned. After taking a closer look, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning narrowed his eyes and said, the Immortal Dome is dark and lifeless, and there are 18 huge cracks. It's not chaos element at all. It should have collapsed. Rokudo Shinkuin, the Immortal Dome of the Sage Heaven from 800,000 years ago, it hasn't been destroyed yet? Yuanshi Tianzuan was surprised. No, it has been 800,000 years. It should have collapsed long ago. The 18 huge cracks are extremely fatal. Why is it still there? What is it? Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression hardened. Stepping forward, Yuanshi Tianzuan's figure flickered as he headed for the flawed Immortal Dome. Inside the flawed Immortal Dome, Bone God had single-handedly suppressed Ho Ching, the 10 sect masters, and Mao Tianyan. Originally, the two sides were in a stalemate. The bone deity was still at ease. However, Gao Qin's cocky expression and his tone of wanting to sing immediately changed the bone deity's mood. That unpleasant voice was like the voice of a demon. Even if you heard it once, it would be unforgettable. You still want to sing a voice that can make people bleed from their 7 orifices? The terrifying power of the Guqin Dao law was fully displayed. Before he could sing, the demonic sound was already ringing in the bone god's mind. The demonic sound filled his mind and instinctively stirred up the bone god's emotions. In his agitated state, he naturally did not notice the abnormality around him. Moreover, Gu Hai was extremely careful, hiding within the ancient immortal dome, even more so completely silent. Over there, Dragon God Ing rescued Gao Qin in the nick of time. When the bone god was at his most enraged, Gu Hai immediately drew the life ender saber and chopped into the bone god's body. Not daring to underestimate the bone god, Gu Hai used the 9 heavenly cycles. A strong might instantly gathered at one point and pierced into the bone god's body. The life ender saber seemed to have resentment and wanted to take revenge. It also burst out with light. Although there were obstructions, Xiao Chun was unprepared. Furthermore, he used his full power. Naturally, it instantly pierced through the bone god's body. What? Who is it? The bone god exclaimed in shock and anger, his expression changing. I am Gao Qin's master. Didn't you want to kill me as well? Gu Hai suddenly said coldly. Gu Hai did not dare to hesitate. He glared and executed the 9 heavenly cycles again. The life ender saber chopped the bone god in half at the waist. The 2 halves of the bone god's body immediately went flying. The sudden change caught the bone god off guard. He lost his balance. On the other side, Mao Tianyun, Ho Ching, and the 10 sect masters' attacks landed heavily on the bone god's palms. Boom! Crack! 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 The powerful collision caused the bone god's palms to explode. Only the 3rd, weaker palm remained, swaying slightly. Impossible, the bone god with the upper half of his body exclaimed. The 2 halves of his body went flying. Ho Ching, Mao Tianyun, and the 10 sect masters also opened their eyes wide. Master, Master, you really came. Gao Qin was caught by Dragon God Ing. He cried out in joy. Gu Hai. Ho Ching's expression turned cold. Ho Ching hated Gu Hai very much. Because of Gu Hai, he was beaten to a pulp by Long Zhonghua twice. Also, because of Gu Hai, he messed up the mission given to him by the Immortal of the 6 Paths. Gu Hai chopped down the bone deity with 1 saber strike. At this moment, the life ender saber seemed to absorb a strange energy. This energy made his entire body tremble. There's a treasure in the upper half of his body. Gu Hai's eyes widened as he looked at the bone god. Meow. Be careful. The 2 halves of his body are recovering. Mao Tianyun exclaimed. Mao Tianyun waved his hand. Instantly, a firestorm rushed towards the 2 halves of the bone god. There was even a huge fire dragon head in the firestorm. Boom! 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 When the firestorm hit the 2 halves of the bone god's body, the bone god's black robe was instantly burned. His body was also char black. However, even so, the 2 halves of his body flew together and tried to reconnect. Ho Ching, stop it! Mao Tianyun shouted angrily. Oomph! Ho Ching snorted coldly. In the end, he came to help. I'll take care of the upper half. Gu Hai shouted. As he spoke, Gu Hai slashed with the life ender saber again. Zhou Tian 9. Gu Hai slashed with his saber. The saber chi in the air gathered into the saber force. Gu Hai slashed through the air. Although the upper half of the skeleton had lost its arms, it was still a complete realm cultivator. Zhou Tian 9 could fight against an ordinary complete realm cultivator. However, this was no ordinary complete realm cultivator. The bone god opened his mouth and roared. A long bone river rushed out from his mouth and rushed towards Gu Hai. Zhou Tian 9 slashed towards it. Honk! The 2 forces were evenly matched. Senior, we are here to help you, the 10 sect leaders shouted. Boom! The 10 sect leaders attacked at the same time and hit the long bone river. However, the Longbone River was too strong. Even though the 10 sect leaders had activated their divine power of faith, they could only barely hold on. Zhou Tian 9 seemed to be unable to cut through it. Roar! You can't do it. When my body recovers, none of you will live. The bone god spat out the Longbone River and laughed maniacally. God-destroying light. Guhai's third eye suddenly appeared in between his eyebrows. Boom! The god-destroying light avoided the Longbone River and hit the bone god's neck. Boom! A large portion of the enormous spine was instantly shattered. What? The bone god exclaimed. Guhai was even more shocked. The god-destroying light did not completely break the bone god's spine. On the other side, the lower half of the bone god's body was fighting with Ho Qing and Mao Tianyin. Even though the bone god was cut in half, he was still fierce. However, Mao Tianyin and Ho Qing were not pushovers either. They gradually suppressed the bone god's legs and crushed them into powder. God-destroying light. Another god-destroying light shot out from between Guhai's eyebrows. Whoosh! The bone god immediately tilted his body and dodged it. Humph! So what if you know the god-destroying light? What's the use if you can't hit me? The bone god said ferociously. Go Dao Law. Guhai waved his right hand. Wong. A strange formation enveloped the bone god. God-destroying light. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 beams shot out. The bone god tilted his body. However, he was in the Go Dao formation. His body was at the mercy of Guhai's control. Huh! With a loud sound, more than half of the bone god's neck exploded. However, there was a strange force coming out of his skull that seemed to be repairing his neck. No, no. The bone god was anxious. Whoosh! 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 Another 3 beams of god-destroying light shot out. Huh! Finally, the bone god's neck could not bear the burden and broke in half. No! The bone god screamed in despair. Zhou Tianyin finally managed to chop the bone god's head while it was weakened. Boom! The broken bone god's head was immediately sent flying. You guys destroy the 2 halves of the bone god's body. I will go and chop off his head. Guhai shouted. Whoosh! Guhai chased after the bone god. Ho Qing, you go and deal with the upper half of the bone god's body. We have already destroyed the lower half of the bone god's body. 5 sect masters, come and help me destroy the lower half of the bone god's body. Mao Tianyin shouted. Okay. Ho Qing immediately flew over. The 5 sect masters immediately flew to where Mao Tianyin was. Boom! 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 The fierce battle started again. Mao Tianyin's face was ferocious. Meow! I can't defeat you in your complete form, but I can destroy your lower half. Meow! Mao Tianyin was engulfed in flames as he activated his inhumane destruction mode. Ho Qing was enough to deal with the upper half of the bone god's body. He immediately vented all the humiliation he had suffered. The 2 halves of the bone god's body were instantly destroyed. Guhai chased after the bone god's head. This was because the life ender saber sensed that there was something it wanted in the bone god's head. Perhaps that thing belonged to the life ender saber. Where did you all go? The bone god's head roared. Bone god, we are here. A large number of skeleton race experts flew over. Stop them. Guhai shouted. Yes. Mosquito Dowrin and Dragon God Ing answered immediately. Mosquito Dowrin and Dragon God Ing couldn't deal with the bone god, but it wasn't difficult for them to deal with the other skeleton race experts. The unborn man and Gauchin hid in the distance. Buzz. Mosquito Dowrin used his dark domain, and 10,000 Mosquito Dowrin blocked all the skeleton race experts. Dragon God Ing was at the side, dealing with the strongest skeleton race experts. Boom! The 2 sides started fighting. Guhai chased after the bone god's head with the life ender saber in his hand. Now, I'm the only one left. You only have your head left, bone god, Guhai said with a cold smile. The bone god's head finally panicked. Ancestor bone? You can't blame me. Back then, you thought highly of me, and I was grateful to you. However, I had no choice but to betray you. I had no choice. Bone god, can't you say something with some integrity? Did you have no choice? Guhai said with a cold smile. It was the Immortal of the Six Paths. He asked me to betray you. I didn't agree, so he destroyed me. It had nothing to do with me. The Bone God said with fear. The Immortal of the Six Paths? Guhai's face sank. Yes, you are a rib of the Immortal of the firmament. In the void, you obtained some void energy and became different. However, you are still a rib of the Immortal of the firmament. The Immortal of the Six Paths was worried that you were the Immortal of the firmament's backup plan. So he asked me to destroy you and gave me power. It had nothing to do with me. The Bone God's head said anxiously, it had nothing to do with you? You can talk to the life ender saber. Guhai appeared in front of the Bone God in an instant. The Bone God's head showed a trace of fear. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of blue light. God-slaying light. Guhai shouted. Boom! The two rays of light collided. The light of destruction was more powerful and shattered the Bone God's jaw. Sizzle. The life ender saber stabbed into the Bone God's head. No! The Bone God shouted in despair. Boom! A large number of bone spikes emerged from the Bone God's head and pierced into Guhai's body. Guhai's face changed. The bone spikes pierced into Guhai's chest and came out from his back. However, Guhai could ossify all the bones in his body. He gently pushed aside the bone spikes and avoided all the vital parts. Even so, Guhai's current state was extremely terrifying. It was as if his body was pierced by 10 bone spikes. Your Majesty, the mosquito Daoran in the distance shouted in alarm. Master, Gauchin also shouted in alarm. I am fine. Stop them. Don't let them come over. Guhai shouted. Even though Guhai's body was severely injured, the life ender saber extracted energy from the Bone God's head and quickly compensated him. Guhai immediately felt extremely comfortable throughout his body. Extremely comfortable. Chapter 1036. 10 bone spikes instantly pierced through Guhai's body. Almost everyone who cared about Guhai broke out in cold sweat. However, Guhai said that he was fine. He was already pierced into a sieve, but he was fine. Was this for real? However, since Guhai said so, they could only protect him with worry. In the distance, Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun slowly suppressed the Bone God's body and destroyed it amidst loud booms. At the same time, they saw Guhai in the distance from the corner of their eyes. He pierced the Bone God's head with one saber. Bone spikes emerged from the Bone God's head and pierced into Guhai's body, perishing together. The two of them looked at the scene in shock. Their hands did not stop moving. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of heavy blows, Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing finally destroyed the Bone God's bones into powder. They slowly surrounded him. On the other side, seeing that the Bone God was about to be destroyed, he crazily stabbed his bone spikes into Guhai's body. 10 spikes, 20 spikes, Guhai avoided the vital parts. Waves of energy were absorbed by the life ender saber. Guhai felt a large amount of ghostly energy suddenly enter his body. Ghostly energy? What a heavy amount of ghostly energy. Guhai said in shock. Guhai did not hesitate to use the great compassion poem of heaven and earth to absorb the ghostly energy. At the same time, a look of shock flashed across his eyes. Any ghost would have some ghostly energy. It was a special aura formed by a ghost under the nourishment of Yin Qi. However, the amount of ghostly energy on each ghost was pitifully small. The stronger the ghost cultivator, the more ghostly energy he had. However, even the strongest ghost had a limited amount of ghostly energy. Guhai originally thought that when he cultivated in the Heavenly Palace, he could not absorb all the ghostly energy. That was because there was too little ghostly energy. However, his cultivation required a lot of ghostly energy. Unexpectedly, there was such a huge amount of ghostly energy in the Bone God's head. It should not be. Why is there so much? Don't absorb my ghostly energy. That was given to me by the Immortal of the Six Paths to kill the Bone Ancestor. Give me back my ghostly energy. Give me back my ghostly energy. Without it, I'm nothing. Give me back my ghostly energy. The skull screamed in despair. However, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth's overbearing did not stop him. Guhai absorbed the ghostly energy. On the other side, the life ender saber extracted another type of energy from the skull. The void bone marrow? No. Bone ancestor bone. Are you trying to take it back? That's mine. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. The skull screamed. As Guhai inhaled the ghostly chi, he sensed the feedback from the life ender saber. According to the feedback, this void bone marrow was the source of the bone ancestor's power. All the power he absorbed from the void 800,000 years ago was in this void bone marrow. When the bone god plotted against him and killed him, all the void bone marrow was taken away. The life ender saber only wanted the void bone marrow. Therefore, it did not care about the huge amount of ghostly energy. It allowed Guhai to absorb it all. Rumble. The bone god counterattacked in despair. Countless bone spikes appeared and surrounded Guhai. It was like a tomb made of bones. Guhai was buried in it. Master! Gauchin screamed and rushed over. Don't come over. I am fine. Protect me. Guhai's cold voice came from the tomb. Yes. Dragon god Ing, the unborn man, and a mosquito, Dauren immediately protected Guhai. They did not let anyone near him. Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing settled everything and came over. Meow. Is Guhai having a mental battle with the bone god? Do you need my help? Mao Tianyun shouted. No need. My master said that we just need to protect him. Gauchin stopped Mao Tianyun. The 10 faction leaders flew over and said respectfully, Thank you for your help, senior. Don't come close. The mosquito Dauren stopped everyone. Ho Qing also flew closer and looked coldly at the bone tomb in the center. Mental battle with the bone god? Guhai is really arrogant. He is not even a complete saint yet, and he dares to have a mental battle with the bone god? He is really courting death. Ho Qing sneered. Mr. Ho Qing, please be careful with your words. Just now, you were able to defeat the bone god because of his majesty. The unborn man said in a deep voice. You called him his majesty? Huh. Ha ha ha. Unborn man, you actually submitted to Guhai? Huh. You really disappoint me. Ho Qing said coldly. No matter how Ho Qing looked at Guhai, he did not like him. Because of this, their hatred for the unborn man extended to the crow on top of the house, filled with mockery. You're not in the position to judge what I do. You look down on his majesty, but his majesty did what you could not do. You could not defeat the bone god, but his majesty killed him. The unborn man said coldly. Killed him? Not yet. The bone god is a complete saint in Heavenly Palace. Even if he is temporarily suppressed, once he erupts, Guhai will definitely suffer a backlash. Complete saint in Heavenly Palace. He is not someone you can compare to. Ho Qing said coldly. Haha, you have been here for a long time, so you don't know. His Majesty has already fought a large number of complete saint in Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Old 5, Old 6, Old 7, Old 8, Old 9, Old 10, and Old 11 have all fought His Majesty. Isn't His Majesty fine? The unborn man sneered. What? Impossible. They are all complete saint in Heavenly Palace. 7. Guhai fought with them. How could he still be alive? Ho Qing was in disbelief. I don't believe you. Humph, don't lie to me. He is not even a complete saint. Who are you trying to fool? Ho Qing said coldly. Just wait and see His Majesty. He will destroy the bone god's consciousness soon. The unborn man said confidently. Ho Qing's expression turned ugly. Master is so powerful? Gauchin said in surprise. Bullsh asterisk T. Mao Tianyun was also in disbelief. How is this Bullsh asterisk T? Stupid cat, didn't you say that my master defeated Jiang Lianshan 800,000 years ago? Jiang Lianshan was also a complete saint. Gauchin said unconvinced. That is because Guhai used the power of countless people. Mao Tianyun said. Humph, I don't care if you believe it or not. I believe it. Gauchin said unconvinced. Ho Qing frowned slightly, but he could not tell if it was true. At this moment, Ho Qing's pupils suddenly shrank as he looked into the distance. Ho Qing felt an aura lurking in the dark. This is old Geo of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Ground? This aura can't be wrong. He fought with me in the underworld. Ho Qing thought. He looked at the bone tomb not far away. Ho Qing's expression changed. Just now, the unborn man, said that Gu Hai fought with the heavenly demon Sacred Ground. Did that mean that the people of the heavenly demon Sacred Ground were all Gu Hai's enemies? Old Jiao was a complete saint. Ho Qing felt the wind and immediately sensed that Old 6 and Old 8 of the heavenly demon Sacred Ground were in the distance. Were they here to kill Gu Hai? Ho Qing's eyes lit up. Long Wan Yu and his sister would definitely not allow him to deal with Gu Hai. He was here, and Gu Hai's enemies were here. Did he have to help stop them? Maybe. All right. Since Gu Hai said that he could kill the Bone God, we will believe him. We don't need to worry about the Bone God. We should leave now, Ho Qing said calmly. Don't you want to wait? Mao Tianyun asked curiously. What's there to wait? Are you close to him? Ho Qing asked. Mao Tianyun frowned slightly. Didn't Mosquito Dowren and Dragon God, just now, stop the skeleton race? Don't worry. Let's go back and report, Ho Qing said. Mao Tianyun thought for a while and finally nodded. All right. The two insisted on leaving. Mosquito Dowren and the others could not stop them. Of course, they did not notice Ho Qing's sinister intentions. However, Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun flew into the sky and left in a flash. Before leaving, Ho Qing looked at the bone tomb and sneered. Gu Hai took half a day to deal with the Bone God's head. Obviously, he is far from the Great Perfection Realm. The others have not reached the Great Perfection Realm. If the Bone God's head exploded, it might be able to deal a fatal blow to Gu Hai. Moreover, there are 3 Great Perfection Realm experts who want to kill Gu Hai. There is not a single Great Perfection Realm expert in this group. As long as I leave, Gu Hai will definitely die. Ho Qing sneered. Whoosh! Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing disappeared into the sky in a flash. Only Gao Chen stayed. After the 10 sect leaders thanked him, they immediately started to clean up the battlefield. Mosquito Dowren and Dragon God blocked the skeleton race and guarded the bone tomb. While guarding, Gu Hai absorbed the ghostly aura while sensing the changes in the life and her saber. As the void bone marrow was extracted, the bone god became weaker and weaker. However, the life ender saber seemed to be transforming. When the bone ancestor was at his weakest, his consciousness had been erased by Gu Hai. The life ender saber only had some remnants of its past instincts. Now it was absorbing the void bone marrow and transforming. It seemed to be forming a new consciousness. Life ender saber, are you forming a new consciousness? Impossible. You are mine. Your consciousness can only be mine, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Immediately, Gu Hai sent more of his consciousness into the life ender saber. Gulyalu, the life ender saber, was an extension of Gu Hai. Gradually, this extension seemed to be breaking away. An extremely mysterious feeling was born in the life ender saber. As Gu Hai absorbed the ghostly aura, he could not help but open his eyes. He saw that the life ender saber in the bone god's head was slowly changing shape. It slowly turned into a human shape, into Gu Hai's appearance. However, this Gu Hai's body was made of bones. This is, Gu Hai said in shock. The life ender saber is forming a human body, is slowly turning into a human shape. Consciousness. Right, I have to infuse more of my consciousness into the life ender saber, Gu Hai said with some excitement. Gu Hai thought of a possibility. After absorbing the void bone marrow, the life ender saber would completely form a fiendish ghost body. However, if he infused his consciousness into it, it would be like refining a skeleton clone. A skeleton clone? 1 consciousness and 2 bodies. Gu Hai did not know if this was right or not. However, at the very least, he would not lose anything. Would he gain another skeleton clone? Rumble. With Gu Hai's urging, the life ender saber absorbed the void bone marrow even faster. Bone ancestor, I hate it. I hate it. I put in so much effort, but in the end, it only became you. I hate it. I am not resigned to this. The bone god roared in despair. Chapter 1037. Ho Qing was on his way back with Mao Tianyun. Ho Qing, are you hiding something from me? Mao Tianyun looked at Ho Qing suspiciously. What can I hide from you? You think too much. Ho Qing smiled. Mao Tianyun circled Ho Qing left and right. He was suspicious. It's still early. I know a good place with good wine. Why don't we go and have a drink? Ho Ching smiled. Ho Ching wanted to stall for time. The longer he delayed, the more danger Gu Hai would be in. I have a feeling that you're hiding something from me. You just said you were going back to report, and now you want to drink? Forget it. I can't accept your wine. Mao Tianyun rejected. I'm really not hiding anything from you. Didn't you ask me about the 4 bloodline zombies? Let's find a place, and I'll tell you about it. Ho Ching tried to persuade him again. There is no need. I will ask Ho too. Mao Tianyun immediately refused. Then Mao Tianyun flew away. Perhaps it was the cat's instinct, but he felt that something was wrong. That feeling came from Ho Ching, so Mao Tianyun did not want to follow him. Ho Ching frowned as he watched Mao Tianyun leave. He could only follow him helplessly. Not long after, the man and the cat arrived at a place with clouds. With a flash of their bodies, they disappeared into the clouds and arrived at an extremely spacious small space. In the small space, there were rays of 7-colored light in all directions. It was the power of faith of everyone in the world. It gathered from the flawed celestial dome and went to a large hall in the center. Outside the hall, Chang Sheng and Ziwei were sitting in front of a pile of food and eating heartily. Their stomachs were like bottomless pits that could not be filled. In a small pavilion, a beautiful woman in a black robe was sitting there. She was playing with a few chess pieces in her hands and was smiling like a fool. Long Wanqing looked at the chess pieces and thought of Gu Hai. Squeak, squeak. Little cat, you're back? Done. Chang Sheng said in surprise as he ate the pork leg. How many times have I told you not to call me little cat? Call me Tianyun. Mao Tianyun said uncomfortably. Where's my sister? Ho Ching asked. Putu? He's accompanying Long Wanyu in his cultivation in the hall. He'll be out in a while. Chang Sheng swallowed the meat in his mouth and said, Where's Gauchen? Why didn't I see him come back? Ziwei asked while gnawing on a chicken leg. Him? He is accompanying his master, that Gu Hai. Mao Tianyun said casually. Ho Ching wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Pata! The chess piece in Long Wanqing's hand suddenly fell to the ground. She turned her head abruptly. What did you say? Gu Hai is here? Long Wanqing said with great surprise. That's right, Mao Tianyun said. If Gu Hai hadn't come, we wouldn't have been able to deal with Bone God so easily. Bone God was in the great circle of the God Legion, but in the end, Gu Hai cut his head off. And now, Gu Hai and Bone God are clashing psychically. The battle is not over yet. Little cat, the Bone God is still alive, and you came back by yourselves? You left Gu Hai and Gauchen there? You're too much. Ziwei jumped up. Mao Tianyun's face stiffened. What do you mean I'm too much? I wanted to help, but Gu Hai said there was no need. However, Mao Tianyun didn't know about the relationship between Ziwei, Chang Sheng, and Gu Hai. Ziwei stopped talking, and Chang Sheng said, I was blind to have misjudged you. You're actually that kind of person. No, you're actually that kind of cat. Chang Sheng and Ziwei's disdain deeply hurt Mao Tianyun. What kind of cat? That Gu Hai didn't want to help. Mao Tianyun shouted. That's right, Gu Hai can handle it. He said so himself. Everyone, wait patiently. Gu Hai should be back soon. Ho Ching said. No, I have to go. Long Wanqing said excitedly. Regardless of whether Gu Hai could deal with the Bone God, Long Wanqing couldn't wait to go. She had to go immediately. Ho Ching's face stiffened. Long Wanqing, you'd better not disturb Gu Hai. He'll be back soon. Ho Ching stood in front of Long Wanqing and tried to persuade her. Get out of my way. Long Wanqing's face turned cold. Long Wanqing, don't. Ho Ching tried to stop her. I want you to get out of my way. Long Wanqing suddenly emitted a powerful black flame aura. Ho Ching's face changed. He was afraid that Long Wanqing would disturb Long Wanyu and his sister. All right. Ho Ching smiled bitterly and stepped aside. I'll go too. Ziwei wiped her mouth and said, I'll go too. Chang Sheng said excitedly. Meow, what's there to go? Mao Tianyun was still in a bad mood. Ziwei and Chang Sheng turned their heads and ignored Mao Tianyun. Long Wanqing waved her hand and flew out of the small space with Ziwei and Chang Sheng. Seeing the three of them leave, Mao Tianyun was depressed. Ziwei and Chang Sheng should be on his side. Why did they say that? Mao Tianyun, forget it. Ho Qing said hypocritically. It's all your fault. Why did you call me back so urgently? Oomph. Mao Tianyun snorted coldly. He ignored Ho Qing and walked into a hall not far away. Ho Qing's face stiffened. Finally, he looked coldly into the distance. Ziwei and Changsheng's cultivations are not obvious. Only Long Wanqing has the strength of a complete earthly deity. However, we're dealing with 3 complete earthly deities. No one can save Gu Hai, Ho Qing said coldly. In the bone tomb where Gu Hai was. As the ghost chi and void bone marrow were extracted by Gu Hai, the skull of the bone god became weaker and weaker. There were many cracks on the skull, as if it was being eroded. The shape of the life ender saber had turned into Gu Hai's appearance. However, it was made of bones. Gu Hai was multitasking. He absorbed the ghost chi and continuously sent his consciousness into the life ender saber. In the past, Gu Hai had erased the consciousness of the bone ancestor in the life ender saber. However, the remnants of the bone ancestor's consciousness seemed to want to be rebuilt. Therefore, Gu Hai had to erase the rebuilt consciousness and fill his own consciousness. Gu Hai could not be distracted. He could not even move his body into the celestial dome of the ancients. It was as if 2 Gu Hai were sitting together and absorbing the energy in the skull. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from Gu Hai's body. A gust of air blew in all directions. Gu Hai had extracted nearly all the ghost chi and formed a blue-black ghost chi core in his heavenly eye. When the ghost chi core appeared, a strong energy immediately filled his body. It was like the ghost chi connected to the world. Gu Hai's cultivation rose again. Ghost chi core, the 7th layer of the heavenly palaces? The eyes of Gu Hai's body lit up. There was still some ghost chi left. However, the remaining ghost chi was not enough to form the god-destroying light. On the other side, the skeleton doppelganger was close to extracting all of the void bone marrow. At this moment, the skeleton doppelganger's resistance was even stronger. Gu Hai didn't dare to hesitate. He tried his best to use his will to continuously erase the new will of the skeleton doppelganger. Gu Hai used most of his consciousness to refine the skeleton clone. The bone god had already become a thing of the past. Under the rapid erosion, he would vanish in the blink of an eye. Bone ancestor, you're still as cruel as before. You don't even let me beg for mercy. I can't do it anymore. However, you can forget about getting any benefits. Let's die together. The bone god roared in despair in the end. Gu Hai ignored him. Die together? If you had chosen to self-detonate at the start, you might have been able to do it. However, you're almost out of energy now. You still want to die together? What nonsense! The 6 Paths Immortal Dome is my witness. I, the bone god, will use my last breath to curse. I will be consigned to eternal damnation, never to reincarnate as the source of the curse. Send my voice into the ears of heaven. Immortal 6 Paths, the Yellow Springs Sea is the entrance. I am now in your sage heaven's immortal dome. Immortal 6 Paths, please come and eliminate this traitor. The bone god said viciously in despair. Bastard! The expression of Gu Hai's body suddenly changed. Kacha! However, the bone god had already exhausted everything. His soul turned into the source of the curse and instantly turned into ashes, vanishing into thin air. The skulls instantly turned into powder and flew up. All the void bone marrow entered the skeleton clone formed by the life ender saber. During this final stage, Gu Hai could not move at all. He could not relax at all. Unexpectedly, the bone god cursed him. Buzz! Buzz! Gu Hai tried his best to refine the skeleton clone. At this moment, a voice mysteriously disappeared from where the bone god came from. From the sea, through the road, to the Yellow Springs, it was transmitted to the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. After leaving the Yellow Springs Sea, the voice soared into the sky and disappeared. Immortal 6 Paths, the Yellow Springs Sea is the entrance. I am now in your sage heaven's immortal dome. I am now in your sage heaven's immortal dome. Immortal 6 Paths, please come and eliminate this traitor. The faint voice was transmitted to the most secret place in heaven and earth. Suddenly, Dark clouds covered the sky above the yellow spring sea. A huge crack appeared in the dark clouds. Buzz! The crack opened, revealing the vast eye of heaven. When the immortal six paths heard the voice of the bone god, he opened his eye of heaven and looked at the yellow spring sea. At this moment, all the living and dead spirits in the surroundings knelt down, bowing to the arrival of the immortal. Flawed immortal dome. Guhai tried his best to refine the skeleton clone. At this moment, Guhai couldn't even stop. Once he stopped, the skeleton clones might rush into his mind and injure him. Hurry, hurry! If the immortal six paths really comes, it will be bad. It won't be just the bone ancestor, but Wan Yu. Wan Yu will be in danger. Guhai said anxiously. The rib of firmament? The reincarnation of firmament? Which is more important? If he didn't hurry, he would be wiped out by the immortal six paths. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. While Guhai was trying his best to refine the skeleton clone, on a mountain peak not far away, a black-robed figure slowly appeared. Guhai, it seems that Ho Qing is also looking forward to your death. When he saw me, he actually asked Mao Tianyan to leave first. The black-robed figure said in a cold voice. The 10 sect masters, Gaochen, Mosquito Daoran, Dragon God Ing, and the unborn man suddenly felt like they were facing a great enemy. You are Heavenly Demon Holy Land's Old Nine? Heavenly Demon Du Wan? Mosquito Dorn's expression suddenly changed. Heavenly Demon Du Wan, Heavenly Palace Perfection? Chapter 1038. Celestial Cuckoo Demon? As it took a step forward, countless green sprouts sprouted from the skeletons, followed by flowers. In the blink of an eye, the ground within 100,000 miles was covered in azalea flowers. Perfect stage, Heavenly Palace? The 10 sect masters' expressions changed. The skeletons charging towards the center also paused. Your Majesty, the celestial cuckoo demon of the heavenly demon, holy ground is here, Your Majesty. The unborn man said anxiously. Guhai was focused on refining the skeleton avatar. Although he knew there was danger outside, he couldn't answer. Mosquito Daoran, be careful. Dragon Shinying warned. All right. Mosquito Daoran frowned, then nodded. Facing a perfect stage cultivator, Mosquito Daoran really wanted to run. After all, the celestial cuckoo demon was ranked 9th in the heavenly demon holy ground. The corpse bug heavenly demon he didn't dare to provoke was ranked 11th. But looking at where Guhai was, Mosquito Daoran decided to give it a try. He's here to deal with Master? Ho Qing? That bastard Ho Qing, I was wondering why he ran so fast, so he did it on purpose. He wants to kill my master. Gaochen's expression changed drastically. Gaochen liked to sing, but that didn't mean he was stupid. He analyzed everything in a blink of an eye. Sect Masters, I'll have to trouble you to mobilize the power of faith to stop the celestial cuckoo demon for us. Gaochen immediately requested the 10 sect masters. You want to die with Guhai too? The celestial cuckoo demon sneered. The 10 sect masters looked at each other, then at Mosquito Dorn's group. It was obvious that Guhai's group was tricked by Ho Qing. Ho Qing wanted to kill Guhai with a borrowed knife, and they were definitely not a match for this perfect stage cultivator. Although the 10 of them were close to the great perfection stage when they used the power of faith, they were only close. No, settle your grudges. We're leaving, one of the sect masters shouted. The disciples were stunned for a moment before nodding their heads. What? Sect leader ran. What is the meaning of this? When Bone God wanted to destroy you, we helped you. My master helped you kill Bone God. Now you want to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Gaochen shouted. Sect leader ran, shook his head. We were in danger earlier, but we didn't ask for your help. You. Gaochen was furious. I'm sorry. We can't help you with your grievances. The other sect leaders nodded. You guys are ungrateful. Gaochen roared gloomily. Divine Emissary Gaochen, we have no choice. He is at the great completeness of Heavenly Palace. We can't stop him at all. In the previous battle, our sect suffered heavy losses. We can't afford any more losses. He is obviously here to seek revenge on Guhai. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Sect leader Ran immediately refused to help. At most, I'll make it up to you guys by singing. You guys stay. Gauchin gritted his teeth and begged. Singing? Are you going to sing for us? Let's go. Sect leader Rand shouted. Boom. The disciples of the top 10 sects immediately turned around and flew away. Without hesitation, they didn't stop at all. A bunch of ungrateful guys. I curse you guys to die a horrible death. Gauchin cursed. Ha ha. Sect leader Rand was right. I only want Gu Hai's life. If you surrender, I'll give you a chance to live. Heavenly demon Du Wan laughed. Don't even think about it. Gauchin gritted his teeth. Since you don't want to, then forget it. I like to see how long Gu Hai is going to hide in the pile of bones. Heavenly demon Du Wan shouted coldly. She stretched out her hand and grabbed at the skeleton grave where Gu Hai was. Jiang Qin's body, Earth zombie power. Dragon Shinying shouted. A pair of black dragon scale skeletal wings appeared on his back again, and he released his aura, causing the withered earth to tremble violently under the power of his aura. He threw a punch at Heavenly Demon Du Wan. The fist and palm collided. The void shook violently, and countless bones on the ground exploded instantly. The fist and palm were in a deadlock. Dragon Shinying blocked the palm of a perfected heavenly palace master with all his strength. Jiang Qin's body? Your body is indeed strong. But don't you know that there's a world of difference between perfected and non-perfected? Heavenly Demon Du Wan's expression turned cold. Her hand shook violently. Boom! Dragon Shinying was immediately sent flying by Heavenly Demon Du Wan's palm. Blood mosquito sting. Suddenly, a sharp spike shot toward Heavenly Demon Du Wan's head from behind. It was Mosquito Doran's domain clone that had launched a sneak attack. Ding! Heavenly Demon Du Wan flicked her finger. That spike exploded instantly, and so did the domain clone. Bam! In the distance, Dragon Shinying crashed into a huge mountain, but he instantly pounced over again. The 9th level of Heavenly Palace is indeed extraordinary. I couldn't have such great power at your level, but do you know what a perfected Heavenly Demon is? Heavenly Demon Du Wan sneered. Mosquito Doran's divine Dao domain erupted again. At the same time, 10,000 clones pounced on Heavenly Demon Du Wan. Immediately, the Du Wan Heavenly Demon's surroundings were impenetrable, and the terrifying 10,000 punches came crashing down. Break! Heavenly Demon Du Wan shouted. 10,000 Mosquito Doran's clones exploded and shot in all directions. I'm not Amethyst. I broke through to the perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan with Master's help. I cultivated myself. Let me show you what a perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan is. Heavenly Demon Du Wan sneered. As she sneered, she flipped her hand and struck out. It was as if 10,000 palms appeared in the void, and they went toward Dragon Shinying and Mosquito Doran. Boom! With a loud sound, all the clones were pushed back. Perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan isn't invincible, and it's not impossible to kill. Many have died these days. Dragon Shinying continued to smash down with monstrous power. For a moment, large cracks appeared in the void, not far away. Mosquito Doran and Dragon Shinying pounced on Du Wan one after another, but they were suppressed by Du Wan's palms and couldn't get close. Those who aren't perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan only use their own power. No matter how strong they are, what can they do? Can they compete with the power of heaven and earth? In perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth, merging the body into the Tao, mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. How can you bunch of boorish people compare? If you don't enter the perfected Heavenly Demon Du Wan, you'll never know how strong we are. Break! Heavenly Demon Du Wan shouted. Boom! Mosquito Doran and Dragon Shinying were sent flying again. The two of them and their domain clones all spat out blood, but they still continued to pounce forward to protect Gu Hai. Rumble! Not far away, there was a huge battle. The unborn man was guarding Gu Hai's bone grave, while Gauchin was anxious and didn't know what to do. At this moment, without Mosquito Doran blocking them, the skeleton tribe finally pounced. Oh no, the skeleton tribe is pouncing on us. The 10 sect masters are all good-for-nothings. Even if you don't help me deal with the perfected heavenly demon Duwan, you can deal with these skeletons. Gauchen was extremely anxious. The skeletons pounced. Gauchen was in a fighting posture, but he was extremely nervous. Just when they were 100 feet away from Guhai, the skeletons at the front seemed to have sensed a strange aura. Plop, plop, plop. The skeletons quickly knelt down, seeming to be extremely frightened. My lord, please spare us. Countless skeletons said in horror. It was Guhai's skeleton clone, emitting the aura of the bone ancestor. Instantly, the skeletons seemed to have met their nemesis, and they were inexplicably terrified. Why are these skeletons kneeling? Gauchen was surprised. Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the distance. Dragon shinnying was immediately shot back like a cannonball, crashing not far away from Guhai. Boom! The ground was smashed into a crater. Pooh! Dragon shinnying spat out a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty, Mosquito Dowrin, and I can't hold on anymore. Dragon shinnying said bitterly. Whoosh! After complaining bitterly, Dragon shinnying pounced on the One demon again, in the bone grave. Guhai was at the most critical moment and naturally couldn't respond. However, under the control of his mind, the ancient Immortal Vault door suddenly opened. In the ancient Immortal Vault, one day in the outside world was 10 years inside. During these days, Kong Xian had already swallowed all the Jiang Rulai clones into his stomach. At this moment, Kong Xian transformed into his human form and sat cross-legged in the void above. Monstrous black gas was emitting from his body. He was trying to make the final breakthrough. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Although the Jiang Rulai clone helped me improve to the limit, the Jiang Rulai clone wasn't at the great perfection level. No matter how much I eat, I can't reach the great perfection level. I'm just one step away from forming the Peacock Dao body, but this step is a step away from reaching the end of the world. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, Kong Xian said anxiously. However, at this moment, a void exit opened in front of Kong Xian. Guhai used his mind to send a voice to Kong Xian's side. There's a great perfection level heavenly palace outside. Just a little bit more. Try eating a great perfection level demon. Kong Xian's eyes suddenly flashed with a murderous light. Boom! Kong Xian flew out of the ancient Immortal Vault. Outside, the sky was filled with azaleas. It was as if the void was sealed off, blocking Dragon God Ing and Mosquito Dorn's escape route. The two spat out blood as azalea's flowers surrounded them. You don't know what's good for you. Heavenly demon Azalea snorted and struck at the two with her palm. When the attack came, all the azaleas around them suddenly turned into palms. It was as if billions of palms were striking them. We're doomed, the two exclaimed. Just as they were about to be defeated, a gust of black wind suddenly swept over them. Rumble. Suddenly, the palm formed by the rolling azaleas was swept by the black wind and entered the mouth of a person who suddenly appeared. It was Kong Xian who resolved the crisis. At the same time, Kong Xian struck at Heavenly Demon Azalea's palm. Home! The void exploded. Kong Xian took a step back while Heavenly Demon Azalea stood in place. However, the palm strike dissipated. Kong Xian, you can actually withstand my palm strike? Heavenly Demon Azalea said coldly. Not only did I withstand your palm strike, but I'm also going to eat you. Kong Xian said with a ferocious look. The palm strike made Kong Xian realize that Heavenly Demon Azalea was stronger than him. However, there was a limit to how strong one could be. If I can eat him, maybe I can break through? A crazy expectation filled Kong Xian's mind. I must eat him. Kong Xian, your strength has increased so much, but he can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Mosquito Darren exclaimed. My peacock tribe has records of inheritance. Our foundation is not strong enough. Even if we can mobilize the power of heaven and earth, it's limited. Only a perfected God can mobilize the perfect power of heaven and earth. He's obviously not a perfected God. You can't be fooled by his words, right? What do you mean by mobilizing the power of heaven and earth? I admit that he became stronger after mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. However, His foundation is not as stable as mine, not to mention your majesty. If your majesty was at my level, killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Kong Xian said confidently. Is that so? Dragon Shinying said in surprise. The two of you back me up. Watch me kill and eat him. Kong Xian said with a ferocious look. Okay, the two of them answered. Chapter 1039. There was a bloodthirsty look in Kong Xian's eyes. In order to help himself break through to the great circle, Kong Xian was willing to give it his all. Moreover, in the previous exchange of palms, Kong Xian could tell that this Du Wan demon was stronger than him. However, there was a limit to it because his foundation was not as good as his. Kong Xian did not have the inheritance of the Peacock tribe in the past. He had fought his way up. His foundation was extremely solid. Most of the time, he was invincible among his peers. Kong Xian did not know how Heavenly Demon Du Wan reached the Great Fulfillment Realm. Anyway, Kong Xian dared to fight with him, even risking his life. In an instant, Kong Xian threw out his six-color divine light and rushed towards Du Wan. He fought with his life on the line, even exchanging injuries for injuries. Boom! Pooh! Heavenly Demon Du Wan's palm landed on Kong Xian's chest. Kong Xian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his six-color divine light cut off a piece of flesh from Heavenly Demon Du Wan's shoulder. It seemed like Heavenly Demon Du Wan was at a disadvantage. However, Heavenly Demon Du Wan only suffered external injuries, while Kong Xian suffered internal injuries. However, Kong Xian did not care. The burning desire in his eyes urged Kong Xian to continue exchanging injuries for injuries. Boom, boom, boom. Under a series of attacks, the battle between the two became more and more fierce and desperate. Kong Xian's robes were torn, and there were many wounds on his body. However, Kong Xian did not care. He continued to charge forward without hesitation. Kong Xian, you lunatic! Heavenly Demon Du Wan was shocked and angry. This was a completely suicidal way of fighting. Not far away, Mosquito Daoran and Dragon God Ing, who were cooperating with Kong Xian, also felt their eyelids twitching. I finally understand why I'm not as good as Kong Xian. Mosquito Doran's eyes flashed with shock. Thinking about his cultivation, Mosquito Daoran felt that he was really lucky to be able to cultivate to this level. Rumble. The three experts besieged Heavenly Demon Azalea. Although they were still suppressed by Heavenly Demon Azalea, Kong Xian's craziness made Heavenly Demon Azalea shudder with fear. No matter what, Gu Hai was safe for the time being. Gao Chen and the Unborn Man guarded Zhou Che. The three great experts of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land followed the skeletons into this world. At that time, the skeletons were not sure where the Bone God was, so they split up. The three great experts of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land also split up. However, the huge battle here quickly attracted the attention of the other two people. Suddenly, Old Eight's face sank. Ooh! In an instant, Old Eight flew close to him. Old Nine, you can fight against three people who have yet to reach the perfection stage. Old Eight sneered in surprise. Stop talking nonsense. Old Eight, come and help. Du Wan said gloomily. She clearly had the upper hand, but she kept getting injured. At this moment, Du Wan was very anxious. Although Kong Xian's injuries were more serious, this suicidal battle was very awkward. Old Eight did not go to help, but looked around. Countless skeletons knelt down in front of the skeleton grave. Gao Chen and the Unborn Man stood beside it. It's over, it's over. Call him Old Eight? That was Old Nine, and this is Old Eight? Isn't that more powerful? Gao Chen's face changed. Old Nine, what's in the grave that the skeletons are worshipping? Old Eight asked. It's Gu Hai. Gu Hai is in there, having a mental battle with the Bone God. If you don't help me, then go and kill Gu Hai. Du Wan shouted. You dare! Mosquito Daoran shouted in shock. Ha ha! You three lunatics, are you worried now? It's too late. At this time, even if I have to suffer more injuries, none of you can leave. Du Wan laughed. Rumble. Du Wan immediately blocked the three with all her might. Quick, Inform His Majesty, quick. Dragon Shinning shouted anxiously. Inform? Haha, it's too late. Guhai, last time at the infinite celestial capital, you caused us so much trouble. Poison expert? You didn't bring him here, did you? Old Eight said coldly. With a cold voice, he hit the skeleton grave with his palm. Gauchen's face changed. Although his cultivation was very weak, he did not hesitate to hit back. The unborn man stood at the grave's entrance, not moving his fingers, as if he was also about to attack. Ha ha ha! Central Celestial Palace? Ha ha! Funny, a Central Celestial Palace wants to stop me? You and that Guhai will die together. Old Eight laughed. As he laughed, the power in his hand shook the void, and a strong pressure pressed down on Gauchen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Puff! Before the palm hit, Gauchen could not take it anymore. Seeing the palm coming for him, Gauchen's eyes filled with despair. Save me! Gauchen cried out in alarm. But at this moment, a palm appeared beside Gauchen and met Old Eight's palm. Her slender palm was extremely small, but it seemed to carry the power of the most magnificent river in the world. It collided with Old Eight's palm. Boom! With a loud sound, a huge black hole appeared in the void. Thud, 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 thud. Old Eight actually took 8 steps back, crushing countless bones under his feet before coming to a stop. What? How is this possible? Who are you? Old Eight said in surprise. However, at this critical moment, Long Wanqing arrived and met Old Eight's attack with a palm. Beside her stood Ziwei and Changsheng. Mistress, that's great, you're finally here. Gauchen was excited. Gauchen, your pants are wet. Changsheng glared at Gauchen and shouted. He must be scared. How strange. This is the first time I've seen Gauchen pee in his pants. Ziwei laughed. Who said I peed in my pants? This is sweat, sweat. Gauchen's face turned red. Where's Guhai? Long Wanqing looked at Gauchen. Over there. His Majesty didn't let us disturb him. Gauchen shouted. Long Wanqing saw the grave that all the skeletons were worshipping. At the same time, she saw the unborn man. The moment she saw the unborn man, Long Wanqing frowned. Why didn't you attack? The unborn man's cultivation is not enough. Gauchen said blankly. The unborn man shook his head. Guhai is not in a life-and-death situation. I don't need to attack. Gauchen was confused by the unborn man's words, but Long Wanqing understood. The unborn man would only attack when Guhai was in a life-and-death situation, for the sake of Long Wanqing and her sister. At other times, he would not attack. As for other people, he would not attack. Long Wanqing frowned slightly, but she did not blame him. Instead, she looked at Old Eight, who was not far away. You wanted to kill my husband? Just now? Long Wanqing said coldly. So what? Little girl, I didn't expect that Guhai was hiding a great fulfillment. What kind of power did you use just now? Why did you have the aura of a great river? Old Eight said coldly. Feel it yourself. Humph, you want to kill my husband? I'll take your life. Long Wanqing glared at him. She waved her hand. Boom! Hundreds of huge black rivers rushed out. Wherever the black rivers passed, all the bones were instantly decomposed. These black rivers were naturally the river Styx. Back then, when Guhai killed the Nether River Patriarch, he used the Nether River Patriarch storage to reconstruct Long Wanqing's body. Now, Long Wanqing controlled the hundreds of river Styx with a wave of her hand. Wherever they passed, everything was decomposed. What is this? Humph! It doesn't matter what kind of river you have. I have the body of a carp. I can swim in all the rivers in the world. Old Eight said coldly. With a wave of his hand, it was like a sea of golden fish scales rushing towards the hundreds of river Styx. Boom! Crack! Crack! Wherever the hundreds of river Styx passed, the sea of golden fish scales dispersed. Long Wanqing went down the river Styx and arrived at Old Eight's place in the blink of an eye. She struck again. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and Old Eight was sent flying again. Impossible! How can Guhai have a great perfection-level wife? Old Eight cried out gloomily. Long Wanqing did not give up. The 100 underworld rivers instantly disintegrated the fish scale, sea, and soared into the sky. They were like 100 huge dragons that covered the sky and earth as they swept towards Old Eighth. Walalala! Old Eight was instantly drowned in the river Styx. While resisting the decomposing power of the river Styx, he had to deal with Long Wanqing's monstrous killing intent. Since you want to kill my husband, then die. Long Wanqing kept attacking Old Eight. Under the concentrated attacks, Old Eight was immediately defeated. No, this is impossible. Old Eight roared gloomily. In the distance, Heavenly Demon Du Wan, Kong Xian, Mosquito Dowren, and Dragon Godding were all staring in shock. This is Empress Long Wanqing? Then the terrifying aura from the endless celestial capital that I sensed previously was hers. Isn't she too powerful? Mosquito Dowren said in shock. Niece Wanqing? Dragon God Ing said in shock. This was his sister's daughter. How could you be so powerful? Kong Xian saw Long Wanqing's strength, and his desire for great perfection-level cultivation grew. Even though he was covered in blood, he still pounced on Heavenly Demon Du Wan ferociously. Heavenly Demon Du Wan was extremely gloomy. She was counting on Old Eight to save her. Why'd he get involved too? Boom! The battle between the two parties broke out again. Just as Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng were worried, a voice suddenly came from nearby. Guhai's wife? Heh, you do have some ability. Stop now. Otherwise, I'll kill Guhai immediately. A voice suddenly sounded. Huh? The people fighting in all directions suddenly turned their heads to look. They saw that Guhai's grave was already enveloped by a large area of spiderwebs. Heavenly Demon Ponzi? The unborn man said in a low voice. Old Six, you're finally here. Heavenly Demon Du Wan said in surprise. This woman is too powerful. Damn, Old Six, you deal with her. Old Eight said urgently. Countless spider webs enveloped the surroundings. A black-robed figure was standing on the spider webs. It was Heavenly Demon Ponzi. It's over. They called him Old Six. Old Six? Isn't that even more powerful? Gaochen said in despair. Husband. Long Wanqing was anxious. She didn't dare to attack with all her strength for fear of breaking the vases. Heavenly Demon Ponzi looked at the skeleton grave, as if she was going to attack at any time. Crash! But at this moment, the skeleton grave suddenly collapsed. From inside, a figure immediately stood up. It was precisely Guhai. Just as everyone was holding back Old Eight and Old Nine, Guhai finally completely erased the skeleton clone's recondensed consciousness. That skeleton clone was already formed. It was just that he had just cultivated a clone. Guhai was still not too familiar with it, and temporarily stored it in the Immortal Dome of Ancient. After storing the Immortal Dome of Ancient, Guhai stepped out. A large amount of withered bones scattered. Guhai was immediately exposed and saw everyone. Husband, master, Guhai. It was exceptionally happy to meet friends and family. Chapter 1040. Guhai stepped out of the skeleton graveyard. All of his friends and family had joy on their faces, but the three great Sky Fiends' expressions changed. Bone God was destroyed. Sky Fiend Du Wan suddenly cried out in alarm. Guhai. Celestial Fiend Ponzi was the closest. Her expression was even colder. Previously, in the infinite celestial capital, because she dealt with Guhai, she almost died under the lethal poison. This fear made Celestial Fiend Ponzi feel as if she was facing a great enemy. At the same time, she waved the surrounding spiderwebs. Immediately, waves of pink poison gas emerged, charging straight for Guhai. Your poison has already been figured out by Cien Air. Do you think that this poison can still hurt us? Guhai looked at Celestial Fiend Ponzi with a cold smile. However, nothing happened to Guhai as he stood in the poisonous gas. While reaching out, Guhai took out the life-punishing saber. Guhai, be careful! Long Wanqing immediately cried out worriedly. Guhai turned his head to look at Long Wanqing, revealing a trace of gentleness. Relax, I'm still fine. Take care of yourself. Long Wanqing nodded. Reaching out, even more Styx rivers strangled towards Old Eighth. On the other side, Kong Xian, Mosquito Dowren, and Dragon Godding suddenly pounced towards Celestial Fiend Du Wan. The great battle started once more. Guhai looked at Celestial Fiend Ponzi. Celestial Fiend poison gas did not achieve any effect. Reaching out, she waved. Boom! All around, rolling spider silk suddenly rolled up. Like a spider silk sea, it twisted towards Guhai. Zhou Tianjiu, Guhai shouted coldly. A blade slashed past. The rolling blade energy instantly chopped the entire spider silk sea in half, exploding in two directions. That torrential might of Zhou Tianjiu instantly arrived in front of Celestial Fiend Ponzi. What? Celestial Fiend Ponzi's expression changed, welcoming with a palm. Boom! The massive blade shattered a large expanse of the void. Celestial Fiend Ponzi's figure suddenly stopped. How do you have such great strength? Celestial Fiend Ponzi said in shock. This blade was actually evenly matched with Ponzi's Sky Fiend. Guhai waved his hand. Swoosh! All the skeletons were stored in the immortal dome of the ancients. Guhai did not waste words with Ponzi Heavenly Demon either. Stepping forward, he slashed down with a blade once more. Zhou Tian 9. Boom! Under the tremendous power, Ponzi Sky Fiend was immediately forced to take a step back. At the same time, she looked at Guhai in astonishment. Impossible! You haven't even reached the Great Circle. So how can you have such great power? In the past, didn't the Heavenly Cycle 9 need to mobilize the power of a dynasty before it can be accomplished? Ponzi Heavenly Demon said in shock. In the past, the foundation of Guhai's cultivation was so solid that even Long Zhonghua was ashamed of his inferiority. Every level of cultivation started with the perfect 3 souls. In the past, when he was at the 2nd level of Heavenly Palace, he already had the power of an ordinary 7th or 8th level of Heavenly Palace. Presently, it was at the 7th level of Heavenly Palace. It could be seen how great Guhai's strength was. Furthermore, what Guhai cultivated was not one kind of qi. At the beginning, he could not see through its mysteries. As the types of qi became more and more, Guhai discovered that the power they produced was not just superimposed, but a kind of sublimation. With each additional type of qi, the power rose more than tenfold. In the past, the Heavenly Cycle 9 needed to mobilize the power of a dynasty, and it would even harm the fleshy body. But now, slashing out the Heavenly Cycle 9 was like handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. The Heavenly Cycle 9 was able to injure Rokudo Shinkuin in the past. It already had the might of a great circle. At this moment, since Guhai identified Ponzi Heavenly Demon, he naturally did not waste his breath. Kill! Boom! Another blade, the Heavenly Cycle 9. Ponzi Heavenly Demon was immediately slashed, flying into the sky. Ponzi Heavenly Demon was the 6th, and in the past, Jiang Rulai was the 7th. Although he was stronger than Jiang Rulai, Guhai's explosive growth and cultivation was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Impossible. Ponzi Domain. Ponzi Heavenly Demon exclaimed. With a wave of his hand, boundless spiderwebs filled the surroundings. A domain formed by spiderwebs seemed to envelop all of Guhai's paths. However, when the Heavenly Cycle 9 appeared, it immediately formed a huge domain of saber qi. Around each of the 200 large-sized saber qis were 200 medium-sized saber qis. Around each medium-sized saber qis were 200 small-sized saber qis. Layer by layer, it was like the condensation of Guhai's 100,000 Go play when he advanced. When the saber qi domain appeared, all the spiderwebs were shredded into nothingness. The Heavenly Cycle 9 slashed at Ponzi Heavenly Demon again. Boom! After another heavy blow to Ponzi Heavenly Demon, the two immediately fought high up in the sky. This is the cultivation of a great circle consummation? It's nothing much. Guhai revealed a cold smile. The life-punishing saber in his hand continuously slashed, sending Ponzi Heavenly Demon flying backward again and again. Ponzi Heavenly Demon was stronger than Jiang Rulai. Her biggest reliance was poison. However, poison, it did not have the slightest effect on Guhai. Chun Xian had long been on guard against Ponzi Heavenly Demon. Naturally, she set things up for Guhai's body. Boom, 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 boom. Above the starry sky, Guhai and Ponzi, heavenly demon, fought along the way, shattering quite a few stars. For a moment, it was hard to tell who would come out on top. Guhai even had a slight advantage. Impossible, unless your cultivation of the gods is close to great circle consummation. Otherwise, it is impossible to have such a strong foundation strength. You, how big is your human soul? How big is your earthly soul? How big is your celestial soul? Ponzi, heavenly demon, said anxiously. Haven't you heard before? Guhai said with a cold smile. What? It looks like you did not investigate my information carefully. Huh. The leaders of all the major factions in the world should have information on me. I have a human soul of 495 meters. Guhai said coldly. That's right. What? Perfect human soul? Ponzi, heavenly demon, said in shock. Earthly soul, 64 meters. Celestial soul, 81 meters. Guhai said coldly. Boom. Under 9 cycles, Ponzi, heavenly demon's figure retreated once more. However, when she looked at Guhai now, it was like she had seen a ghost. Impossible. Perfect 3 souls? Only a great circle consummation person can do it. Furthermore, it is not an ordinary great circle consummation person. Only those great circle consummation deities can achieve perfect 3 souls. Why would you reach great circle consummation once you break through great circle consummation? I cultivated for 300,000 years and reincarnated 76 times, but I couldn't do it. Why you? How is it possible? Ponzi, heavenly demon, cried out in shock. Great circle consummation deities? Guhai's brows slightly furrowed. This was because in the battle between Chiyu and Matriarch Ji in the past, the two seemed to have mentioned that the two of them were great circle consummation deities. Furthermore, Guhai knew that Long Zhonghua was also great circle consummation deities. Even if you have a perfect human soul, I also won't let you become a great circle consummation cultivator. Because today, I'm going to kill you and eat your 3 souls. Perhaps it will be of great help to my cultivation. Ha ha ha. Ponzi, heavenly demon, laughed nastily. Kill me? You seem to be inferior to me right now, right? Guhai said with a cold smile. What do you know? Heh, great circle consummation cultivators can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Do you know what the power of heaven and earth is? Oh, perhaps the great circle consummation cultivators you encountered in the past were too weak. They simply weren't on the same level. I'll let you see what the power of heaven and earth is. Ponzi, heavenly demon, sneered. As she sneered, her figure suddenly swelled, instantly turning into a giant black spider that was 1,000 feet long. Once the 1,000 feet long spider appeared, strands of black chi emerged from behind it. The black chi soared into the sky, but it didn't spread out. Instead, it was like thin threads stirring up the void law. Buzz. Behind the 1,000 feet long spider, the illusory image of a large Tongtian tree appeared. When that large tree appeared, it seemed to carry a power that could destroy heaven and earth. As the large tree swayed, it seemed to draw endless power of heaven and earth through the black chi threads, pouring into the spider's body. The 1,000 feet long spider's body immediately grew in size again. Guhai could feel that the aura around this spider's body was expanding without limit. Its power was becoming stronger. This big tree that reaches the sky and roots the earth, is it a great Tao? Is it the laws of heaven and earth? Guhai's face sank. That's right, it's the laws of heaven and earth. Right now, I'm mobilizing the power of great Tao. The cultivation of old 8 and old 9 isn't enough to draw out an entire great Tao. Consummation deity sovereigns can directly mobilize an entire great Tao or even more. As for me, I am in the center. Although I have not reached the level of completely mobilizing a great Tao, I can still do so after paying a certain price. Great Tao energy, the world's great Tao, I can mobilize it. Amid the loud laughter, Guhai saw cracks appearing on the shell of the 1,000 feet long spider. Clearly, old 8's cultivation was still insufficient. Forcefully mobilizing a great Tao energy put too much of a burden on his body. However, even if he could, the continuously rising strength made Gu Hai's heart pound. Great Tao energy? When Gu Hai mobilized the Go Great Tao, he had always been successful against the corpse bug heavenly demon and the others. Now, although he did not know what Great Tao Ponzi heavenly demon mobilized, as long as it involved a Great Tao, its strength would be incredibly horrifying. 9 cycles. Gu Hai chopped down with his saber again. Boom! With the Great Tao energy, Ponzi heavenly demon spider claw actually blocked the life-punishing saber. My strength has not reached the limits yet. However, it has already increased by more than 5 times. Ha ha ha. You still want to use the 9 cycles? It's useless. All of your methods are useless, including that Go Tao ritual array of yours. They are all useless. This is because I'm also mobilizing Great Tao energy. The Great Tao is undefeatable. Prepare to die. Ponzi heavenly demon laughed sinisterly. You increased your strength by 5 times. This emperor understands. Since that is the case, take a look at this emperor's saber strike. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold as he chopped down with the saber again. When Shao Chun swung his saber, the surrounding domain of saber chi suddenly expanded by close to 100 times. This domain instantly enveloped the entire starry heavens. When this saber strike appeared, the image of a large tree suddenly appeared behind Gu Hai. The Go Great Tao is not a ritual array, but directly the Go Tao laws. How can you mobilize the Great Tao's might? You have not reached consummation cultivation yet. Ponzi heavenly demon suddenly exclaimed. 10 cycles. 10. Gu Hai chopped down with his saber. Boundless saber chi gathered, seeming to carry the strongest energy in the world. A small portion of the saber chi washed over Gu Hai's physical body. However, the impact made Gu Hai's body feel like it would fall apart. This saber strike drained Gu Hai's full power. It also tore open many internal injuries in Gu Hai's body. Right now, Gu Hai executed the strongest saber strike of the cycle saber technique for the first time after reaching the 7th layer of the Heavenly Palace. Furthermore, he barely managed to execute it. Even so, every layer of the cycle saber technique increased its might by 100 times. It made this saber strike seem like it could split the world. Buzz! The saber light flashed brightly, and the entire immortal flawed dome of heaven seemed to turn purple from this saber strike. No! Ponzi heavenly demon cried out. The battles in the surroundings paused. When this saber strike appeared, everyone felt a heavenly might descend. Everyone felt stifled in their hearts. They even felt fear. Ponzi heavenly demon did her best to block. A vast black hole immediately appeared in the boundless starry heavens, shattering several galaxies. Everyone felt like their hearts were being squeezed. It felt like a crack opened in the immortal dome of heaven. When the life-extinguishing saber struck, Ponzi heavenly demon's huge spider body suddenly exploded. Perhaps the Great Tao energy that Ponzi heavenly demon used to protect it did not turn it into dust. However, it instantly split in half. No! Old 8th and Old 9th cried out. Old 6th, who was stronger than them, got chopped in half by Gu Hai. The saber light slowly disappeared, and the void slowly returned to normal. There seemed to be an unrecoverable crack in the starry heavens. The 300-meter-long spider's body was split in half. Gu Hai's figure trembled. Bang! Large cracks appeared on Gu Hai's body, and large amounts of blood flowed out. The Cycle 10 was too much of a burden on Gu Hai. Shao Chen's heaven-replenishing energy surged out, healing his injuries. Gu Hai released a long breath and looked at the 2 halves of the spider corpse. Chapter 1041. The power of Zhou Tian 10 was too great. That most powerful coiling silk sky fiend was actually chopped into 2 halves by Gu Hai with 1 blade. Old 8 and Old 9 felt goosebumps all over their bodies. How is this possible? Your backing is dead. Let's see what else you can rely on. Roar. Kong Xian pounced on Old 9 again with a sinister expression. Mosquito Dowrin and Dragon God Ing also fought fiercely with Old 9 amidst their shock. Seeing Old 6 being cut in half, Old 9's battle strategy was also a little messed up. On the other side, Long Wanqing immediately felt relieved. She also attacked Old 8 with all her might, causing Old 8 to suffer even more injuries. Everyone saw Gu Hai's brilliance, but they did not know how much burden Gu Hai's previous slash carried. Perhaps he could only use the power of the Dahan under the heavens without hindrance. Now, just relying on himself, he suffered countless internal injuries. Fortunately, he had the power of heaven mending, which was rapidly mending his body. Ka. Suddenly, the two halves of the spider's body trembled. Gu Hai's expression changed abruptly. Not good. They want to merge? Gu Hai immediately rushed toward the two halves of the spider. Zhou Tian 10? Why didn't I know you had Zhou Tian 10? The two halves of the spider cried out in shock. Not dead. Gao Chen cried out in shock from afar. Gu Hai once again stepped forward with his saber. Zhou Tian not. Boom. Under the heavy attack, the two halves of the spider were immediately forced back, unable to merge. However, at this moment, perhaps it was frightened by Zhou Tian 10. It turned around and shot into the distance. In the distance, Old 9 still had the upper hand. The two halves of the spider quickly shot toward Old 9. Gu Hai naturally chased closely. Even if his body was injured, he had to endure. Otherwise, once the two halves of the celestial demon merged, he would be in trouble. Old 6, you're still alive? Old 9 was pleasantly surprised. However, in the next moment, Old 9th was alarmed. You lured Gu Hai to me? The might of Gu Hai's 10 cycles had left a deep impression on OL 9. Only Old 6 could survive that terrifying attack. If it had been him, he would have definitely died. Gu Hai won't be able to slash out the 10 cycles. Stop him and allow me to restore my body. Watch me crush Gu Hai into pieces. The two halves of the spider roared at the same time. What? Old 9th was startled. But Gu Hai's expression fell. His injuries were seen through by Ponzi Heavenly Fiend. Stop him. The two halves of the spider roared. Good. Old 9th roared. Despite being hit by Kong Xian's 6-color divine light, he instantly pounced on Gu Hai. On the other side, Mosquito Dowren and Dragon Godding knew that things weren't going well and immediately pounced on the two halves of the spider. Boom. Boom. Even though the two halves of the spider were heavily injured, it was still not something that Mosquito Dowren and Dragon God Ink could handle. With a wave of its claws, the two were sent flying. Old 9 threw himself at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's complexion sunk. He knew that this was a moment of crisis. Once he gave Ponzi, Celestial Devil a chance to catch her breath, all their previous efforts would be for naught. Gu Hai prepared to die. Old 9th waved his palm, and the sky full of azaleas whistled towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai was currently suffering from countless internal injuries. He could no longer use the 10th cycle, although the 9th cycle could still resist the 9th cycle. Every time he used it, his injuries would worsen. Just as the azaleas, that sky full of azaleas, transformed into an earth-shattering palm, Gu Hai suddenly paused. He waved his hand. Who? A black-robed man stepped out from the Immortal Dome. It was the skeleton clone formed by the Life Ender Saber that walked out. This skeleton clone had just been refined and was still not familiar with its body strength. Hence, it was sent into the Immortal Dome and came out after a short time. This was because several days had already passed in the Immortal Dome. Gu Hai was already familiar with this additional clone. When the skeleton clone stepped out, it gave off a sinister aura that made everyone's hearts tremble. Here, take the Life Slayer's saber. Gu Hai cut his skin. A crimson saber immediately rushed out of his blood vessel. The black-robed Gu Hai skeleton clone reached out and grabbed the Life Slayer saber. 9th cycle. Old 9th cycle instantly executed the 9th cycle. Boom! The palm full of azaleas suddenly exploded. The Life Slayer saber carried an indomitable might as it turned into a beam of scarlet light and instantly arrived before Old 9th. When the Life Slayer saber slashed out, a scarlet light soared into the sky. The scarlet light seemed to contain an illusion of hell. In the dreamland, all the people who were killed were reduced to white bones. It was like Old 9th. When he saw himself being killed in the illusion, he turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. Old 9th immediately showed a panicked expression. However, this momentary panic was incomparably fatal. Boom! The Life Slayer saber instantly chopped off most of Old Ninth's shoulder. At the same time, black fog and scarlet mist appeared around the Life Slayer saber. Countless small skulls and evil spirits seemed to be gnawing at Old Ninth's flesh. Old Ninth screamed miserably. Old Ninth's right arm went flying. At the same time, a large amount of blood was drained. After the skeleton clone executed the saber strike, it instantly chased after the two halves of the spider. It executed the ninth cycle again. Old Ninth's spider body, which had just recovered, was cut in half again. If not for the great Tao energy protecting Old Ninth, this saber strike would have cut off a large piece of flesh. What? It's also the ninth cycle? The coiling life demon exclaimed. On the other side, Old Ninth's arm was chopped off by the skeleton clone, which cut off a large piece of flesh. Roar! Suddenly, a huge peacock flew over and swallowed Old Ninth's severed arm in one gulp. No! Old Ninth desperately tried to break free. There's no great Tao energy in my stomach. Refine! Kong Xian shouted excitedly. Boom, boom, boom. Rumbling sounds came from Kong Xian's stomach. Kong Xian's face immediately turned ugly. Quick, mosquito Daoran, dragon shinnying, help me. I need energy. Inject your energy into me so that I can refine the Azalea demon. Kong Xian exclaimed. All right. The two immediately jumped onto the back of the peacock and clapped their hands on Kong Xian's back, injecting energy into him. Kong Xian desperately tried to refine the thing in his stomach. Guhai waved his hand. Whoosh! Kong Xian led Dragon, Shinnying, and Mosquito Daoran into the celestial dome of ancients. One day in the outside world was 10 years in the celestial dome of ancients. Let's slowly refine there. Guhai, on the other hand, walked toward the two halves of the spider. The skeleton doppelganger used the life-slaying saber, producing a destructive effect. Although it was not as powerful as the 10 cycles, the 9 cycles was stronger under the enhancement of the life-slaying saber's illusion. No. The two halves of the spider shouted angrily. At this moment, Guhai's main body also arrived. However, he did not participate in the battle. He only supported the skeleton doppelganger to prevent celestial demon Ponzi from escaping. For a moment, the sky was filled with rumbling sounds. The battle on Long Wanching's side was also about to end. The unborn man looked at Guhai in shock. How is this possible? I know all about Guhai's background. Where did that black-robed man come from? The aura of a skeleton ghost? 9 cycles? Not everyone can use that. The unborn man clenched his fists. This stupid spider is so hard to kill, Gauchin said in shock. The battle in the sky continued for a while. There was still no victor. Phew! The exit of the celestial dome of the ancients opened again. Kong Xian and the other two came out again. Kong Xian's body was emitting a red light. Kong Xian, have you broken through? Guhai's main body asked from afar. I've already refined Celestial Demon Du-Wan. However, I'm still lacking. It's not enough. Kong Xian said gloomily. Kong Xian, you want to eat a great perfection stage cultivator to break through? Long Wanqing, who was at the Netherworld River, suddenly shouted. Yes, Empress. Kong Xian answered immediately. Coincidentally, this old 8 is about to die. I won't kill him. You can eat him. Long Wanqing said. Happiness came too suddenly. Kong Xian was very grateful. Thank you, Empress. Thank you, Empress. Old 8 is about to die. The two halves of the spider suddenly trembled. He was blocked by the black-robed man. If this dragged on, he would die. Explode. The two halves of the spider suddenly roared loudly. Boom! Boom! The two halves of the spider suddenly exploded with a huge energy wave and knocked the skeleton clone away. Of course, the price of the sudden explosion of energy was that the spider's body cracked again. However, the price was worth it. After knocking the skeleton clone away, he could escape. The two halves of the spider immediately split into two. Whoosh! Whoosh! They turned into flowing lights and shot in two different directions. Even Gu Hai's main body could not keep up with the speed of a great perfection stage cultivator from Heavenly Palace fleeing aimlessly, especially now that he was severely injured. The skeleton clone caught up with the other half of the spider in an instant. Zhou Tianjiu. The skeleton clone slashed down. Boom! The escaping half of the spider was instantly blasted back. The explosion of energy just now had overloaded the injuries all over his body. Now that he was slashed again, a huge crack appeared on his body. He was extremely weak. Kong Xian, swallow. Gu Hai's main body ordered. Screech. Kong Xian immediately pounced on the heavily injured half of the spider. Whoosh! He swallowed it in one gulp. After swallowing it, Kong Xian's stomach rumbled again. Mosquito Daoran, please help me again. This half of the spider is more powerful than the Duan demon just now. However, I have improved a lot just now. One person is enough. Kong Xian was in pain, but happy at the same time. It was a huge blessing, but it did not disappear. It was a huge sorrow. Fortunately, there was someone to help him, and he could also subdue this half of the spider. All right. Once again, Gu Hai waved his hand and sent the two of them into the immortal dome of antiquity. The other half of the spider had already escaped to the horizon. Your Majesty, the other half of the Ponzi demon escaped? Dragon Shining asked anxiously. It can't escape. Gu Hai's main body said indifferently. As he spoke, the skeleton clone in black robes flashed and chased after the other half of the spider. Even the two halves of the spider were not a match for the skeleton clone, let alone the other half of the spider. In an instant, the skeleton clone and the other half of the spider disappeared into the horizon. On Long Wanqing's side, she had severely injured Old 8 to the point that he was on the verge of death. After waiting for a while, Gu Hai waved his hand. Swish! Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran appeared again. Kong Xian had not broken through yet. Kong Xian was depressed. Your Majesty, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Kong Xian, catch! Long Wanqing shouted. Boom! Suddenly, the heavily injured Old 8 was thrown over. Thank you, Empress. Thank you, Empress. Kong Xian said excitedly. He opened his mouth and swallowed the heavily injured Old 8 into his stomach. Rumble. Old 8 hit Kong Xian's stomach heavily, but Kong Xian's face was cold. This time, I alone am enough, Kong Xian said. After saying that, Kong Xian sat down cross-legged. His body emitted bursts of green light. Gu Hai and the others waited patiently for a while, but they saw that behind Kong Xian, there was a sudden burst of light. In the light, there seemed to be a six-colored rainbow rushing to the sky. Wong. The six-colored rainbow seemed to be connected with a looming shadow of a big tree. Tong Tian was extremely vast. Boom! The last loud sound was heard. With Kong Xian as the center, a superstorm broke out. The storm stirred up the void, and the void shook violently. Kong Xian opened his eyes. Wong. Two rays of seven-color divine light shot out from his eyes. The divine light rushed to the sky and shot into the sea of stars. Phew! Kong Xian trembled slightly with excitement. He quickly got up and bowed to Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God, and gratefully, I have reached the peak of the Heavenly Palace and sensed the existence of the Heavenly Tao. Thank you, Your Majesty and Empress. Peak. Mosquito Daoran was envious. Congratulations, Master Kong. Dragon Godding took a deep breath and said enviously. Chapter 1042. Gu Hai looked at the Tongtian tree behind Kong Xian. Great Tao. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yes, Your Majesty. I have already sensed a great Tao of heaven and earth. However, I can only use a little of its power. Even so, it is much more powerful than before. Kong Xian explained. Oh, you can sense a great Tao and use it? Gu Hai frowned slightly as he thought about the reason. Long Wanqing stepped forward and said, I heard one you say that when you cultivate to the great perfection realm, your physical body will become a Tao body. Because of the Tao body, you can sense the corresponding great Tao. What is a Tao body? Gu Hai was puzzled. I'm not sure. I heard one you say that it is similar to the manifestation of a physical body. It can be consistent with a certain great Tao. Long Wanqing explained. Same frequency, resonance? Gu Hai's expression changed instantly. The great Tao of heaven and earth has a special frequency of vibration. The Tao body was to cultivate the physical body to the same frequency, then form resonance and use the power of the great Tao. This subject feels that only when the three spiritual souls have completely achieved the perfect three spiritual souls, like your majesty, can one completely grasp a great Tao. Kong Xian analyzed. That is called Great Perfection Realm. Mosquito Daoran said with jealousy. Gu Hai nodded and said, since that is the case, then properly cultivate. Find a way to reach Great Perfection Realm as soon as possible. Yes, Kong Xian answered. No matter what, Kong Xian's achievement of Great Perfection Realm was a huge help to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty's strength would be stronger. Wanqing, I have kept you waiting all these years. Gu Hai held Long Wanqing's hand and said with guilt in his eyes. Wanqing is already very happy that my husband can come. Long Wanqing also said softly. It was not appropriate for the others to interrupt. They all turned their heads and pretended not to see anything. Master, I, Gaochen, am very touched that you came to save me. Gaochen wants to write a song for you. Gaochen's shout immediately disrupted the beautiful atmosphere of the couple's reunion. Mr. Good, I haven't seen you in a few years. Your cultivation has improved a lot. You're amazing, Chang Sheng said anxiously. That's right. Do you have any ideas to increase our strength? The kind where you don't need to suffer hardships to improve your cultivation. Ziwei also asked anxiously. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Every time I improve, I break through at the edge of life and death. Ziwei's face stiffened. The brink of life and death. Forget it. This is good. Chang Sheng shook his head. When the unborn man flew over, he looked deeply at Kong Xian. Kong Xian was also at the Great Fulfillment Realm. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty's strength was growing too fast. Husband, I heard from Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing that you fought with the Bone God? Long Wanqing asked. Although there were a lot of husband and wife whispers to each other, Long Wanqing could not bring herself to say in front of so many people. She could only go back to the previous topic. That's right. It has been destroyed. Oh no. Gu Hai's face suddenly darkened. What's wrong? Long Wanqing was puzzled. Wan Yu is in danger. Before the Bone God was destroyed, he cursed himself and sent a message to the Immortal of Six Paths. He asked the Immortal of Six Paths to come to the flawed, celestial dome. Gu Hai said, What? Everyone's expression changed. The Immortal of Six Paths? When the Immortal of Six Paths came and found Wan Yu, he would have destroyed her immediately. Your Majesty, why didn't you stop him? The unborn man anxiously blamed Gu Hai. It's not your fault. You just watched. If you had acted earlier, this would not have happened. Long Wanqing looked angrily at the unborn man. Let's go. We're going back now. The unborn man could only shout gloomily. Whoosh! Everyone instantly flew into the distance. While flying, Gaochen asked curiously, Master, where are the countless skeleton race members? They are in the Immortal of Ancient Dome. Don't worry. Gu Hai shook his head. Immortal of Ancient Dome? Gaochen was slightly stunned. Gu Hai did not explain further. It didn't take long before they arrived at a white cloud. Wan Yu is in there. Long Wanqing explained. Time is of the essence. Let's go in quickly. The unborn man said anxiously. Wait. Gu Hai suddenly stopped everyone. What's wrong? Everyone looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Was there a battle recently? Gu Hai asked in confusion. No, this place is peaceful. It has been a long time since outsiders came here. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai pointed at a few mountains below. Everyone looked down. He saw that the mountains were charred black, as if they had just been burned not long ago. Is this Mao Tianyun's fire? Ziwei stared. Maybe that darn cat set the fire for fun. Gaochen said. Long Wanqing shook her head and said with a frown, Although Mao Tianyun is a little capricious sometimes, he won't make a mistake when it comes to major issues. It's also impossible for him to wreak havoc outside goddess Ho-Tu's array. Are you saying that the fire was not set by Mao Tianyin? Gu Hai's face darkened. Mosquito Daoran waved his hand, and a large number of mosquitoes swarmed into the charred land. They searched carefully for a while. Your Majesty, there is still a faint smell of fire in the charred land. Although the fire has been put out, it should have been put out not long ago. Mosquito Daoran explained. Did something happen inside? The unborn man's face changed. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry came from the white cloud. Everyone was stunned. Mao Tianyun walked out of the white cloud. I was the one who set the fire. Is there any meaning in your analysis? When I excrete feces, do you want to study it? Mao Tianyun said in annoyance. Everyone's face stiffened. The unborn man immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Long Wanqing also smiled bitterly, as if she was ashamed of her earlier suspicion. Only Gu Hai did not relax his brows. He looked at Mao Tianyun in confusion. Have you dealt with the celestial demon? That was fast, Mao Tianyun said with a smile. Huh? How did you know it was the celestial demon? Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows. When Mao Tianyun was called back by Ho Qing, Long Wanqing could tell that Mao Tianyun should not have known about the celestial demon's ambush. But now Mao Tianyun said it out loud. Mao Tianyun panicked slightly. Then he smiled coldly and said, I don't know how to see with my eyes. Do you think that with my strength, I could not see the battle just now? Long Wanqing was relieved. However, Gu Hai felt that Mao Tianyun was getting weirder and weirder. Let's go. Let's go in, the unborn man said. This was a large array in the clouds. There seemed to be a small space inside. Gu Hai could see that there were some Go Dao arrays in this space. However, this Go Dao array was not as good as his. The group immediately entered. There were many palaces in the small space. Divine power of faith gathered in the air. It seemed to come from all directions and slowly gathered in the central main palace. Heaven's Palace. A large number of guards stood at the entrance of Heaven's Palace, ready for battle. Huh? What's going on? When I left, weren't all the guards cultivating in their own palaces? Why did they come out together? Long Wanqing asked with a frown. When you left, Long Wanyu came out once. She said that she was going to cultivate in seclusion and that no one was to disturb her. She asked us to stand guard outside and not get close. Mao Tianyun explained. What? Cultivate in seclusion? Not now. How can she cultivate in seclusion now? I want to see Wanyu. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Immortal Six Paths received the news. Although he was not sure if she would come, Wanyu would be in trouble. Whoosh! Mao Tianyun suddenly stood in front of Long Wanqing and said, Long Wanyu said that no one is to disturb her. Even if the sky falls, no one is to get close. I am her sister. Long Wanqing said angrily. I'm sorry. We are also waiting for her orders. Mao Tianyun shook his head. Get out of the way. Long Wanqing glared at him. At this moment, Ho Qing stepped forward and said, Long Wanqing, although Long Wanyu is your sister, she is also the reincarnation of heaven. At this moment, her cultivation has reached a critical juncture. My sister said that once you get close, you will cause irreparable harm to Long Wanyu. So, if you care about your sister, please stand guard for her with us. Ho Qing also stood in front of them. Irreparable harm? What's going on? What are Wanyu and Goddess Hut doing inside? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. I'm not sure, but please believe in my sister, Ho Qing said solemnly. Long Wanqing was confused and looked at Gu Hai. Calling out Long Wanyu might not work. If the immortal of the Six Paths came, no one would be able to escape. The unborn man also looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at all the guards and frowned. Finally, he said, All right, let's wait for a while. Everyone nodded. Although Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing were on guard against Gu Hai and the others, they did not stop Gu Hai and let him land in a pavilion. I feel that the cat was acting weird just now. Ziwei was confused. Me too. In the past, it would slack off whenever it could. Why would it stand in front of us? Chongqing asked curiously. That damn cat even dares to stop my master. Does it know the relationship between Long Wanyu and my master? Gauchen was also depressed. Only Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the hall. Gauchen, back then, you and Mu Chenfeng's rumbling sky camp entered the netherworld together. Where is Mu Chenfeng's rumbling sky camp? Gu Hai was confused. He's cultivating in that palace over there. Gauchen pointed at one of the palaces. Bring them all here. Gu Hai said. Yes. Gauchen nodded. Soon, Mu Chenfeng walked over from a large hall in the distance. Where are the others? Gu Hai was confused. I don't know. They are not here. Gauchen shook his head. Mu Chenfeng stepped forward and bowed happily. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Hearing Mu Chenfeng's greeting, the others did not take it seriously. Only Gu Hai's pupils suddenly shrank, because Mu Chenfeng usually only called him Hall Master. Hall Master of the first-class hall, not His Majesty. This person is not Mu Chenfeng. Chapter 1043. When Gu Hai was dealing with the Bone God's head, Ho Qing discovered Ponzi Sky Fiend and the other two. He wanted to use them to kill Gu Hai, so he left the battlefield with Mao Tianyun. Ho Qing discovered Ponzi Sky Fiend and the other two, but he didn't notice 50 white-robed men standing in a village far away. The leader was the minister sent by Matriarch Ji Dahong. Ho Qing didn't notice because the 50 of them blended in perfectly with the village. It was as though they were a part of the village, and no one would notice anything unusual. Ho Qing left with Mao Tianyun. The leader, Dahong, squinted his eyes. This is getting more and more interesting. This flawed immortal dome? What are Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun doing here? And that Gauchen. No wonder Gu Hai wants to come. My lord, Sky Fiend Du Wan and Ponzi Sky Fiend are over there. Gu Hai is dead for sure. A subordinate laughed. Dahong nodded. Let's go take a look. Look? What are we looking at? Are we not going to kill Gu Hai? The subordinate asked curiously. 3 perfected earthly immortals can't kill Gu Hai? Isn't the heavenly demon Holy Land a joke? I have a feeling that this group of people has a huge secret in the flawed immortal dome. We have to follow them. Let's go. Dahong said. Yes. The 50 of them immediately followed Dahong and quietly tailed Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing. Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun didn't notice. They chased until they reached the land of clouds where the Hall of Heavens was. They have entered, a subordinate said in surprise. Dahong's eyes suddenly glowed red. He seemed to have seen something different. My lord, are we going in? A subordinate asked. The power of faith? The people of this world worship Rokudo Shinkuin crazily. All living beings worship him, and the power of faith produced is extremely vast. A portion of the power of faith is gathered in the statues of Rokudo Shinkuin in the various sections. However, the majority of the power of faith is directed here. The power of faith filled the sky. Dahong said in surprise. Oh, everyone was slightly stunned, following which everyone followed Dahong's example. Their eyes instantly emitted a large amount of red light as they looked at the fearful power of faith coming from all directions. It was like the water of the sea pouring into a hole in the eye of the sea. So much power of faith. Compared to the 800,000 years of faith that Tai Chu had the angels gather, it's far inferior. A subordinate said, was the faith of the flawed, immortal firmament deliberately guided by someone? Dahong's expression changed. Deliberately leading? The creatures in the immortal flawed dome are the descendants of Rokudo Shinkuin's divine heaven sect disciples. They worship Rokudo Shinkuin. If we guide them, all the creatures in the world will worship him. Anyone who doesn't believe in him will be considered a heretic, and we will kill them with full force, said one of the subordinates. That's right, Yang Qi said. Someone's been collecting faith power for 800,000 years. All of the faith power of all living beings has been gathered here. At the very most, some of it will be left in the statues of the various sects and clans. Most of the power of faith has entered here. Dahong's expression froze. Is it Rokudo Shinkuin? The subordinates asked worriedly. No, the people in the flawed immortal firmament don't know about this place. That means it's not Rokudo Shinkuin, Dahong said in a low voice. If it's not Rokudo Shinkuin, then it could be. If I'm not wrong, it should be Goddess Hutu, Dahong said in a low voice. Goddess Hutu? That's right. 800,000 years ago, after the heaven-defying battle, Hutu has been hiding in the netherworld. Although she has a few residences, she doesn't stay there for long. There's Ho Ching and Mao Tianyan here. Huh, that explains everything. It's Hutu. She's here to trick all the creatures in the world into believing in Rokudo Shinkoin. Meanwhile, she's secretly taking all the power of faith for herself. But how did she do it? A subordinate asked in surprise. Sinyuan, Dahong said in a low voice. Sinyuan? Everyone's eyes narrowed, and their breathing quickened. Everyone knew that Sinyuan was the only immortal in heaven back then. He ruled the entire world, and the laws of heaven and earth were at his disposal. After that, Rokudo Shinkoin tricked him out of heaven and earth and was killed by Rokudo Shinkoin. Rokudo Shinkoin obtained Sinyuan. When he returned to heaven and earth, Rokudo Shinkoin became the only immortal. Whoever obtained Sinyuan would obtain the immortal firmament. From then on, he would become an immortal and live forever. All lives would be subdued. If Sun Yuan had the flawed immortal firmament, he could indeed collect most of the power of faith. A subordinate said in shock. However, my lord, this flawed immortal firmament should have a huge flaw. It could collapse at any time. Another subordinate said worriedly. Hell, what do you know? Sun Yuan, heaven trusted Rokudo Shinkoin very much back then and helped Rokudo Shinkoin create a new immortal firmament. Therefore, the 3,000 great Tao of heaven and earth must have been recorded in Sinyuan here. In other words, there are records of the 3,000 great Tao in Sinyuan here. Even if it's not complete, it's not far from it. Dahong said excitedly. Records of the 3,000 great Tao? Heaven imitates the great Tao of heaven and earth in our world. Once it's obtained by the great Yellow Dynasty. A subordinate said in shock. This is a peerless heavenly art. If the great Yellow Dynasty obtains the records of the 3,000 great Tao, His Holiness will replace the immortal of 6 paths. There's a high chance of that happening. Dahong said excitedly. We must obtain the flawed, immortal firmaments Sinyuan. A group of subordinates said excitedly. That's right. Even if we don't kill Gu Hai, we must obtain this Sinyuan. Whether the great Yellow Dynasty can suppress the world and dominate both the Yin and Yang realms will depend on this. Dahong gritted his teeth and said, Yes. The 50 people answered immediately. Swish. However, at this moment, within the white clouds, Long Wanqing brought Zhuwei and Chang Sheng and flew towards the battlefield in the distant ancient sea. Long Wanqing? Ignore them. Let's go. Dahong said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone answered. The 50 people soared into the sky and arrived at the white cloud in the blink of an eye. They began to study the entrance. Near the Hall of Heavens, Mao Tianyan was looking gloomily at Mu Chanfeng leading a group of elite Hall's rumbling sky camp disciples. Senior, did Hall leader really come? Where is she? Can you tell me? Mu Chanfeng asked anxiously. Meow. I don't know. Mao Tianyan was still throwing a tantrum. Senior, we've been obedient to you all these years. We're really excited that the hall leader is here. Please tell us. Mu Chanfeng pleaded. Senior, please tell us, the elite hall disciple said excitedly. Mao Tianyan looked at the crowd and felt uncomfortable. Is Gu Hai that good? Are all of you looking forward to him? However, these elite hall disciples did help Mao Tianyan resolve his loneliness over the years. Hutu, Long Wanqing, and the unborn man were too serious and could not play with him. Ho Ching? He was too gloomy. Mao Tianyan did not like to play with him. Ziwei, Chang Sheng, and Gaochen? Mao Tianyan did not know how those 3 reincarnated. They were all weirdos. After suffering a few losses at Mao Tianyan's hands, they stopped chatting with him. Fortunately, these elite hall disciples were more normal. When Mao Tianyan went out to catch fish, they accompanied him. When Mao Tianyan went out to hunt, they helped him with the sky-piercing cannon. They were also obedient. Now that they were begging him, Mao Tianyan's heart softened. Gu Hai and the others are very far away. It will take you a long time. When you are halfway there, Long Wanqi might have brought them back. Mao Tianyun advised. Then we'll wait and watch from the outside. Mu Chenfeng was still looking forward to it. That's right. Senior, just give us a direction. We will look there. The elite hall disciples said excitedly. All right, a little to the east. Go and wait there. Mao Tianyun said gloomily. Okay, thank you, Senior. Everyone was pleasantly surprised and quickly rushed to the outside of the small space. Seeing this group of people leave happily, Mao Tianyun frowned. Did I go overboard? Looking in the direction where Ho Ching was, Mao Tianyun's face darkened. It's that bastard Ho Ching's fault. I shouldn't have bothered with him. Forget it. I will be a good cat until the end. I will bring this group of brats to Guhai. At that time, Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changshan will have no reason to scold me. Mao Tianyun immediately thought through everything. Immediately, Mao Tianyun flew to the exit. However, once he was out of the white clouds, rumble. A series of loud sounds rang out. Ah, ah, ah. The group of people who had flown out impatiently just a moment ago were all blasted apart by the group of white-robed experts. No, only Mu Chenfeng barely managed to escape. She looked desperate. Meow. How dare you? Mao Tianyun's hair stood on end. A monstrous rage instantly rushed to his head. This group of people were his only friends, and they were actually killed. They were killed. In an instant, the sky was filled with flames. A mountain below was engulfed in flames and started burning. A fire dragon head rushed toward the group of white-clothed people. This group of white-clothed people was naturally Dahong and his group. A group of people who suddenly came out wanted to go back when they saw them. Go back. How could they let them pass the message? Kill. In an instant, the elite hall disciples couldn't escape from the clutches of Dahong and his group. They were all killed in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, Mao Tianyun came out. Kill them all. I will deal with this cat. Dahong stared. Buzz. His red eyes looked at Mao Tianyun's eyes. Mao Tianyun also stared into Dahong's eyes. Under this stare, Mao Tianyun suddenly fell into a trance. In a trance, the flames around him suddenly dissipated. Meow. You want to control my mind? Meow. This is impossible. This is the secret technique of the ancient sorcerer tribe. This isn't. Mao Tianyun exclaimed in shock. However, Mao Tianyun's eyes slowly lost focus. As they lost focus, they gradually became hollow. Then he stopped struggling. Buzz. Mao Tianyun's eyes narrowed and returned to normal. However, at this moment, Mao Tianyun was extremely respectful towards Dahong. Greetings, master. Mao Tianyun actually knelt down. Ancient sorcerer tribe, one of the 5 main tribes. Mind control. This is what His Holiness just extracted from the Divine Path Sorcerer Book. It is really powerful. However, you have consumed a lot of my divine power. Dahong sneered. Sir, don't worry. Even if there are other people inside, we can still control them. The group of subordinates immediately shouted. As for Mu Chenfeng, who was the only one alive, she was controlled by a white-clothed subordinate. All right, Mao Tianyun. Now, bring us in and control everyone. Dahong said coldly. Yes. Mao Tianyun said respectfully. Chapter 1044. Mao Tianyun was being controlled. Mu Chenfeng was also being controlled. With Mao Tianyun leading the way, Dahong and the other 50 people swaggered into the small space within the palace. The people in the surrounding palaces were curious, but Mao Tianyun didn't care. He led the 50 people to a large hall. The door of the large hall was closed. In just a short while, Kwang. The door of the large hall opened again, and Mao Tianyun led the 50 people in white robes out. At the same time, a large number of internal guards followed them out respectfully. The group of guards led the 50 people in white robes and spread out. Not long after, all the guards in this small space were under the control of their hearts. After everyone was controlled, Dahong led the 50 people in white robes to the large hall where Ho Ching was. Kwang. He pushed open the door of the large hall. What are you doing? Ho Ching was furious. Ho Ching, I have something to ask you. Mao Tianyun shouted coldly. If you have something to ask me, don't you know how to knock? Mao Tianyun? Who are they? Ho Ching looked at Mao Tianyun in confusion. He then looked at the group of people in white robes. Look at his eyes, and you will know. Mao Tianyun shouted. Ho Ching didn't react and looked at De Hong's eyes instinctively. De Hong's eyes were red, and Ho Ching was in a daze. Oh no, mind control? That's impossible. It has long been lost. Could it be Jiang Lianshan's Divine Path Sorcerer's Code? Ho Ching shouted as he struggled. Whoosh! Mao Tianyun immediately used the law of fire to trap Ho Ching. If it were any other time, Ho Ching would be able to break free. However, his mind was restrained, and he couldn't move. Come together, De Hong shouted. Yes. The 50 people in white robes stared at Ho Ching with red eyes. You. Ho Ching was furious. You are indeed a wind zombie ancestor. You can resist my mind control. However, you won't be able to hold on for long. De Hong said coldly. Sister, come out. Ho Ching shouted in a daze. It's useless. We have already set up an array formation outside your hall. Your voice won't be heard. De Hong said coldly. With Mao Tianyun's help, Ho Ching's pupils dilated after a while. Then, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Greetings, master, Ho Ching said respectfully. Okay, De Hong nodded. The entire small space was under De Hong's control. Next would be the Heavenly Hall. Are Ho Tu and Long Wanyu inside? De Hong looked at Ho Ching and Mao Tianyun. Yes. The two nodded. What's inside? De Hong asked. I don't know. Ho Tu never let us in. Mao Tianyun shook his head. Everyone shook their heads. My lord, all the power of faith in the surroundings is pouring into the Heaven's Palace. Sun Yuan is definitely inside, a white-robed subordinate said in a deep voice. De Hong nodded. A group of people slowly surrounded the Heavenly Palace. Looking at the hall in front of him, De Hong gave Ho Ching a look. Ho Ching nodded and stepped forward. Kwong. Ho Ching immediately opened the door. Who is it? Didn't I say that no one is allowed to enter without my permission? A cold female voice sounded from within the hall. Sister, there's an urgent matter. Ho Ching shouted. Stop right there. You're not allowed to enter. Goddess Ho Tu said coldly. De Hong looked inside. The interior of the hall was a smaller space. Around the space, there were small floating islands. They surrounded the space in the hall. In the center of the space in the hall was a platform. At the top of the platform was a small ball emitting white light. The small ball emitted a hazy fog that made one's mind waver. Sun Yuan? De Hong instantly confirmed what the small white ball was. His face lit up. Around Sun Yuan, the power of faith was being drawn. As it was being drawn, the power of faith was being channeled into a humongous object below. It was a golden dragon that exuded a boundless, noble aura. It seemed to be dead as it crawled in the void and absorbed the endless power of faith. It wasn't a golden dragon of destiny, but a real golden dragon. However, some parts of the golden dragon were illusory, as if it was absorbing the power of faith to repair its physical body. His Majesty mentioned that the previous generation's firmament was a golden dragon. Is this Heaven's corpse? That's not right. Heaven was killed by the Six Paths back then and was smashed into pieces. Is he using the power of faith to revive himself? Goddess Ho Tu was Heaven's subordinate in the past. She has been collecting the power of faith for 800,000 years to revive Heaven and rebuild his physical body. De Hong's pupils suddenly constricted as he understood everything. On the golden dragon's head, there was a woman sitting cross-legged. She was Long Wanyu. Long Wanyu had her eyes closed as if she was meditating. De Hong didn't care about Long Wanyu. His focus was on the beautiful woman in a gorgeous black robe on the platform. She was none other than Goddess Ho. Tuesday De Hong saw Goddess Ho Tu, and Goddess Ho Tu also saw everything outside the hall. When De Hong and his group appeared, Goddess Ho Tu's pupils constricted. Ho Ching, Mao Tianyun, what are you doing? Who are they? Are you trying to rebel? Goddess Ho Tu said with a cold expression. Rebel? Ha ha. Goddess Ho Tu, you're the one who wants to rebel, right? The world belongs to the Six Paths now. Aren't you rebelling by reviving Heaven here? De Hong sneered. As he spoke, he was about to step into the hall with a group of white-robed men. Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun followed closely behind with a respectful expression. Are you crazy? Why are you listening to him? No, you're being controlled. Are you being controlled? Goddess Ho Tu's expression changed. Goddess Ho Tu is knowledgeable. Why don't you take a look at who I am? Dahong laughed. As he laughed, Dahong's eyes turned red. As long as Goddess Ho Tu stared at his eyes, he would immediately capture her mind and make her at his mercy. Since Goddess Ho Tu knew that he was being controlled, she naturally wouldn't fall for it. She waved her hand. Boom! Instantly, countless small floating islands started to revolve around the space inside the hall. Rolling fog rose as Goddess Ho Tu set up an array formation. Humph! What kind of array formation can you set up in such a small place? Mao Tianyun, break it, Dahong said coldly. Meow. Boom. All of a sudden, scorching flames surged directly into the hall, causing the surrounding space to tremor violently, as well as countless clouds of mist to tremor. Remove the fog, and let me see Goddess Ho Tuesday Humph. Let's see how he can escape from our eyes. Dahong said coldly. Yes. Mao Tianyun shouted. At this moment, Hong. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and the entire space outside the Hall of Heaven shook. What's going on? Dahong said in shock. It's the sound outside. I'll go take a look. Ho Qing immediately flew out of the small space. Soon, Ho Qing flew back. Not good, master. The loud sound was Gu Hai's saber slashing heavenly demon Ponzi in half. Furthermore, Long Wanqing is suppressing Old 8 of the heavenly demon sacred ground. Kong Xian and the rest are holding Old 9 back. Ho Qing said anxiously. Gu Hai. Humph, what an annoying thing. Dahong's face darkened. Long Wanqing went to fetch them. Gu Hai should be back soon. Mao Tianyun explained. Dahong's eyes were filled with uncertainty. All of you stand guard outside. Don't let anyone come close. Dahong said in a low voice. Yes, Mao Tianyun answered. Dahong led 50 white-robed men into the hall. Creak. The doors of the hall closed. Mao Tianyun, Ho Qing, and the rest stood guard outside. Mind manipulation wasn't as simple as a puppet without intelligence. It had its own intelligence and quickly dealt with the surroundings. They were waiting for Gu Hai to return. Indeed, after a while, Gu Hai and the rest arrived. Mao Tianyun went to welcome them. He was afraid of being seen through, so he only stopped Gu Hai and the rest from approaching the Hall of Heavens before he left. Right now, Mu Chenfeng was the only one left in Class 1 Hall. As the others trusted Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun too much, they weren't too suspicious. Only Gu Hai was suspicious from the moment he entered. When Mu Chenfeng addressed him as Your Majesty, Gu Hai was sure that something was wrong. Mu Chenfeng? The best way to get to the bottom of this was to put Mu Chenfeng into the immortal dome of antiquity and interrogate him. She was his subordinate, so no one could say anything. However, Gu Hai didn't do that. He only nodded and didn't alert the enemy. That was because many pairs of eyes were staring at Mu Chenfeng. Everything was unusual and dangerous. Gu Hai looked around. He wanted to know what was going on. At the same time, Gu Hai gave Kong Xian a look. Kong Xian and Gu Hai had fought together many times. Gu Hai knew what he meant with just a look. Although he looked calm, Kong Xian was instantly on guard. At the same time, in the outside world, Gu Hai's skeleton clone stabbed the Life Slayer saber into half of the spider's body. Countless evil spirits and small skulls gnawed at the spider's body in the blood and black fog. After a few slashes, the heavenly demon had nowhere to run. It could only release poison. Gu Hai's main body wasn't afraid of its poison, let alone his skeleton body. All my legs. You bit off all my legs. Let me go. I beg you to let me go. The heavenly demon begged. You followed us here. Aren't you going to fight us to the death? If it were you, would you let us go? The skeleton Gu Hai said coldly. It has nothing to do with us. It's the Great Yellow Dynasty. Matriarch Ji sent people to your location. It's the Great Yellow Dynasty's orders. They are the culprits. The heavenly demon cried out in despair. What? The Great Yellow Dynasty? The skeleton Gu Hai suddenly paused. At the same time, in the pavilion in the small space, the pupils of Gu Hai's main body shrank. He instantly understood everything. Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun weren't targeting him. There was a third party, the Great Yellow Dynasty. Matriarch Ji was such a reliable person. She even sent a few groups of people to capture Gu Tang's soul. This time, she only wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. No, there must be someone else. The problem here was caused by the Great Yellow Dynasty. They were guarding the Heavenly Palace. Something must have happened in the Heavenly Palace. The people of the Great Yellow Dynasty must be inside. Do it. Wan Yu is in danger. Quick! Gu Hai immediately pounced toward the Heavenly Palace. Kong Xian immediately attacked. Swoosh! The six-color divine light was thrown toward the Heavenly Palace. Stop! Ho Qing and Mao Tianyun's expressions changed. They immediately came forward to stop him. Long Wanqing, Gao Chen, Chang Sheng, and Zi Wei still didn't understand. The unborn man suddenly understood. Wan Yu was in danger. Chapter 1045. Swoosh! The moment Kong Xian's six-color divine light was thrown out, Ho Qing extended his hand and a white gust of wind rushed forward. With a loud boom, the six-color divine light and the white gust of wind exploded. Kong Xian and Ho Qing clashed together. Instantly, the two of them were surrounded by fierce flames. Kong Xian had a ferocious expression, while Ho Qing had a murderous look on his face. When the two of them clashed, huge spatial waves were created. Gu Hai extended his hand and grabbed. All the guards guarding the Hall of Heavens were instantly sucked into the ancient celestial dome. Meow! Mao Tianyun swung his claws. Instantly, huge flames were created in all directions. A huge flaming dragon head rushed towards Gu Hai. Styx River! Long Wanqing shouted. Walala! The surging water of the Styx River rushed towards the flames. The huge flaming dragon head plunged into the Styx River. Long Wanqing, what are you doing? I told you that the Long Wan Yu cannot be disturbed. Are you trying to kill the Long Wan Yu? Mao Tianyun shouted. I believe in my husband. Long Wanqing said coldly. When the unborn man heard that the Long Wan Yu was in danger, he panicked. Almost at the same time as Gu Hai, he arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Heavens. Boom! The two of them slammed open the huge door of the Hall of Heavens without hesitation. The moment the door was opened, a huge fog surged out from the inside. At this moment, everyone could see everything clearly. The surrounding small floating islands were all blown into pieces. Clearly, De Hong and the rest had destroyed them. The Long Wan Yu above, Sinuan, and the golden dragon's head was still there. Goddess Hutu, who was wearing a black robe, was in a confrontation with the 50 white-robed men. Goddess Hutu waved a huge river, and the 50 white-robed men resisted with all their might. The 50 white-robed men had their backs facing Gu Hai and the unborn man, just as Gu Hai and the unborn man were rejoicing that they had arrived in time. Goddess Earth Mother's eyes suddenly turned red. Buzz! The battle in the hall came to a sudden stop. Greetings, Master. Goddess Hutu suddenly greeted De Hong and the others respectfully. Pay respects to Master. You're crazy, Hutu. The unborn man shouted in shock and anger. Goddess Ho, Tuesday, Gu Hai had met her once 800,000 years ago, so they could be considered acquaintances. Goddess Hutu took these white-robed figures as her master. Master, Gu Hai and the others have entered. Be careful. Mao Tianyun shouted from outside. Master? Master? Who's your master? The unborn man shouted angrily. However, the group of white-robed people slowly turned around and looked at Gu Hai and the others. 50 people, each of them had a red light in their eyes, making one's heart and soul tremble. Boom! In between his eyebrows, the heaven-suppressing divine seal shook violently. Gu Hai's heart trembled, and he almost fell into a trance. Don't look into their eyes, Gu Hai shouted. However, everything was a little too late. Mosquito Daorin and Dragon God Ing Yi, who were following Gu Hai, fell into a trance. Dragon God Ing Yi fell into a trance and suddenly knelt down. Greetings, Master. What? Gu Hai's face darkened. Mosquito Daorin, who was in a trance, regained his composure. I'm fine. I remember now. This is the secret technique of the sorcerer race. Your Majesty, This is the secret technique of the sorcerer race. I heard Taoist Fly mention it in the corpse tomb world. Mind control, Mosquito, Darren exclaimed. Mind control? The unborn man was also surprised. Don't look into their eyes. It seems to be one of the 5 main bloodlines of the sorcerer race. Mind control. I don't know where Taoist Fly heard it from, but he said that in ancient times, there were very few sorcerer race members. At that time, there was a bloodline that shone brightly and controlled a large number of demons. Be careful of their eyes, Mosquito Darren said anxiously. Mind control? Guhai's face fell. Guhai, you're really lucky. You actually survived the encirclement of 3 sky fiends? Dahong sneered. Not far away, Long Wanyu seemed to be meditating. Guhai, who was behind them, felt anxious. He waved his hand. Whoosh! The immortal dome of ancients formed a suction force that was about to suck them all in. How dare you? Goddess Hutu snorted coldly. She extended her hand and struck with her palm. Boom! Suddenly, the void rippled, and the entrance to the immortal dome of ancients was knocked back. Mind control. You really controlled everyone, the unborn man said with a gloomy expression. The unborn man was also very worried about Long Wanyu, so he naturally rushed over immediately. Unborn man, do you want to die? Goddess Hutu struck at the unborn man with her palm. Boom! When the palm landed on the unborn man's body seemed to explode. He's dead? Dahong said in shock. The unborn man was dealt with just like that? However, just as everyone thought that the unborn man had died from the explosion, a figure suddenly appeared behind the Lady of Earth and struck her back with a palm strike. Boom! Goddess Hutu instantly staggered from the impact. Goddess Hutu was sent flying, but the unborn man instantly pounced on Long Wanyu. Come back. Dahong's expression turned cold as he waved his hand. Boom! A huge net seemed to appear in the void and instantly blocked the unborn man. The unborn man tore at the net with his palms, instantly tearing it apart. However, during this short delay, Goddess Hutu reacted and instantly appeared in front of the unborn man. Bastard, get lost. Goddess Hutu slammed her palm down. The shockwave crashed, and the unborn man paused. It wasn't that the unborn man didn't have enough strength, but he didn't dare to use too much strength. Once he tore through the void, Long Wanyu would also be affected. Guhai also pounced over immediately. However, Guhai saw that there seemed to be a chest array formation inside, so he extended his hand and waved. Buzz! Guhai controlled the array formation, and a white barrier enveloped Long Wanyu. Unborn man, you can use your full strength now. I have already protected Wanyu. Guhai shouted. All right, the unborn man said coldly. Dahong waved his hand and threw all the white-robed men out of the hall. You are courting death. The Mosquito Darren pounced with a cold expression. The Mosquito Darren couldn't deal with Goddess Hutu and Dahong, but he could deal with this group of white-robed men. The moment the white-robed men left the hall, they immediately scattered. In the blink of an eye, the Mosquito Darren caught one of them. That person looked at the Mosquito Darren with red eyes. I have the heart of a mosquito. Your mind control is useless against me. The Mosquito Darren laughed sinisterly. Buzz! Instantly, a large number of mosquitoes surrounded him. With just a scream, he was devoured until only a layer of skin was left. After devouring the white-robed man, the Mosquito Darren was overjoyed. This devouring, you can strengthen my heart of a mosquito. The Mosquito Darren's heart thumped violently, just as he was about to turn his head and continue. Swoosh! A beam of 6-colored divine light suddenly shot towards the Mosquito Darren. Kong Xian, you are crazy. The Mosquito Darren shouted in shock. Boom! With his full defense, the Mosquito Darren was instantly blown away by the 6-colored divine light. However, Kong Xian suddenly stopped fighting with Ho Qing. Under the mind control of the group of white-robed men, he suddenly bowed to Dahong, who was inside the hall. Greetings, master, the Kong Xian said respectfully. While bowing respectfully, the Kong Xian and Ho Qing instantly pounced towards the Hall of Heavens. Oh no! Kong Xian is also being controlled. The mosquito Doran shouted in shock. The mosquito Doran's scalp went numb. This mind control was too terrifying. Empress, be careful. Don't look at their eyes. The mosquito Doran shouted in shock as he looked at the Long Wan Qing, who was fighting with Mao Tianyun. At this moment, a large group of white-robed men had already rushed over. All of them looked at the Long Wan Qing with red eyes. Meow. Although Mao Tianyun was being suppressed by the Long Wan Qing, he was able to stall the Long Wan Qing. As long as the Long Wan Qing was controlled, everything would be over. At this moment, the Long Wan Qing did not know what was going on. When she saw the situation, she was in a daze. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, a large group of mosquitoes surrounded the Long Wan Qing and blocked the red light in the white-robed men's eyes. Bastard black mosquitoes die. Mao Tianyun used fire to burn the mosquitoes. Long Wan Qing, on the other hand, quivered and suddenly sobered up. That was close. The Long Wan Qing shouted in shock. I will kill them. Empress, be careful of Mao Tianyun. The mosquito Doran shouted with injuries. While they were talking, the black mosquitoes covered the sky and covered the earth. Meow. Mao Tianyun shouted angrily. Long Wan Qing instantly unleashed a torrential flood towards Mao Tianyun. With a boom, Mao Tianyun's body suddenly retreated. The remaining white-robed men were all surrounded by the black mosquitoes. My lord, save us. My lord. The group of white-robed men shouted in shock. In the Hall of Heavens, the arrival of the Kong Xian and Ho Qing reduced the pressure on De Hong's side. Suddenly, De Hong heard the cries from outside, and his face sank. Ho Tu, go and save them. De Hong said in a deep voice. Yes. Ho Tu immediately rushed out of the hall. Ho Tu waved her hand, and the water of the heavenly river gushed towards the white-robed men who were surrounded by the black mosquitoes. On the other side, after the Long Wan Qing used the Styx River to knock Mao Tianyun away, she suddenly waved hundreds of streams of Styx River water towards Ho Tu's heavenly river water. Rumble! The water rushed over. Amid the screams, the group of white-robed men were all sucked by the black mosquitoes until only a layer of skin was left. The mosquito Doran sucked the flesh of the white-robed men and suddenly trembled. It was very uncomfortable. Bastard, Ho Tu said angrily. Ho Tu, stop them. I will go and help Master. Mao Tianyun shouted. Whoosh! Mao Tianyun rushed into the hall. Crazy, crazy. What are Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing doing? Gao Chen shouted in shock. Kong Xian betrayed us? How did this happen? Chang Sheng said, in confusion. Mind control. This is not good. Ho Tu and Mao Tianyun are being controlled. Ziwei also shouted in shock. Control? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Long Wanqing, it's best if you don't move. Once Master is done, he'll let you live. Goddess Ho Tu said coldly. Mosquito Doran, protect Gao Chen and the rest. Long Wanqing shouted. Yes. Mosquito Doran rushed over. Long Wanqing waved her hand. Boundless Styx River. Rumble. The huge black water instantly destroyed all the buildings in the small space. The small space also collapsed in an instant. The black water surged towards Goddess Ho Tuesday, boundless heavenly river. Goddess Ho Tu was not afraid as she waved her hand. Rumble. Boundless blue water covered the sky and covered the earth, instantly competing with the black water. Mosquito Doran led Gao Chen, Chang Sheng, Ziwei, and Mu Chunfeng and rushed into the distance. Long Wanqing was anxious as she fought with Goddess Ho Tuesday. It was hard to tell who would win. The 4 small spaces were destroyed. Countless palaces were destroyed. Only the Heavens Hall was intact. The chaotic battle in the Heavens Hall stopped. Gu Hai and the Unborn Man stood on one side. Opposite them were De Hong, Ho Qing, Mao Tianyun, and Kong Xian. Looking at Kong Xian, who was standing behind De Hong, Gu Hai was shocked. Mind control? This is too terrifying. That day, Qiyu led the 4 Heavenly Palace Great Perfection experts to the Great Yellow Dynasty. If Dahong controlled the 4 Heavenly Palace Great Perfection experts to deal with Chiyu, Matriarch G would not have to do anything. Is this Matriarch G's trump card? What a terrifying trump card. Chapter 1046. In the blink of an eye, Kong Xian was being controlled. Gu Hai and the unborn man were horrified. This person was so perverse that it made one's hair stand on end. No wonder he could become one of the 5 main bloodlines of the sorcerer race. Kong Xian was at the Heavenly Palace Great Perfection. Ho Qing was at the Heavenly Palace Great Perfection. Mao Tianyan might have broken through and was at the Heavenly Palace Great Perfection. Gu Hai knew that Dahong was Empress G's subordinate, but he didn't expect Dahong to be at the Heavenly Palace Great Perfection as well. For Great Perfection, at that moment, he looked coldly at Gu Hai and the unborn man. The outside world couldn't count on them. Gu Hai only hoped that Long Wanqing wouldn't be hurt. Master, they want Long Wanyu. One is Long Wanyu's father, and the other is Long Wanyu's brother-in-law. Ho Qing explained. Oh, you are after this girl? Ho Qing looked at Long Wanyu on the golden dragon's head in surprise. Sun Yuan, the golden dragon, and Long Wanyu. Dahong looked down on Long Wanyu the most. What was the use of a little girl? That's right. We only want her. Give her to us, and we will leave. The unborn man said in a low voice. The unborn man was worried that Dahong would hurt Long Wanyu. Dahong, you can have everything in this hall. We only want to take Long Wanyu away. Gu Hai said again. Ha ha ha. Gu Hai, do you care so much for your sister-in-law? Do you think I will give Long Wanyu to you now? What a joke. Dahong sneered. Dahong wanted to kill Gu Hai. It would be better if Gu Hai was afraid of Long Wanyu. How could he give her away? Gu Hai's face darkened. The unborn man said solemnly, Leave them to me. You save Wanyu. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man in surprise. You want to deal with the 4 of them? Was the unborn man really that powerful? All right. Gu Hai nodded. The unborn man's figure blurred as he pounced over. Hee hee, unborn man. You are just a longevity master. Do you want to be my enemy? Do you think I don't know your background? Kong Xian suddenly sneered and waved his hand, sending out the 6-color divine light. Boom! The 6-color divine light exploded on the unborn man. The unborn man seemed to have exploded into a cloud of black fog. In the next moment, he appeared behind Kong Xian in a strange manner. Kong Xian's face changed. He surrounded himself with a protective aura. He was sure that he would be fine even if the unborn man struck him with a palm strike. The profoundness of a longevity master isn't something a bunch of boorish people like you can understand. Those who live long will take away their lifespan. Become old for me. The unborn man waved his hand at Kong Xian. Swish! A gray light surged towards Kong Xian and the rest. However, wherever the gray light shone on, it would rapidly age. In just a moment, some white strands appeared on Kong Xian's hair. What? Kong Xian's face darkened. His body swayed, and green light surged into the sky. The peacock territory erupted. Instantly, tens of thousands of Kong Xian shadows appeared and were about to pounce on the unborn man. Those who live long will take away their lifespan. When will the years end? Flowing light time. The unborn man formed a seal with both hands. Billions of gray light appeared around the unborn man. The gray light enveloped a circle with a diameter of 10,000 feet. It was the gray territory. Kong Xian was within the circle. Tens of thousands of Kong Xian's doppelgangers threw out 6-colored divine lights at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, as soon as they entered the gray light domain, the 6-colored divine lights instantly dissipated. Even the doppelgangers strangely disappeared all of a sudden. The unborn man pounced on Kong Xian. As the gray light shrouded Kong Xian, more and more white strands of hair appeared. Impossible! Break! Kong Xian slapped the unborn man's body. Boom! The unborn man's body exploded and turned into black fog. However, in the next moment, he appeared behind Kong Xian again and continued to age Kong Xian. The bizarre lifespan Dao cultivation method left everyone astounded. Attack! Dahong shouted. Meow! Oomph! Mao Tianyun and Ho Qing pounced on the unborn man together. The unborn man was still using the flowing light time domain. He moved in the middle of the three unparalleled experts, but they couldn't hit him. Their hair was turning white bit by bit. That's not right. Kong Xian's aging speed is slowing down. In other words, the more people enter your flowing light time domain, the weaker the effect. Dahong's expression changed. As he spoke, Dahong was about to pounce on the unborn man. At this moment, Gu Hai was charging towards the Long Wanyu. Aha, I was almost fooled by you. You want a Long Wanyu? Don't even think about it. Dahong stared and immediately stopped Gu Hai. Zhou Tianjiu. Gu Hai slashed down with his saber. Dahong took out a long sword and slashed at Gu Hai. Boom! The saber and sword clashed, but there was no clear victor. Gu Hai, His Holiness asked me to kill you. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. However, you're just lucky. Now, you don't have the chance. Zhou Tianjiu, what a good move. However, it seems like your Zhou Tianjiu is weaker than mine. Dahong laughed coldly. Boom, boom, boom. Even though his injuries had not healed, Gu Hai couldn't care less. He used Zhou Tianjiu's full power and clashed with Dahong again and again. Even the heavenly palace hall exploded, revealing everything inside. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Long Wanyu was pinned down by Goddess Hutu and couldn't do anything else. On the other side, Mosquito Dowrin and the others couldn't even get close. Although Gu Hai fought with Dahong time and time again, he couldn't look into Dahong's eyes. As a result, his combat prowess was greatly reduced. Long Wanyu, the Golden Dragon, and Sun Yuan were enveloped in the chess formation that Gu Hai had set up temporarily. They were fine for now. However, Gu Hai was also suppressed because he couldn't look into Dahong's eyes. Far away, Gu Hai dragged half of the spider's corpse and flew over quickly. The small skeletons and evil spirits in the black fog and blood fog kept gnawing at the spider. Finally, half of the spider was eaten clean. After the spider was eaten clean, a small transparent ball dropped from the spider's body. Mystic Realm, Immortal Dome. Gu Hai immediately picked it up and guessed what it was. However, this wasn't the time to investigate. He quickly flew to the location of the main body in the distance. The battle there had reached a stalemate. He had to get there as soon as possible. At the location of Gu Hai's main body, the battle was in a stalemate. Long Wanyu, who was inside, suddenly emitted a faint golden light. Buzz! That golden light twisted around Long Wanyu's body and slowly entered the golden dragon's body. Ah, I have a body. Ah, this is great. I finally have a body. Ha ha. Many thanks, Long Wanyu. Many thanks. I finally don't have to live as a parasite in your body. And you even gave me this golden dragon's body, woo. The golden dragon let out extremely moved cries. Demon ghost spirit? Hichu? Gu Hai's expression changed. Had the demon ghost spirit been separated from Long Wanyu's body? Gu Hai guessed the reason, but Dahong didn't. When he suddenly heard the golden dragon's voice, his expression changed. Oh no, the little girl wants to revive the golden dragon? Dahong reached out and shattered the chess formation. Then, he grabbed at Long Wanyu. Oh no, Gu Hai's expression changed. Heavenly Cycle 10. Gu Hai used all his strength again and slashed down with his saber. An illusory image of a huge Tongtian tree appeared behind him. When the saber slashed out, Gu Hai's back exploded with a large number of bloody wounds. It was already difficult to execute Heavenly Cycle 9, let alone Heavenly Cycle 10. The burden was horrifying. Gu Hai's injuries had yet to recover. When he executed it, his body exploded with bloody wounds. Blood splattered everywhere. When he executed Heavenly Cycle 10, its power was greatly reduced. However, it was more than 10 times stronger than Heavenly Cycle 9. He had no choice but to execute it. Once Dahong hurt Long Wanyu, it would be too late for him to regret it. A heavenly saber aura suddenly appeared. Dahong could originally suppress Gu Hai. However, when he saw the saber aura, he was horrified. No, Dahong screamed. Hong! It was a loud sound. The world seemed to have been split open. The huge impact sent everyone in the surroundings flying. Dahong tried his best to dodge, but he still couldn't. Bam! From the waist down, everything exploded into dust. His flesh was mangled, and it was a tragic sight. PFFF. Half of Dahong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was blasted hundreds of kilometers away, but he didn't die. Guhai was in a worse state. After the saber slash, he was completely drained of energy. His body was mangled, and everyone was worried. Perhaps it was because of Sun Yuan, but Long Wanyu's surroundings were still calm. The huge tremor woke Long Wanyu up completely. Long Wanyu slowly opened her eyes. However, the moment she opened her eyes, she saw Guhai, who was covered in blood. "What, brother-in-law? How did you become like this?" Long Wanyu screamed and pounced over. Cough, cough, cough. Guhai was covered in blood. When he saw Long Wanyu pouncing over, his weak eyes revealed a trace of relief. Half of Dahong also spat out blood. He immediately pounced towards Sun Yuan. "Guhai, I will remember this slash. I will make you pay with your lives." Dahong roared with a ferocious expression. Kong Xian, Ho Qing, Mao Tianyun, and Goddess Hutu still wanted to pounce over, but the unborn man and Long Wanyu blocked them with all their might. They couldn't help. Brother-in-law, don't scare me. Why are you like this?" Long Wanyu hugged Guhai, who was so weak that he was about to fall. Her eyes were watery. Cough, cough, cough. "I'm fine. I just need to recuperate for a while," Guhai said weakly. Inside his body, waves of heaven replenishing power surged into his injured body. This time, the burden almost made him collapse. Long Wanyu was still terrified. She wanted to save Guhai. Whoosh! Suddenly, the skeleton Guhai arrived. "Who are you?" Long Wanyu's expression changed. She was about to attack. "Don't attack. He's my clone," Guhai's main body said weakly. "Clone?" Long Wanyu was stunned. She saw a huge amount of power surging into the skeleton Guhai's main body. This time, his injuries were too severe. He didn't have enough heaven-replenishing power. Fortunately, the Life Ender Saber could replenish Guhai's energy after consuming flesh and blood according to Guhai's needs. After consuming Ponzi Heavenly Demon, Guhai's main body naturally had a huge amount of energy to nourish it. Buzz! Guhai's main body immediately felt much better. Ha! Sun Yuan. Dahong only had the upper half of his body left. He was severely injured. However, he was still very excited when he was about to catch Sun Yuan. Dahong was about to catch Sun Yuan. However, at the very last moment, Jade White Hand actually managed to grab the immortal origin before him. What? Dahong looked at the hand that appeared out of nowhere in shock. Buzz! It was a white-robed man who gently grabbed the celestial origin in his hand, snatching it first. "Who dares to snatch my Sun Yuan?" Dahong roared with a ferocious expression. Dahong looked up at the white-robed man. The moment he saw the white-robed man, his expression changed drastically. "Primordial? Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning?" Dahong gasped. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Dahong with disgust. "This Sun Yuan doesn't belong to you." Chapter 1047. Primordial? Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning? Dahong gasped. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Dahong with disgust. "Sun Yuan doesn't belong to you." Yuanshi Tianzuan gently grabbed Sun Yuan. With a buzz, Sun Yuan seemed to be connected to the entire Immortal Dome. It wasn't easy to take it away. However, this was Yuanshi Tianzuan. How could he not take the ownerless Sun Yuan? Rumble! The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning pulled, and the void trembled. Dahong watched as Yuanshi Tianzuan grabbed Sun Yuan. Although he knew that he wasn't as strong as Yuanshi Tianzuan, he couldn't accept it. A group of his subordinates had died, and he was injured to the point where he only had the upper half of his body left. He had fought so hard and was about to succeed. Suddenly, someone came to take the fruits of his labor. Sun Yuan was his. Yuanshi Tianzuan was strong? So what? What he had was the secret technique of the sorcerer race, mind control. Weren't the great perfection heavenly palaces instantly controlled as well? Yuanshi Tianzuan, look at my eyes, Dahong suddenly said with a ferocious expression. Buzz! Dahong's eyes turned red instantly. They were like two lanterns emitting a dazzling red light. The shout attracted Yuanshi Tianzuan's attention. He turned his head and looked at De Hong. Oh no! Guhai's face darkened. De Hong wanted to control Yuanshi Tianzuan? Once he was controlled, everything would be over. Yuanshi Tianzuan stared at him. De Hong was so agitated that his body trembled. He saw it. He really saw it. Ha ha! As long as you look into my eyes, no one can escape from my mind control. However, when Yuanshi Tianzuan looked, the scene of him being controlled didn't happen. Yuanshi Tianzuan was still as cold and callous as ever. Why? Not being manipulated? That's impossible. Continue. A look of horror flashed across De Hong's eyes. The ancient sorcerer tribe can manipulate people's minds? Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly asked. De Hong's expression changed drastically. Was Yuanshi Tianzuan really not being controlled? That was impossible. His ability to manipulate people's hearts had always been successful. How could he fail? However, Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly extended his other hand and tapped on De Hong's glabella. De Hong's expression changed. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand didn't seem fast, but it gave people a sense of hopelessness. He watched as the fingers curled into the shape of an awl. It hit De Hong's glabella. No, no! De Hong roared in despair. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Even His Holiness couldn't deal with Yuanshi Tianzuan. So why'd he have to deal with him? Wasn't this courting death? Tisk! There was a dull sound, but a hole was opened into Hong's glabella by Yuanshi Tianzuan's finger. Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand went into De Hong's glabella. Everyone who saw this trembled. Was De Hong so powerless in front of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning? Kuji. Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand retracted from De Hong's glabella again. When he did so, there was a sarcoma-like object in his palm that was emitting a red light. After the sarcoma-like object was taken out, the red light in De Hong's eyes instantly disappeared. How did you know? De Hong said weakly in shock. Manipulating people's minds. Everything must have originated from this heart source. Yuanshi Tianzuan curiously activated the sarcoma-like object. Ah, no! Demon! Save me! The sarcoma-like heart source let out extremely shrill screams. Oh, these screams came from pregnant women? Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes flashed with curiosity as he activated the sarcoma-like object again. Buzz! As if history was replaying, many virtual images appeared in front of him. The situation in each image was the same, but the characters were different. In the images, De Hong cut open a pregnant woman's stomach in front of her. He took out the baby in her womb and broke the baby's neck. Blood splattered everywhere as he laughed maniacally. When the pregnant woman saw her baby's head being taken out and broken, the bloody scene made her go crazy with fear. Despair, fear, hatred, resentment, helplessness, and grief accumulated in the pregnant woman's screams. The intensity of the resentment seemed to surpass all the resentment in the world. That immense resentment strangely surged into De Hong's glabella. It fused with this wish. So, the heart source is refined using the most vicious method. There are 100,000 resentment here. That means you killed 100,000 pregnant women and took out the babies in their wombs in front of them. You made them watch as their heads were broken and used their resentment to refine this wish. This resentment is so strong that even a perfected heavenly palace couldn't withstand it. Yuanshi Tianzuan narrowed his eyes and looked at De Hong. De Hong's head had been taken out, and he was on the verge of death. Give me back my heart source. Give me back my heart source. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the people around him and said coldly, It seems like there are more than 100,000 pregnant women. This resentment is a consumable. The more you use it, the less it will be used. It seems like you have used up a portion of these people. You still have 100,000 resentment left. Are you going to use it on me? Pa! Yuanshi Tianzuan clenched his hand gently, and the sarcoma-like heart source exploded instantly. No! As if his mind was affected, De Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. You don't know. This is a great sin. Those who have committed grave sins will die a horrible death. This is the cycle of heaven. You can't escape the karma of heaven and earth. I don't care about karma, but it doesn't mean that trash like you can. You are Matriarch G's subordinate, right? Why did Matriarch G cultivate this mystic technique? It is because the karma is too great. Back then, that branch of the sorcerer race relied on this person's manipulation and was successful. However, do you know how they died? They died the most miserably among the sorcerer race. It wasn't that they didn't take revenge, but it wasn't time yet. You have offended me today. You deserve to die in hell, Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his hand. Who? The crushed heart's source released surging resentment. With a wave of his hand, Yuanshi Tianzuan gathered all the resentment and pushed it into Dahong's body. Give me back my child. My child. Demon, you'll die a horrible death. Don't kill me. Dahong was suddenly filled with endless resentment. This time, without the heart source to restrain the resentment, the most despairing resentment instantly crushed Dahong's will. The scenes of the pregnant women before they died made Dahong feel as though he was there. No, don't kill me. I'm sorry. Don't bite my flesh. Dahong seemed to have gone crazy. He kept tearing his own flesh with his hands. At the same time, he gnawed on his own flesh like a maniac. In an instant, Dahong's self-harming appearance made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. The moment Yuanshi Tianzuan crushed the heart source, Buzz, Kong Xian, Ho Qing, He Tu, and Mao Tianyun instantly woke up. What happened? Unborn man, you made me old. Kong Xian exclaimed. Me? Long Wanqing, why am I fighting with you? He Tu also exclaimed. Meow, my black fur. Unborn man, you old man, give me back my lifespan. Mao Tianyun immediately exclaimed. Ho Qing also looked at the unborn man in shock. The unborn man and Long Wanqing were slightly stunned. Looking at Gu Hai in the distance, Gu Hai's main body nodded. I haven't extinguished your lifespan. Take it, the unborn man said in a deep voice. Whoosh! 3 rays of rainbow light instantly surged towards Kong Xian, Mao Tianyun, and Ho Qing. The 3 of them quickly swallowed it. In an instant, their bodies emitted rays of rainbow light. Their white hair slowly returned to its original state. He Tu and Long Wanqing quickly gathered towards Gu Hai. Husband, that Dahong is so cruel. He even killed a pregnant woman? Long Wanqing said in shock. Some people are willing to do anything in order to become stronger. However, it was really terrifying just now. Heavenly Palace Peak? Gu Hai's main body said in a deep voice. His Heavenly Palace Peak is fake. Because of this secret technique, he pushed his heavenly soul to the Heavenly Palace Peak. Long Wanyu said. Oh, Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. This cruel technique can only be endured by those who are extremely ruthless. As for those who are ruthless, their heavenly soul will be emotionless and can be pushed to the perfection stage because of this technique. However, it's all fake. When he reached the perfection stage, he just entered the Heavenly Palace Peak. He will never be able to become stronger. Long Wanyu said, he had 50 subordinates just now, but I ate all of them. Can all of them be controlled? Mosquito Dowran said, those 50 people are definitely not as ruthless as Dahong. Therefore, they can't push their cultivation to the perfection stage. Moreover, they need Dahong's guidance to cultivate this technique. They can only be Dahong's assistant. However, none of them are good people. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Long Wanyu said, indeed, their deaths are not to be regretted. However, I don't know if Matriarch G only has Dahong as her subordinate. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. Since Matriarch G had sent Dahong to cultivate this technique, could she have sent someone else? Brother-in-law, don't worry. There are too few people who are extremely ruthless. Dahong's appearance is already a special case. Those who cultivate this technique by themselves will instantly be driven crazy by this resentment. Of course, even if they cultivate this technique, they won't live long. The karma is too great, and they will die a horrible death. Long Wanyu explained. Everyone gathered around. Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly pulled. Rumble. With a loud sound, Sun Yuan was completely pulled down from the void by Yuanshi Tianzuan. The entire flawed celestial dome suddenly shook as if there was a huge earthquake. I can move. The golden dragon under Sun Yuan suddenly twisted its body in ecstasy. Is that a demonic ghost? Gu Hai looked at the golden dragon. Yes, he is actually the reincarnation of Hichu. However, when he was reincarnated, he was unlucky and lost some of his memories. He also entered my body. I sent him out. Long Wan nodded. The golden dragon was excited. Boom! Suddenly, a large hand grabbed the golden dragon. It was Yuanshi Tianzuan. He was holding Sun Yuan in one hand and the golden dragon in the other. Don't tell me I'm still unlucky. The golden dragon looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in shock. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes were cold. Sun Yuan is mine. From now on, you are mine too. What? The golden dragon was shocked. It was screaming in its heart. Why am I so unlucky? I was just about to be free, but I was caught again? Save me. Empress Ho too. Save me. Hichu shouted in despair. Before Gu Hai and the rest could speak, a voice suddenly came from the void in the distance. Sun Yuan of the sagely, celestial dome? He doesn't belong to you. A majestic voice came from the sky. Gu Hai had heard that voice more than once. Immortal of the Six Paths? Kong Xian's expression changed. Chapter 1048. The Flawed Immortal Dome. As Yuanshi Tianzuan pulled the immortal source out of the void, the entire immortal vault shook with a loud bang. If one was in the void, one would notice that large cracks had suddenly appeared on the flawed immortal dome. Crack, crack, crack. The previous 18 huge cracks turned into 800 in the blink of an eye and continued to expand. In the flawed immortal dome, countless disciples looked at the shaking sky and earth in shock. What's going on? Is it the end of the world? Sacred leader, what's going on? While the disciples of the various sects were panicking. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly entered the flawed, immortal dome from the road to the underworld. As the stream of light appeared, it slowly twisted and gradually condensed into an illusory figure. It was a man in a black Taoist robe. If Gu Hai saw it, he would recognize the man at a glance. He was Rokudo Shinkuan, whom he had seen 800,000 years ago. At this moment, it was not Rokudo Shinkuan, but Immortal Six Paths Bone God sent a message to Immortal Six Paths through a curse. Immortal Six Paths, Eye of Heaven, wandered around the underworld sea for a while. He hesitated. Immortal Six Paths found the road to the underworld almost instantly. However, should he go over? Immortal Six Paths remembered the death of Firmament clearly. He was the one who had tricked Firmament to go out and then killed him. Now, would someone trick him out of the Six Paths Immortal Dome and wait for him to fall into a trap? Because once he left the Six Paths Immortal Dome, he would not be able to use the power of heaven and earth. He was curious about the other side of the road to the underworld. It was not that Ancestor Bone was still alive. Even if he was, what could he do? It would be easy for him to kill him. What made Immortal Six Paths curious was the Immortal Dome. Isn't that my Immortal Dome? It should have been destroyed long ago. It still exists. Immortal Six Paths was looking forward to it. Go over? Actually, it did not matter. His main body was still in seclusion. If he went over, it would at most be a strand of divine will. Even if something happened to this strand of divine will, so what? His main body was still in the Six Paths Immortal Dome, and he was invincible. Swish! He immediately turned into a beam of light and rushed toward the road to the Yellow Springs. Soon, Immortal Six Paths Divine will arrive at the Immortal Dome of Flaws. As soon as it entered the flawed Immortal Dome, this strand of divine will instantly mobilize the surrounding power to reconstruct a Taoist robed body. Standing in the void, the Immortal of the Six Paths looked at the world with a serious expression. Saintly Celestial Dome? Does it really still exist? Immortal Six Paths said as he looked around. Buzz. Immortal Six Paths closed his eyes and sensed the world. The laws of heaven and earth here were modeled after the Immortal Dome of Six Paths. So, Immortal Six Paths was able to sense countless places through the Great Tao. In the blink of an eye, the entire world was within his senses. Rumble. All of a sudden, the boundless faith power seemed to have found a target and strangely surged toward the Immortal of Six Paths. The surging power of faith shocked the immortal of six paths. All the living beings in this world believe in me. Are they all fanatics? Immortal of six paths' eyes lit up. Suddenly, Immortal of six paths felt like he had returned to the days when he was the sect leader of the divine heavens sect. Yes, this is what I need. Unlike the six paths immortal dome, a bunch of traitors who only know how to fight and defy the heavens. Immortal of six paths said coldly. He closed his eyes and sensed for a while. This immortal dome of flaws is supposed to be cracked. 18 cracks. It has existed for 800,000 years? 800,000 years? Someone must have mobilized the Sun Yuan here to continuously use the power of Sun Yuan to repair this immortal dome. Unfortunately, in the end, it cannot be repaired. This immortal dome is constantly being consumed and will eventually be destroyed. What a pity. So what if it is destroyed? The people here believe in me so much. When the time comes, I will bring all of you back. Immortal of six paths said lightly. Rumble. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan plucked the immortal origin from afar. The moment he did so, he stopped channeling the power of heaven and earth to mend the 18 cracks. The moment he stopped, the power of the void was fully exposed. In an instant, the void power corroded the immortal dome, causing countless cracks to appear on its periphery. The number of cracks multiplied exponentially. The whole world was shaking. The people were crying for help. Immortal of six paths' face turned cold and turned his head to look into the distance. Whoosh! In an instant, he turned into a stream of light and rushed into the distance. From afar, he saw Yuanshi Tianzuan, Hutu, Mao Tianyun, Gaochen, and the others. Then, he suddenly saw the golden dragon that Hichu possessed. Heaven's corpse? No, I have already destroyed Heaven's corpse. Was it resurrected with the power of faith? I have been wondering what else Heaven has. It turns out that she asked her lackeys to resurrect her corpse. Using my power of faith to resurrect her corpse? It's useless. No one can resurrect you. Even if you are resurrected, you are not you. Even if you are the original you, so what? Without Sun Yuan, you are nothing. Immortal of six paths said coldly. In the distance, Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice could be heard. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes were cold. Sun Yuan is mine. You from now on are mine too. Yours? Sun Yuan of the immortal dome of sage heaven? This is not yours. Immortal of six paths said coldly. Boom! In an instant, Immortal of six paths arrived where everyone was. Immortal of six paths? Kong Xian's expression changed. The black-robed immortal of the six paths stood in the air. Although he seemed to be illusory at the same time, everyone was frightened. Every one of them had a look of shock on their faces. He did not release his aura, but it formed a natural pressure that made Mosquito Doran's heart tremble. This is Immortal of six paths? Mosquito Doran opened his eyes wide and did not dare to say anything. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the newcomer. Golden Dragon Hichu, who was in Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand, also opened his eyes wide and trembled. Hutu, is this what you have done all these years? You want to resurrect heaven? Immortal of six paths looked at Goddess Hutu coldly. Hutu's face was gloomy, but she did not say anything. Ho Qing, who was standing at the side, trembled. He was afraid of Immortal of six paths. Now that Immortal of six paths had arrived, he felt like the end of the world. I'm not heaven. You're wrong. I'm not. Hichu shouted. Hichu was scared when he was caught by Yuanshi Tianzuan, but Hichu was terrified when he saw Immortal of six paths. Yuanshi Tianzuan might not destroy him, but Immortal of six paths definitely would. Hichu's shout made Immortal of six paths turn around. He said coldly, Humph, reconstructing the body and gathering the soul is just a cowardly consciousness. You're far inferior to heaven. That's all there is to it. Yes, that's all there is to it. I'm just a fart. Let me go. Hichu said anxiously. Immortal of six paths frowned and looked at Hichu. Don't worry. The Sun Yuan of the saintly sky is mine, and so are you. I'll crush you and make you disappear. Hichu's face froze. Two streams of tears flowed down his face. Why am I so unlucky? Immortal of Six Paths raised his head and looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Wansho Taoism? Immortal of Six Paths asked in a low voice. Wansho Taoism, Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan said calmly. Immortal Six Paths ordered, Grand Supreme, Tong Tian, you have served this immortal for 800,000 years. You have been very conscientious. Out of respect for them, this immortal will let you live. Give me the celestial source and the golden dragon. Immortal of Six Paths' tone was arrogant, as if it was a matter of course, and as if he had to listen to orders. Give you? Yuanshi Tianzuan stared at Immortal of Six Paths. Yes. Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. What if I don't want to? Yuanshi Tianzuan was not afraid at all. He sneered. Don't want to? Kong Xian, He Tu, and Ho Qing looked at Immortal of Six Paths in surprise. This was the Immortal of the Six Paths. No one had ever dared to refuse or disobey the Immortal of the Six Paths. What did I just hear? Yuanshi Tianzuan refused Immortal of Six Paths? Immortal of Six Paths did not expect that Wansho Taoism would dare to disobey him. The saintly heaven and the immortal dome were his, so the immortal source should have been his as well. As for the golden dragon, it should not have been able to escape. It was a matter of course, but the primeval Lord of Heaven had dared to refuse. Hey, you don't want to? Immortal of Six Paths' eyes flashed coldly. A murderous aura was emitted from his body. As soon as the murderous aura was emitted, dark clouds gathered in the sky. A storm seemed to be brewing in those dark clouds. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the middle of the rolling dark clouds, and an eye of the heavens appeared. Just like the Immortal of Six Paths in the past, when the eye of heaven appeared, a heavenly aura pressed down. Everyone had the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. Mosquito Daoran knelt down subconsciously. Gaochen, Ziwei, and Chang Sheng did not escape and immediately knelt down. Swoosh! Guhai waved his hand. Mosquito Daoran, Mu Chanfeng, Gaochen, Ziwei, Chang Sheng, Long Wanyu, and the skeleton were all put into the Immortal of Ancient Skies. Even half of Dahong's body, which was self-mutilating, was also put into the Immortal of Ancient Skies. Only Guhai's main body, the unborn man, Kong Xian, Long Wanqing, He Tu, Ho Qing, and Mao Tianyun were left outside. Except for Guhai, who was lying there injured, the others were at the peak of the heavenly palace. They barely managed to stand and not kneel. Long Wanqing and Kong Xian supported Guhai. The others followed and slowly retreated. The Immortal of Six Paths and Yuanshi Tianzuan were not people they could provoke. The two of them stared at each other fiercely. When the eye of heaven appeared, a fierce aura shot out in all directions and approached Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. Do you think you're the only one who has the eye of heaven? Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes turned cold, and a monstrous, murderous aura suddenly appeared around him. Boom! Crack! Crack! Rolling dark clouds suddenly appeared above Yuanshi Tianzuan's head. As the dark clouds rolled, they suddenly split into two from the middle. Another eye of heaven appeared. No, this eye of heaven seemed to be on Yuanshi Tianzuan's side. Its pupils were purple. The eye of heaven of the Immortal of Six Paths had black pupils. The two eyes of heaven, separated by a distance, burst out with equally powerful auras at the same time. The two fierce auras seemed to be on par, but neither of them was backing down. The murderous auras stirred the entire void. Chapter 1049. Yuanshi Tianzuan held the Snuan in one hand and the golden dragon in the other as he stared coldly at the Immortal of the Six Paths. The Immortal of the Six Paths opened his eye of heaven, and a huge pressure surged out. Yuanshi Tianzuan opened his eye of heaven and stared at the Immortal of the Six Paths without backing down. Immortals were the rulers of heaven and earth, the most respected existence among all life. No one would dare to go against them. But now, Yuanshi Tianzuan was not afraid of the Immortal of the Six Paths at all. In fact, his words were full of disdain. In the eyes of Kong Xian, Long Wanqing, and Ho Qing, all of this did not make sense. This was not like the hatred between Mao Tianyun and the dominator of Samsara, nor was it a case of breaking a jar. But everything before them was so strange. Guhai did not speak, and neither did the others. They just watched quietly. Guhai sent the others into the Immortal Dome because the commotion was too big. Those people were not strong enough and would only be in danger if they stayed. Moreover, the skeleton clone and Long Wan Yu did not want to be seen by the Immortal of the Six Paths. Even in the Immortal Dome, the skeleton clone could still release energy, which Guhai absorbed into his body to repair himself. Within the Immortal Dome, Guhai set up a time zone so that the people inside could see the outside world. Is this Yuan Shi, Tianzuan courting death? Is he going against the Immortal of the Six Paths? Mosquito Daoran was shocked. No, Yuan Shi Tianzuan has cultivated a talent. Long Wan Yu said in a low voice. Talent. Mosquito Daoran was shocked. Yes. Before I died in my previous life, I was worried that Rokudo Shinkuin would take all the spiritual light in the world. So, I put most of it into the divine continent. It turned into 4 talents. The remaining 1/5 must have been refined by Rokudo Shinkuin into the 5th part of the talent. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's Eye of the Heavens was one of his innate skills. He must have obtained an innate skill. Long Wan Yu said solemnly. His talent was that amazing. What is this divine light of heaven and earth? Mosquito Daoran asked curiously. Spiritual light is spiritual light. Long Wan Yu said impatiently. But I don't understand. What is the divine light produced? Is it nurtured by heaven and earth? Mosquito Daoran asked curiously. Long Wan Yu shook her head. Lifespan and divine literature spirits are all man-made. Yuan Shi Tianzuan dared to challenge the Immortal of Six Paths. His talent must have reached a very high level. Everyone was stunned. You are the reincarnation of heaven. Have you recovered your memories? Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? The lifespan and divine literature spirits are man-made? How is that possible? Mosquito Daoran said in astonishment. Of course, I recover my memories from my previous life. Why is it impossible? Where did Shou come from? Long Wan Yu rolled her eyes. Shou was created by Fuxi. But the other 4 are impossible. How could they be man-made? Mosquito Daoran said in disbelief. Shou was created by me in my previous life. Long Wan Yu said indifferently. What? Impossible. You created Shou? The way of the Emperor? Destiny of heaven and earth? Dragon Shinying, who had recovered, said in disbelief. Long Wan Yu looked at Dragon Shinying. Dragon Shinying, although you are my uncle in this life, even the old man Long Zhonghua is very polite to me. Do you know why? Because Father respects the heavens. Dragon Shinying said with a frown. But why does the old man respect the heavens? When he was born, I have been dead for hundreds of thousands of years. Why does he respect me so much? Long Wan Yu said indifferently. Dragon Shinying was at a loss. Indeed, even if Long Wan Yu was the reincarnation of heaven, what did it have to do with Long Zhonghua? Cultivating the Emperor's destiny will form the golden dragon of luck, right? Long Wan Yu glanced at Dragon Shinying. That's right. Dragon Shinying nodded. What is the shape of the golden dragon of luck? Long Wan Yu asked again. Dragon Shinying was stunned. The golden dragon of luck was indeed the golden dragon of luck. Was there need to ask? In confusion, Dragon Shinying looked at the golden dragon in Yuan Shi Tianzuan's hand. Dragon Shinying raised his eyebrows when he saw the golden dragon. The golden dragon of luck was too similar to the golden dragon outside. However, one was illusory, while the other was real. Back then, I controlled the Immortal Dome and commanded the 3,000 Great Tao. I merged with the 3,000 Great Tao and infused my mark into the 3,000 Great Tao. Therefore, the 3,000 Great Tao gave the Golden Dragon of Luck some special abilities. Because of me, there was the cultivation of luck. Do you understand? Long Wan Yu said indifferently. Is this true? Dragon Shinying said in shock. Those who cultivate luck don't know where it comes from. What a joke. Back then, when Long Zhonghua established the dynasty, he also cultivated luck. He knew my identity and knew that it was thanks to me that he had the Qin celestial dynasty. If it wasn't for me, there would be no such thing as luck. Is Long Zhongwu not grateful to me? Does he not respect my previous life? Long Wanyu said indifferently. Yes. Dragon Shinying said bitterly. The others were stunned, including Gu Hai. So the golden dragon of Luck's form came from heaven? My previous life was heaven, and the emperor had the golden dragon of luck, called the son of heaven, because all their golden dragons of luck were my marks. I am heaven, they are son, the son of heaven. I am the reincarnation of heaven, and I created the cultivation of luck. Long Wanyu said proudly. Everyone nodded and sighed. The cultivation of life was created by Fuxi, and the cultivation of luck was created by heaven. What about the spiritual light you mentioned? What about spiritual cultivation? Mosquito Dowrin asked curiously. Long Wanyu frowned. That person should be dead. Oh, who? Dead? What do you mean? Who is he? Gu Hai asked in surprise. His name is 30. Long Wanyu said with a frown. 30? Everyone was confused. Only skeleton Gu Hai was startled. The pupils of Gu Hai's main body in the outside world also constricted. 30? Others didn't know about 30, but Gu Hai was very familiar with this name. The deity dome of the six paths corresponded to the 30 deity dome. 30, the deity on earth, the absolute ruler on earth. The 30 deity dome was under 30's control. On earth, the peerless overlords like Laozi and Shakyamuni were hiding in the deity realm like mice. Gu Hai had never seen 30, but he knew how terrifying 30 was from the attitude of Laozi and Shakyamuni. It seemed that 30 had sensed the deity dome of the six paths 800,000 years ago and came to invade. At that time, Fuxi and 30's Immortal will perish together. 30? Shouldn't he be the ruler on earth? How did Long Wanyu know? No, she should say that she knew about 30 in the past. Had she seen 30? Was the spiritual light the cultivation method left by 30? Everything sounded like a heavenly book, making Gu Hai feel inexplicably shocked. However, Gu Hai knew that he couldn't talk too much about 30 at this time. He had to wait until the crisis was over and then ask Wanyu. Yuan sure Tianzuan can compete with the deity dome of the six paths because of his talent. Gu Hai changed the topic. Sure enough, everyone looked outside. Long Wanyu shook her head. I don't know. In fact, the cultivation of each branch is very different. I studied the spiritual light for a long time, but I couldn't find a way. What? You were the heavens in your previous life. You couldn't find a way? Mosquito Dowrin said in disbelief. So what? Said Long Wanyu disdainfully. Every branch of cultivation has special requirements. For example, brother-in-law's Go Dao is amazing. If he wants you to cultivate Go Dao, he'll give you 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Can you beat him? I get a headache when I see the chess game. I can't even learn it in 100 million years. However, you were the heavens in your previous life. You should be omnipotent. Why can't you study the spiritual light? Mosquito Dowrin said with a smile. You don't know a lot. I was the heavens in my previous life. I'm not omnipotent. Long Wanyu said. Oh no, that Ahong is crazy. He's going to kill the people here. Dragon God Ying's expression suddenly changed. Dahong self-mutilated for a while and started killing everywhere. It's useless to keep it. Destroy it, Gu Hai said indifferently. Don't. Give it to me. I want it. That resentment is good for me. Mosquito Dowrin said excitedly. Skeleton Gu Hai was stunned, but he nodded and said, Go. Okay, don't snatch it from me. Mosquito Dowrin said excitedly. A large number of mosquitoes swarmed toward the crazy Dahong and started devouring his flesh. Everyone looked outside again. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the Immortal of the Six Paths were facing each other. Their eyes of heaven were looking at each other coldly. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, you better think about the consequences of going against me. From now on, there will be no place for you in this world. The Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. Yuanshi, Tianzuan flipped his hand and pinched the golden dragon Hichu. Hichu's entire body seemed to have been restrained. Immortal of the Six Paths, this is not your immortal dome. If I'm not wrong, you're just a divine consciousness now, right? Even your main body is not qualified to make me lose my place in this world. What's more, you're just a strand of divine consciousness now. If you are so capable, why don't you come here personally? If your main body comes, I will reenact the heaven-defying battle 800,000 years ago. How about that? However, this time, it will not be the heavens, but you, the six paths, who will be killed. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan's words made Ho Qing and the others' jaws drop. Is this a joke? Is Yuanshi Tianzuan courting death? Presumptuous. The immortal of the six paths said coldly. Presumptuous? Here, you are just a strand of divine consciousness. I dare to be presumptuous because I have the strength. Do you believe that I can destroy your strand of divine consciousness with a flip of my hand? At the end of the day, you are not the ruler of this world. You are still far from being able to command me. The primeval divine pillar said coldly. The ruler of this sage heaven? Huh? How do you know that I am not the ruler here? In the six paths immortal dome, I am an immortal. Here, I am still an immortal. The immortal of the six paths said coldly. The Snuan here is still in my hands. What kind of immortal are you? Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. All living beings believe in me, and I am an immortal. In this flawed immortal dome, all living beings believe in me. With a wave of my hand, I can mobilize the power of all living beings. Do you believe that? The immortal of the six paths said coldly. Oh, Yuanshi Tianzuan narrowed his eyes. The immortal of the six paths waved his hand. A golden dragon of luck that was 100,000 miles long suddenly appeared in the void. Roar! The golden dragon of luck let out a roar that echoed throughout the flawed immortal dome. All living beings, listen to my command. I am the immortal of the six paths. Raise your right hands and lend me all your strength. The immortal of the six paths shouted coldly. The golden dragon of luck let out a roar that was instantly heard by all living beings in the flawed immortal dome. Almost all living beings trembled and suddenly knelt down in excitement. It had been 800,000 years since the sacred leader's voice. Finally, the sacred leader's voice was heard again. Chapter 1050. The Flawed Celestial Dome. The moment the Snuan was pulled out by Yuanshi Tianzuan, there was no longer any power of heaven and earth to repair the 18 cracks. Suddenly, the void power invaded, and large cracks appeared on the flawed celestial dome. The entire celestial dome was about to be destroyed by the void power. At this moment, the flawed celestial dome was shaking and shaking. The living beings inside were naturally the most terrified. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge crack appeared in the sky, as if the end of the world was coming. The disciples of the various sects all knelt down. Sacred leader, what's going on? The sky is going to be destroyed. Are we all doomed? Sacred leader, you haven't appeared for 800,000 years. What should we do now? Sacred leader, the fear of the end of the world made everyone pin their hopes on the immortal of the six paths. Everyone knelt down and begged, but there was no other way. Just as everyone was in despair, the voice of the immortal of the six paths finally appeared, accompanied by a dragon's roar. All living beings, listen to my command. I am the immortal of the six paths. Raise your right hands and lend me all your power. The voice of the immortal of the six paths made everyone's eyes widen. I heard it. I heard it. It's the voice of the sacred leader. The sacred leader didn't abandon us. All kinds of blissful voices rang out. The sacred leader that they had worshipped all their lives had finally appeared. Quick, raise your hands. Raise your right hands. Sacred leader, please save us. Everyone was excited and kept raising their right hands. The flawed celestial dome was full of fanatics of the immortal of the six paths. When the immortal of the six paths spoke, the power of faith transmitted to everyone. Everything was real. Almost everyone raised their right hands. No hesitation, no waiting. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of power from all directions rushed toward the golden dragon of destiny above the immortal of the six paths' head. The power of all living beings. Almost all of them gathered. How much power was the combined power of all the living beings in the Immortal Dome? Even if the number of living beings in the flawed Celestial Dome was only 1% of the six paths, it was still in the trillions. This surging power was even greater than the power that the six paths borrowed from His Holiness in one celestial dynasty. If such a scene had happened in the Divine Continent, many people would have been scared witless. The waves of power surged over like a tsunami. The golden dragon of luck was about to enter the body of the immortal of six paths. Within the ancient Immortal Dome, zealots borrowing power? Hutu and the others have made a wedding dress for the six paths. Ziwei said with a displeased expression. Samsara? I was the one who spread this luck technique, and he actually used my method. Long Wan Yu felt uncomfortable. But no matter what, the body formed by the immortal of the six paths divine was about to become much stronger. On the other side, Yuan Shi Tianzuan was not afraid. Instead, he sneered. Mobilizing the power of all living beings? It is indeed a method, but unfortunately, it is useless against me. Yuan Shi Tianzuan said coldly. How is it useless? Immortal of six paths said disdainfully. In the sky, the golden dragon of fate roared and dragged the power from all over the world towards the immortal of six paths. It was about to fuse with this boundless power. Those who stand in my way will die. Yuan Shi Tianzuan waved his hand lightly. You want to kill me? It's still too early. Immortal of six paths sneered. I'm not only talking about you. I'm talking about anyone who stands in my way. Yuan Shi Tianzuan said coldly. Immortal of six paths did not care. After mobilizing the power of all living beings, he could immediately kill Yuan Shi Tianzuan. It was useless to say anything more. At that moment, Yuan Shi Tianzuan suddenly stretched out his right hand and raised it to the sky. Suddenly, a gray energy ball that was 10 feet wide appeared in his right palm. There seemed to be countless sword chi condensing inside the gray energy ball. The gray energy ball gathered more and more power. 10 feet. No, it became 1,000 feet wide in the blink of an eye. Is that chaotic sword chi? Although it is powerful, it is still weaker than the immortal of six paths who can mobilize the power of all living beings, right? Goddess Hutu asked curiously. That's not right. Guhai's pupils suddenly shrank. What? Kong Xian did not finish his question. Boom! The giant ball in the primeval lore of heaven's palm suddenly exploded. In an instant, it exploded into pieces, releasing billions of sword chi that shot in all directions like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. His chaotic energy ball broke. Mao Tianyun stared in confusion. No, he wants to kill. Guhai said as his eyelids twitched. Bastard! Yuan Shi Tianzuan, how dare you? Immortal of six paths stared at him. However, it was too late. Each of the chaotic sword chi seemed to have transcended time and space. They were extremely fast and instantly spread out in all directions. Boom! 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 The chaotic sword chi exploded everywhere in the world, creating huge craters. However, the most terrifying thing was that each of the sword chi pierced through a body. Each of the sword chi killed a living being in an instant. Don't! Help! Because of the golden dragon of luck, it could hear the screams of living beings everywhere. However, the screams only lasted for a short while. Buzz! With a golden dragon of luck there was no sound. Rumble! All of the power of all living beings that had gathered suddenly collapsed. The golden dragon of luck also let out a wail and suddenly fell apart. The power that was about to enter Immortal Six Paths' body, or even had already entered it, suddenly vanished. Not far from where Guhai was, a group of people gasped. What is going on? In the Immortal Dome of Ancients, Gaochen and Chang Sheng stared. Yuan Shi Tianzuan just killed all the living beings in the world. Long Wan Yu said in shock. What? He killed all the living beings in the Immortal Dome of Flaws. Everyone is dead? All the demons are dead? Gaochen exclaimed. Not only Gaochen, but everyone was shocked by Yuan Shi Tianzuan's means. Destroying the world with a flip of his hand? Killing all the living beings because of a disagreement? Except for Guhai's group, all the living beings in the immortal dome of flaws were dead. Even the dead spirits in the underworld were all destroyed. In an instant, they were all dead. What a ruthless killing intent, Long Wanyu said in shock. This was the first time Long Wanxing had seen someone so ruthless and merciless. Trillions of living beings were killed in one move. It was not that he was strong, but that ruthlessness really made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. How much karma does he have? Is he not afraid? Zi Wei said in shock. His talent should have been cultivated to the late stage. Only when he cultivated to the late stage can he not be affected by karma. Long Wanyu said in shock. Not be affected by karma? Everyone looked at Long Wanyu in surprise. Yes, not be affected by karma. I just didn't expect him to be so ruthless. So many living beings were killed in one move. Just because he was blocked? Just because he was blocked? Long Wanyu said in shock. He also killed once when he was in the southern sea of the divine continent. Guhai said in a low voice. He's heartless by nature. Guhai sighed slightly. In the distance, Yuanshi Tianzuan turned his hand and killed all the living beings, making the power that was rushing towards the Immortal of Six Paths disappear. The Immortal of Six Paths also looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in surprise. He was angry, but he was also angry, because this was the first time the Immortal of Six Paths met someone as ruthless as him. Only by being ruthless could one be invincible. The Immortal of Six Paths looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan, who had grown to such a level. Killing intent rose in him. Such a person could not be left alive. He had to kill him as soon as possible. He was the only one who was heartless and heartless. I've said it before. Those who stand in my way will die. Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. The Immortal of Six Paths narrowed his eyes at Yuanshi Tianzuan and sneered. Wansho Taoism? I didn't expect you to be such a character. You killed my disciple. Today, you won't have a good ending. As he spoke, the Immortal of Six Paths waved his hand. Wong. The Immortal of Six Paths' eye of heaven suddenly emitted a ray of black light. A huge ray of God-slaying light shot out from the eye of heaven. That's all you got, Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Wong. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eye of heaven also emitted a huge purple ray of God-slaying light. Boom! The two rays of God-slaying light collided, and a huge black hole suddenly appeared. The black hole was expanding rapidly. Let's go, Guhai shouted. Whoosh! The group of people immediately shot off into the distance, escaping from this huge battlefield. Under the impact of the God-slaying light, Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths finally attacked each other. Both of their palms collided, and a huge force rushed to the sky. Boom! Crack! In an instant, Guhai and the others saw the whole world being split into two by the collision of the two's power. The world was split vertically. The flawed Immortal Dome was already full of cracks. The strength of the two was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Suddenly, a huge chain reaction occurred. The world was torn apart, and for a moment, the surging power of the void rushed in. The whole world exploded in countless places. Let's go. We'll go back to the road to the underworld. Guhai said. Yes. Kong Xian immediately answered. They were about to return. Brother-in-law, it's better not to go back through the road to the underworld. Long Wanyu suddenly shouted. Why? Guhai asked. The Immortal of Six Paths is only a strand of divine thought. There must be a strand of divine thought guarding the underworld sea. Yuanshi Tianzuan is here, so he doesn't pay attention to us. However, once we leave the underworld sea, the Immortal of Six Paths will definitely not let us go. Long Wanyu said. Guhai's pupils shrank. On the other side, Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths started fighting. The terrifying battle strength, coupled with the invasion of the void power, caused the flawed Immortal Dome to be torn apart. It was as if the whole world was about to shatter. Brother-in-law, I have a formation that requires 5 perfect deities of Heavenly Palace to work together to form a formation. We can stay in the void for a short time. When the battle between Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths ends and they leave, We can go back. I have a way to find the way back. Long one, you said. Rumble. The whole world was falling apart. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched, and he finally nodded. Let's go to the void and leave this battlefield. Listen to Wan Yu. Chapter 1051. Gu Hai and the others flew straight into the starry sky. As they soared into the sky, the power of the void invaded them. Dark ribbons visible to the naked eye surged into the immortal dome of imperfection. Everyone dodged as they flew up. My formation is called the Primordial Five Elements Formation. I was going to let the 5 divine messengers use it, but now they're... However, it's not impossible to let the 5 great perfection heavenly palaces use it. This is the formation diagram. The 5 great perfection heavenly palaces will form a 5 elements formation. Each of them will stand in a position. The 5 forces will fuse and form a primordial element. The consumption of power will be slowed down. It can last for at least 10 years. Long Wan Yu said. As he spoke, he waved his hand and used a spell to form a formation diagram. Kong Xian, Wan Qing, He Tu, Ho Qing, Mao Tianyun, the 5 of you are all great perfection heavenly palaces. How about you set up the formation? Gu Hai asked. I'm fine with it. Long Wan Qing immediately shouted. The others also nodded. Long Wan Yu's formation diagram was displayed by Gu Hai. The 5 of them immediately occupied 5 positions and waved their hands. Boom! Suddenly, the 5 types of energy collided in the void according to a specific frequency. Then a small spherical barrier was formed, surrounding everyone in the center. Looking at the billowing dark power of the void, everyone's expression turned solemn. Enter. The spherical enchantment enveloped everyone, and they instantly entered the pitch-black void. The barrier shook for a while, like a drop of water falling on a soldering iron. It made a sizzling sound, as if the energy was evaporating. After evaporating, it disappeared. The void was depleting the power of the boundary, and it was also depleting the power of the 5 great perfection heavenly palaces. Once the power of the 5 was depleted, the boundary would break because there was no energy supply in the void. It's done. This is more than 100 times less than when I entered the void alone. He-Tu's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course, Long Wan Yu said proudly. Look at the flawed immortal dome. Kong Xian said with a glare. Only by standing in the void and looking at the immortal flawed dome could one see clearly. At this moment, one could faintly see 2 forces colliding with each other inside. They were the 6 paths Immortal and Yuanshi, Tianzuan. Boom! Every time they collided, the resulting force was like a saber cleaving the entire immortal dome in half. After a few times, the flawed immortal dome shattered into pieces. The Sage of 6 Paths and Yuanshi Tianzuan are so powerful. Kong Xian was shocked. Kong Xian was now at the peak of Heavenly Palace, but he still didn't expect that the power of the 2 could shatter the whole world. You're overthinking things. The goddess Earth Mother shook her head. If it wasn't for Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of 6 Paths, they wouldn't have been able to do that. The reason why the heavens and earth shattered was because they already had countless internal injuries. The flawed immortal dome was already on the verge of shattering. At this moment, with the influx of void energy, the immortal dome shattered even faster. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the 6 Paths Immortal are just a catalyst to accelerate the process of the flawed immortal dome shattering. They're just the straw that broke the camel's back. The goddess Earth Mother said solemnly. Oh, Kong Xian was slightly stunned. Boom! Crack! Crack! The flawed immortal dome shattered into hundreds of large pieces. Tens of thousands of small pieces. It was as if a planet had exploded. The magnificent scene shocked Gu Hai and the others. The power of the void was quickly melting these fragments. The large fragments still needed time to melt, but the small fragments melted away in an instant. Vaguely, they could see that in the remaining hundreds of large pieces, there were countless energy shadows in the shape of trees pulling at them, as if they wanted to fuse with these pieces. However, they couldn't resist the void energy and were still disappearing. Boom! 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 The battle between Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the Immortal of the Six Paths wasn't over. The entire flawed, immortal dome shattered, but the two of them instantly pounced into the void. Accompanying the two of them was the subdued golden dragon. The golden dragon that Hichu possessed. Why am I so unlucky? Hichu let out a cry of despair and disappeared into the void with the two of them. They're gone. Let's go back and take a look. Guhai said. Whoosh! The barrier enveloped everyone as they rushed into the shattered, flawed, immortal dome. But now, they couldn't tell what was right and what was wrong. The road to the underworld had also disappeared. The road to the underworld is gone. What should we do now? Ho Ching asked anxiously. Guhai looked at the countless tree shadows and the remaining fragments of the flawed, immortal dome. His eyes narrowed. Be careful. I'm going to put these into the immortal dome. Guhai said. What? Everyone was slightly stunned. Just leave me an opening in the barrier. Guhai said. No, you're hastening our destruction. Ho Ching exclaimed. Yes, Kong Xian replied. Buzz. Kong Xian opened a small opening. No, do you want us to die with you? Ho Ching said angrily. Shut up. Kong Xian glared at him. Long Wanqing also glared at Ho Ching. Hutu and Mao Tianyun didn't say anything. They saw Guhai waving his hand at the small opening in the barrier. The immortal dome seemed to open a huge mouth and swallowed a fragment that was millions of miles large. Whoosh! The enormous fragment entered the immortal dome of the ancients. At the same time, the immortal dome continued to swallow those tree-like energy shadows. Guhai knew that those were great Daos that were struggling in the void. The Six Paths Immortal Dome, the 3,000 great Daos were a whole. They formed a cycle and formed a perfect world. Therefore, they weren't afraid of the void invasion. Now, in the flawed Immortal Dome, these great Daos couldn't hold on alone. The Immortal Dome was shattered. This was the final struggle. It was like a drowning person suddenly finding a life-saving straw. They naturally rushed over. The Immortal Dome was the way to survive. All the struggling great Daos dragged the huge, flawed Immortal Dome fragments into the Immortal Dome. Rumble! The great Daos entered the Immortal Dome. They were immediately recorded by the Book of Life and Death. Then they formed great Dao patterns and merged into the Immortal Dome. And those flawed Immortal Dome fragments were like the energy of the great Dao. They were quickly filling up the great Dao. In the past, Guhai used countless spiritual stones to shape the great Dao of chess. Now he was directly using the world Dao to fill up the world Dao. This was more perfect than spiritual stones to nourish the great Dao. Where to find it? Rumble, rumble. The ancient immortal dome expanded rapidly as the great Dao merged with it. At the same time, the entire world seemed to have the shadow of a giant tree. That was the great Dao taking root in the immortal dome. This is the old man's immortal dome, right? Long Wanyu said in surprise. In the void force and the immortal dome of the ancients were competing to devour the fragments of the immortal dome 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 of the ancients. Fortunately, the great Daos of the immortal dome of the immortal dome of the ancients favored the immortal dome of the ancients. It expanded the immortal dome. This time, there was no need for energy or the power of space. Everything in these fragments was self-contained. The living beings in the ancient immortal dome watched as the entire world underwent earth-shaking changes. 1 great Dao, 10 great Daos, 100 great Daos. The immortal dome continued to expand, and the spirit Qi continued to rise. While everyone inside was shocked, outside, Ho Ching's expression changed drastically. Guhai, enough is enough, Ho Ching said angrily. Ho Ching could see that Guhai had benefited greatly. He already had a problem with Guhai, and now he was even more jealous. At the same time, because Kong Xian had opened a small hole in the barrier, everyone had used up a lot of energy. The barrier said it could last 10 years, but who knew how long it could last? 1 year? It was a land of death outside. How dare you? Kong Xian glared at Ho Ching. Ho Ching, now is not the time to argue. Long Wanqing said in a low voice. What do you mean it's not the time to argue? Kong Xian is Gu Hai's subordinate. Long Wanqing, you're Gu Hai's woman. Of course you'll side with him. He's messing around here, but he wants us to die with him. We don't even know where the immortal dome of the Six Paths is. We can't lose anything now. We'll play with him until we die. Sister, don't you think so? Mao Tianyun, do you want to die? Ho Qing said coldly. Mao Tianyun and Hota frowned, but didn't say anything. They were hesitant. Who said so? I know how to get to our immortal dome. I'll be there soon. I've been calculating how much energy my brother-in-law needs. If he can't handle it, we'll go back to our immortal dome immediately. Long Wanyu said angrily. The immortal dome of the ancients didn't block out Long Wanyu and the others' voices. You were heaven in your past life, and I respected you. But now, you're Gu Hai's sister-in-law. Don't think I don't know. You're siding with Gu Hai. You're asking us to die with him. Ho Qing glared. How dare you? Ho Qing, how can you say that? Hota glared. Sister, the old heaven is dead. This is no longer heaven. It's just heaven's memories. Their personalities are completely different. Ho Qing said angrily. Don't spout nonsense. Hota glared. I don't care. If you can find our immortal dome, go ahead and find it. Tell me. Ho Qing said angrily. Long Wanyu was also annoyed. Fine, you don't believe me? Fine, I'll make a void-piercing eye. See for yourself. With that said, Long Wanyu waved her hand and used magic to condense an eye-like magic treasure. She activated it gently. Wong. The eye-like magic treasure immediately spread out in all directions, forming pieces of light. Most of the light screens were empty. Suddenly, the immortal dome of the Six Paths appeared. There! Everyone's eyes lit up. Follow the direction of the void-piercing eye, and we'll be able to go back. What are you worried about? Long Wanyu said. Then let's go back. Ho Qing said happily. No, my brother-in-law's matter isn't over yet. We'll leave after it's over. Long Wanyu shouted. If you don't want to go, I'll go. Sister, Mao Tianyun, don't you want to go back immediately? Ho Qing said. Ho Qing, shut up. Listen to Long Wanyu. Hota said. No, I have to go back. I don't believe them. If you don't want to go, I'll go. Ho Qing shouted. You'll go? If you go, what about our array? Long Wanyu glared. So be it. I have to go. Sister, Mao Tianyun, are you sure you don't want to go? Ho Qing looked at the two of them. If the two of them left with him, the primordial 5 elements array would be completely destroyed. Gu Hai would not be able to stay in the void any longer. He would not be able to get any benefits from it. Meow, Ho Qing, I've been tricked by you once. Do you think I'll listen to you again? Mao Tianyun said coldly. Obviously, Mao Tianyun was on Long Wanyu's side. Ho Qing, you disappoint me too much. Goddess Hotu also had a look of disappointment on her face. It's fine if you don't want to go. But let me remind you, even though that unborn man fought against me, Kong Xian and Mao Tianyun, he's not a heavenly palace greater perfection being. He only used Master Show's methods. Once I leave, your primordial 5 elements array will be destroyed. You won't be able to stay for long. Ho Qing looked at Gu Hai coldly. With that, Ho Qing was about to deactivate his array. Ho Qing, everyone was enraged. There had to be 5 heavenly palace greater perfection beings. One less wouldn't do, but now that Ho Qing had left, I'll fill in the gaps. Suddenly, Gu Hai stepped out of the immortal dome. Chapter 1052. Seeing Gu Hai's main body use the immortal dome of the ancients to swallow the immortal dome, Ho Qing didn't know what was going on, but he knew that Gu Hai was getting great benefits, so he didn't want to let Gu Hai get what he wanted. That was why he wanted to leave, so that everyone would compromise and stop Gu Hai from getting benefits. But now, a black-robed man suddenly appeared. Ho Qing hadn't seen him fight, but Gu Hai wanted to replace him, so Ho Qing was shocked. Do you have Heavenly Palace peak cultivation? You need to make up for it. Ho Qing sneered. Just a little bit, that's enough. Gu Hai said calmly. Wrapped in a black robe, skeleton Gu Hai did not let Ho Qing see his appearance. A little bit? Haha, do you know how much this void costs us? You don't have Heavenly Palace peak cultivation. You're asking for death. Ho Qing glared. Gu Hai's main body said, Ho Qing, do you want to leave or stay? Of course I want to leave. Ho Qing glared. If you want to leave, then don't be so noisy. Leave now, Guhai's main body said. You. Ho Ching glared. Guhai's expression of disdain made Ho Ching depressed. Ho Ching, if you dare to leave, then you're not my brother. Hutis scolded Ho Ching anxiously. Humph, sister, I already said that the heavens are dead. Why are you still loyal to Long Wanyu? Ho Ching was depressed. Shut up, Hutu said angrily. Humph, I don't care. This black-robed man hasn't reached Heavenly Palace Peak. You're just waiting for death here. See how this formation works without me. You'll all go to the 6 Paths, Immortal Dome like me, humph. Ho Ching snorted. Boom. Ho Ching left the formation and shot into the distance. As soon as Ho Ching left, the barrier immediately began to tremble as if it was about to collapse. Guhai's body flashed and stopped at a spot where the formation was lacking. Immediately, skeleton energy surged into the formation. The formation stabilized again. However, it also used up a lot of Guhai's energy. However, Guhai extended his hand out of the formation. A skeletal hand stretched out, and everyone who saw it was slightly stunned. A skeleton? This black-robed man was a skeleton? Was a bone god? However, the crowd was soon stunned by another scene. The skeletal hand reached out, but it didn't use a barrier to protect itself. Instead, the skeletal hand touched the void, but the strange thing was that the skeletal hand didn't melt. Meow. What the hell? That palm is unaffected by the void? Mao Tianyun was shocked. In its shock, it stretched out one of its paws. Sizzle. Sizzle, zul, 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 zul. After a series of sizzling sounds, the fur on the cat's hand disappeared like water vapor. Meow, you're lying. How can you be fine? Mao Tianyun quickly retracted his hand and looked at Guhai in shock. Guhai was indeed fine. In fact, there were traces of mysterious void energy entering his body. Not only did it not dissolve Guhai, it even strengthened Guhai. Brother-in-law, this is? Long Wanyu's eyes lit up as if she had guessed something. Guhai nodded. That's right, it's him. Guhai's body entered the celestial dome of ancients. Long Wanyu was very excited. I thought it was destroyed. How did it come into being? Your ribs? Guhai asked curiously. No, it's actually my spine from my previous life. After most of it was melted by the void energy, it looked like a rib, and all the joints were fused into one. Long Wanyu said in shock. It's a pity that his consciousness now. Guhai frowned slightly. Brother-in-law, don't worry. It's useless to me. I'm very happy to be able to become brother-in-law's clone. Moreover, this spine was broken before. After I asked someone to fix it for me, I often felt uncomfortable. 800,000 years ago, it mutated in the void. I don't know what kind of mutation it was. Anyway, brother-in-law, you can figure it out yourself. Long Wanyu shook her head. Guhai's body nodded. In the outside world, as skeleton Guhai absorbed more and more void energy, the supply to the formation increased. For a moment, Mao Tianyun, Hutu, Long Wanqing, and Kong Xian all looked at skeleton Guhai in shock. Meow, you really haven't reached the peak of the Heaven Palace. Why? Why is the formation filled with your energy? I don't even need to consume it? Yeah, it seems that we only need to stabilize the formation. We don't need to provide energy? Kong Xian was also surprised. Isn't it better that we don't need to provide energy? Thank you for your trouble. Solemnly, skeleton Guhai said Guhai. Your voice, Guhai? Mao Tianyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Just now, when skeleton Guhai and Guhai's body were together, no one thought about it. Now that Guhai's body entered the celestial dome of ancients, they immediately realized that skeleton Guhai's voice and skeleton Guhai's body were the same person. Skeleton Guhai nodded. Everyone was surprised, but they immediately understood. A doppelganger? This skeleton is Guhai's doppelganger? Rolling void energy kept flowing into skeleton Guhai's body, strengthening skeleton Guhai. It seemed to be helping him to reach the peak of the Heaven Palace. On the other side, the celestial dome of ancients was constantly devouring great Daos. After being shattered by Immortal 6 Paths in Yuanshi Tianzuan, some of the flawed fragments of the celestial dome of ancients had already drifted away. Skeleton Guhai led everyone to search around for some time. At this moment, They didn't need to consume any of their energy. Naturally, no one complained. Within the celestial dome of ancients, more and more flawed fragments of the celestial dome of ancients and great Taos merged into the celestial dome of ancients. The entire celestial dome of ancients expanded by more than 100 times. Rumble. Great Taos were erected one after another. The entire world was undergoing a tremendous change. 220 Great Taos. Brother-in-law, this celestial dome of ancients is also becoming more powerful, Long Wan Yu said in surprise. The 220 Great Taos were also surging power into Gu Hai's body, healing the injuries of Gu Hai's body. Not long after, Gu Hai's injuries were 80% healed. Other than the 5 people who were setting up the array outside, everyone else was brought into the celestial dome of ancients by Gu Hai. How many great Taos are there in the flawed celestial dome of ancients? Gu Hai's body looked at Long Wan Yu. A total of 300 great Taos. They're the treasures of 6 paths, and over the years. Long Wan Yu exclaimed. Oh, treasures? Gu Hai was puzzled. Of course, great Taos are not so easy to form. You need to have the most thorough understanding of a great Tao and have endless energy to fill in the gaps. I have collected them for countless years. In every era, various geniuses helped me comprehend and perfect the rules of each branch of the great Tao. How many generations did it take to complete the accumulation of one great Tao? I have collected 200 great Taos. I don't know where 6 paths found 100 great Taos. With these 300 great Taos as the foundation, he collected countless rules to create the embryonic form of the great Tao. I helped 6 paths wholeheartedly, but I didn't expect him to be a liar. Long Wan Yu said angrily. We have only found 220 great Taos. It seems that the other 80 great Taos have disappeared. Gu Hai sighed slightly. No, the strength of each great Tao is more powerful than the complete heavenly palace. They will not disappear within a year. Long Wan Yu said immediately. If that's the case, let's continue to search. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The group continued to search in the void. Sure enough, one great Tao after another was found and collected by Gu Hai. Half a year later, boom! A loud sound suddenly came from skeleton Gu Hai's body. It seemed to have formed a wave of air that rushed toward the group. Meow! You made a breakthrough? Complete heavenly palace? Mao Tianyun exclaimed. Hutu also looked at skeleton Gu Hai blankly. Luck! Skeleton Gu Hai nodded. The group looked at skeleton Gu Hai blankly. This doesn't make sense. In this place, there's only consumption, not accumulation. How did you make a breakthrough? What did you use to make a breakthrough? However, that was the truth. Skeleton Gu Hai really made a breakthrough. The group was speechless and continued to search for great Tao. 2 months later, they finally found the last great Tao. Boom! The immortal dome of the ancients swallowed and then closed its mouth. The entire immortal dome of the ancients was now 1% the size of the immortal dome of the 6 paths, and there were 2 realms of yin and yang. A smaller immortal dome of the 6 paths was born. After all, a lot of it was consumed by the void. It is half of the flawed immortal dome. Long Wan Yu frowned. I am satisfied. Gu Hai smiled. Brother-in-law, you have a great Tao of chess. Oh, there's also the Hell Tao, Human Tao, Azura Tao, and Beast Tao. However, there is no extra energy for them to condense. These are the records of the 4 paths of reincarnation and the 6 paths of reincarnation. They're the foundation of the 3,000 paths of Tao. If you want to use energy to make them appear, you will need to consume 100 times more energy. Long Wan Yu said in surprise. It doesn't matter. We will think of a way to deal with the 4 paths of reincarnation in the future, Gu Hai said with a smile. But, brother-in-law, how did you get their pictures? Isn't it only possible to draw a great Tao after completely comprehending it? How did you? Long Wan Yu said in surprise. Gu Hai did not hide it. He reached out and took the Book of Life and Death. The 305 great Tao patterns in the Book of Life and Death made Long Wan Yu's eyes light up. The Book of Life and Death? It is really the book of life and death. I thought it was taken away by 30. Long Wan Yu said in surprise. Gu Hai dismissed everyone. Only Gu Hai and Long Wan Yu stood at the entrance of a large hall. Wan Yu, you mentioned 30 just now? What is going on? Also, 30 knows about the book of life and death? Gu Hai said in surprise. Of course. However, most people would not know that 30 is already here. He is too old. Long Wan Yu recalled. Oh, Gu Hai said in surprise. Brother-in-law, do you know how I became heaven in my previous life? Long Wan Yu looked at Gu Hai. You are the first living being born in heaven and earth. Gu Hai looked at Long Wan Yu. No, I am the third, the second living being born in heaven and earth. I am called 30. Long Wan Yu recalled. 30? 30 is from the sixth Tao, Immortal Dome? Gu Hai said in shock. Sixth Tao, Immortal Dome? Fine, I will also call it the sixth Tao, Immortal Dome. However, speaking of which, 30 is indeed the second creature of the sixth Tao, Immortal Dome. Back then, he was the true ruler of the Immortal Dome, the ruler of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the Immortal Dome's development was extremely slow, and there were too few creatures. One day, 30 came to find me, saying that he wanted to search the void to see if there were any other immortal dominions. 30? He wants to search for other immortal domes in the void? Gu Hai said in shock. Yes. He said that our world was too boring. There were too few living beings. He had no desire to rule, so he wanted to leave. Hence, he took out the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death had 3,000 records of law, which could mobilize 3,000 great Tao. He forcefully removed the 3,000 records of law from the Book of Life and Death and refined them into Sinyuan. He gave me the Sinyuan, and I became the heavens. Then I ruled heaven and earth. As for him, he left heaven and earth and went to the void. He might have died long ago. Long Wan Yu said regretfully. Gu Hai's heart was in turmoil. What was going on? 30 from Earth was the ruler of the sixth Tao, Immortal Dome, and then invaded Earth? 30 was from the sixth Tao, Immortal Dome? Gu Hai would not have believed it if it were someone else. However, Long Wan Yu was the reincarnation of the heavens. Her words were naturally the truth. Even so, Gu Hai took a long time to recover from the shock of the news. Chapter 1053. 30 is the second living being and was once the ruler of heaven and earth. Did you just say that 30 has a strong desire to rule? Gu Hai looked at Long Wan Yu. Yes, he cares more about his own strength. In order to perfect his cultivation system, he slaughtered almost all the living beings in the world and collected their souls to practice his techniques. After that, new living beings were born. He ruled over billions of living beings, but he felt that it was too little and too weak. It was like a human ruling over ants. There was no sense of accomplishment. So he went to the void to find another immortal firmament. But how could there be another immortal firmament in the void? Infinity begets Taiji. Infinity begets nothing, and Taiji begets something. The void is the opposite of our immortal firmament. Long Wan Yu frowned. What will happen if the 30th returns? Gu Hai asked with a frown. 30? Comes back. Isn't he dead? Long Wan Yu was stunned. What if he's not dead? Gu Hai asked again, solemnly. Long Wan Yu looked at Gu Hai in surprise, then frowned. He will immediately seize control of heaven and earth. Moreover, he treats the common people even more coldly than Yuanshi Tianzuan and the dominator of Samsara. Oh, moreover, with 30 strength, the dominator of Samsara might not be able to stop him. 30 gave me Sun Yuan before he left, but he must have a backup plan. It won't be difficult for him to take control of the immortal firmament. Long Wan Yu recalled. I understand. Gu Hai nodded solemnly. But brother-in-law, 30 is most likely dead. The one we should worry about the most is still Jiang Chun. Long Wan Yu smiled bitterly. Jiang Chun? Gu Hai was confused. Yes. Although I was killed by Rokudo Shinkuan, perhaps Jiang Chun's shadow was also involved. Long Wan Yu guessed. What? Gu Hai was puzzled. He's the source of chaos. Long Wan Yu said with a frown. What do you mean? What's the background of this Jiang Chun? Gu Hai asked curiously. I'm not too sure either. He appeared out of nowhere 30,000 years after 30 years' time. At that time, the world was peaceful and I was a peace-loving person. However, Jiang Chun was always causing wars and riots. Long Wan Yu recalled. Why would he want to cause a riot? Gu Hai was puzzled. He said that the people of this world are too weak and they can't stand up to the wind and rain. He needs to make the people of this world stronger. Peace can't be exchanged for strength. Only battles, continuous battles, can nurture peerless experts one after another. Long Wan Yu recalled. Nurture peerless experts? Why? Gu Hai asked in shock. This Jiang Chun didn't want to seize the world, but was nurturing the experts of the divine continent. He seems to know of 30's existence, so he hopes to nurture peerless experts to deal with 30. Long Wan Yu recalled. Jiang Chun has a grudge with 30? Gu Hai asked in shock. Perhaps, but it's also very strange. 30 and Jiang Chun have never met before. I don't understand either. Oh, right, back then, the witch tribe was created by Jiang Chun. He led a group of humans and taught them strange cultivation techniques. No, he only led them through the door, but let the witch tribe explore on their own. They explored one strange cultivation technique after another, and then fought against the demons. He didn't want the results. He only wanted the process. He only wanted the strong. He didn't want the witch tribe, but he controlled the war between the witch tribe and the demons. He wanted to use the war to make the strongest in the world stronger. Long Wan Yu recalled. No wonder Jiang Chun stopped the war when the witch tribe was about to win. Gu Hai said with a frown. No one knows what Jiang Chun is thinking. Back then, the war between the witch tribe and the demons caused countless casualties. Of course, I couldn't bear to see it, so I went to find Jiang Chun to reason. But Jiang Chun kept avoiding me, and I didn't know what he was thinking. He wanted war, and I wanted peace. Perhaps Rokudo Shinkuin's appearance was to help Jiang Chun kick away this stumbling block. Heh. Long Wan Yu laughed bitterly. You're right. In times of peace, humans are humans. In times of war, humans are worse than dogs. Your policy of peace allowed all living things to retain their dignity. Gu Hai consoled. Long Wan Yu nodded. Right. That day, you merged Hichu into the golden dragon. Why? Gu Hai asked curiously. I think it's good to have Long Wan Yu's body in this life. Although Hutu and the others used the power of faith to help me rebuild my physical body, the golden dragon's physical body was very different from my previous lives. I didn't want it. I didn't want him to work for nothing, so I absorbed some of the power I needed to improve my cultivation. Then I gave it to Hichu. Long Wan Yu said with a smile. How much did your cultivation improve? Gu Hai asked curiously. I'm now at the second level of Heavenly Palace. Long Wan Yu said proudly. All right, you decide for yourself your own path. Gu Hai nodded. It's a pity that Hichu seems to be very unlucky. Long Wan Yu said regretfully. Yes, I don't know what the result is now. However, the flawed Immortal Dome has been collected. We should go back. Gu Hai said solemnly. Long Wan Yu nodded. 6 paths, Immortal Dome, Divine Continent. Wanshou Taoism. Yuanshi Tianzuan's hair was a little messy. He grabbed the golden dragon and returned to the premier hall. Boom! The golden dragon fell on the square of the main hall and smashed a large number of stone slabs. At this moment, his cultivation was sealed and he couldn't move. The golden dragon Hichu was in despair. Why am I so unlucky? Greetings, sect leader. A group of Wanshou Taoism disciples came forward to pay their respects in surprise. Yuanshi Tianzuan ignored them and looked up at the sky. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds covered the sky and rolled down. Wong. A crack appeared in the middle. Suddenly, the black eye of heaven stared at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Walala. In an instant, all the Wanshou Taoism disciples knelt down under the heavenly might. Yuanshi Tianzuan? The Immortal of 6 Paths shouted coldly from the sky. Oh, Immortal of 6 Paths? You know what I'm capable of in the previous battle. Why? Do you want to fight again? Your main body is still in seclusion, right? Come out and let me fight you again. What do you think? Yuanshi Tianzuan did not give in at all. He looked at the eye of heaven with a cold expression. Hearing Yuanshi Tianzuan's words, all the Wanshou Taoism disciples shuddered. As for the others who were paying attention to this place, they were also shocked. Is Yuanshi Tianzuan courting death? How dare he speak to the Immortal of Six Paths like this? However, the Immortal of Six Paths didn't say anything. He just stared at Yuanshi Tianzuan. For a moment, the Wanshou Taoism entrance fell into a strange atmosphere. Far away, at the entrance of the Divine Temple in the Western Spirit Mountain, Jiang Chun stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the entrance of the Wanshou Taoism entrance with a smile. Yuanshi Tianzuan, you've cultivated the spiritual light left by 30 to this level. Even the Immortal of Six Paths hesitated. Jiang Chun was slightly surprised. It seemed to have sensed Jiang Chen's gaze. The eye of heaven in the distance suddenly turned around. From a distance, it looked coldly at Jiang Chun, who was at the entrance of the Divine Temple. Jiang Chun, Yuanshi Tianzuan? Wait a little longer and enjoy yourself. When I come out of seclusion, it will be the time of your death. The Immortal of Six Paths snorted coldly in the sky. Let's wait and see. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Jiang Chun in the distance also smiled slightly. Rumble, the eye of heaven slowly closed, and the dark clouds slowly dissipated. The Immortal of Six Paths finally left. At this moment, the disciples of the Wanshou Taoism were stunned because they seemed to understand something from the Immortal of Six Paths' words. Even the Immortal of Six Paths couldn't do anything to the sect leader now. Just how strong was the sect leader? Everyone was shocked. The Immortal of Six Paths couldn't do anything even though he knew there was a heaven-defying person. Only the Long Zhonghua could be so domineering. Is the sect leader as strong as the Long Zhonghua? Yuanshi Tianzuan glared coldly at Jiang Chun, who just arrived at the entrance of the temple. Jiang Chun looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He smiled at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Jiang Chun and narrowed his eyes. He seemed to be a little confused, but he also knew that Jiang Chun was powerful. He relied on his true strength to make the Immortal of Six Paths compromise while his real body was in seclusion. Is Jiang Chun the same? He snorted coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan ignored Jiang Chun. He turned his head and looked at the golden dragon on the ground. Transform into your human form and come in with me. Yuanshi Tianzuan pointed at the golden dragon. The golden dragon was instantly freed from the restraints as if it was free. Yuanshi Tianzuan put his hand behind his back and entered the primeval hall. The golden dragon slowly transformed into a thin man. His appearance was exactly the same as the He-Tu from 800,000 years ago. He-Chu watched as Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped into the primeval hall. This was the best time to escape, but He-Chu didn't dare. This was Yuanshi Tianzuan, who didn't even take the Immortal of Six Paths seriously. He was like a chicken in his hands. Escape? Wasn't that courting death? Why am I so unlucky? He-Chu cried sadly as he followed Yuanshi Tianzuan into the primeval hall. Bang! The door of the hall closed with a bang. At the entrance of the primeval hall, Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. Yuanshi Tianzuan has traces of the Great Path in his hands. Could it be the pattern of the laws? Looks like Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength is going to rise to another level. Allah, there's a message from the Guqin figurine of Wanshou Taoism. Yuanshi Tianzuan is challenging the Immortal of Six Paths. Long Outyin hurried over. Long Outyin, the son of Dragon God Ing, was now following Jiang Chun. I already know, Jiang Chun said lightly. Yes, Allah is invincible. Long Outyin said respectfully. It looks like Yuanshi Tianzuan fought with the Immortal of Six Paths in the void. And Yuanshi Tianzuan got the golden dragon? And could that be the Sinuan of the Immortal of Sage Heaven? Jiang Chun frowned and analyzed. What did you say, Allah? Long Outyin was puzzled. Long Outyin, Jiang Chun said lightly. Yes. Long Outyin's face suddenly became serious. Go to the underworld's Yellow Spring Sea and help me find out the situation there. Jiang Chun said lightly. Yes, but what do you need? Long Outyin was puzzled. The Yellow Spring Sea? I haven't been there for 100,000 years. There are a few yellow spring paths there that lead to the Immortal of Sage Heaven. Huda was doing something there, and I didn't disturb her. But it looks like all her plans were in vain. Yuanshi Tianzuan got a lot of benefits. The Immortal of Sage Heaven must have been destroyed without the protection of Sun Yuan. Go take a look. If there's anything unusual, report to me. If there's nothing unusual, just leave it. Jiang Chun said lightly. Yes, I have to go somewhere, so I don't have time to find out. When you come back, if I'm not there, just wait for me. I'll be back in a few days. Jiang Chun said. Yes. Long Outyin replied. Whoosh. Jiang Chun's body swayed and disappeared. Chapter 1054. The Immortal Dome of the Ancients. Mosquito Doran's black mosquito had swallowed the crazy Dahong. The boundless resentment had also replenished Mosquito Doran's heart of darkness, which was the heart of the mosquito. Mosquito Doran's body suddenly expanded, and a powerful aura was emitted. Mosquito Doran, have you reached the peak of the Heaven Palace realm? Dragon Shinying asked. Mosquito Doran shook his head. Not yet. It's not enough. I need this resentment. Guhai was puzzled. I'm still a little short. Your Majesty, I'm useless. Mosquito Doran smiled bitterly. It's fine if you haven't reached the peak of the Heaven Palace realm. Just increase your cultivation. Guhai consoled. Yes. Mosquito Doran nodded. Since Matriarch Ji sent someone to cultivate the heart control, it shouldn't be just a Hong. There should be others. We will wait for an opportunity in the future, Guhai said in a deep voice. Yes, in the great yellow dynasty of the Divine Continent, in an extremely remote mountain valley. Matriarch Ji stood outside the mountain valley, listening to the miserable screams of a woman coming from within. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Give me back my son. A woman's miserable screams rang out. A torrential resentment seemed to have dyed the sky black. Suddenly, a scream rang out. It was as though something had exploded. Soon, a white-robed man was dragged out by a group of great yellow dynasty guards. The white-robed man's head exploded, and he died miserably. His holiness failed again, a guard said respectfully. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. What's the situation inside? Your Majesty, we have imitated Dahong's original method to assist in the cultivation of this sorcerer tribe's secret technique. However, until now, only Dahong has been able to withstand the resentment of a pregnant woman who lost her child while cultivating this technique. The others have all been overwhelmed by resentment, and their brains exploded. A guard said bitterly. Only Dahong was able to cultivate it? Matriarch Ji asked with an ugly expression. Yes, for now. No one was able to endure it, except for those that Lord Dahong extradited. However, those people were Dahong's subordinates. Dahong had to pass some sorcerer chi to them every now and then. Otherwise, their 3 souls would explode and die. Only Lord Dahong was able to cultivate it. Matriarch Ji said Matriarch. Matriarch Ji's expression. Matriarch Ji followed. Matriarch Ji said Matriarch Ji said Matriarch Ji use body. Said Matriarch Arch. Dahong extradited a total of 100 people. This time, he only brought 50 people to chase after Guhai. The other 50 people remained in Xianyuan City. However, they all died in one night. With Dahong's death, the heart essence in their glabella was no longer restrained. They were all overwhelmed by resentment. Matriarch Ji coldly said, I wonder if Guhai is dead. Matriarch Ji said with an ugly expression. When using the mind control technique, we have to exhaust the resentment. I have not used it for many years because I was waiting for an opportunity to control all the emperors and matriarchs. Unfortunately, before I could do it, he was... Matriarch Ji's expression turned gloomy. What should we do now? Matriarch Ji asked anxiously. Continue to find people to test. Find those heinous people from the prison and test them one by one. Eventually, we will find someone similar to Dahong. I don't believe that no one can cultivate this technique after losing Dahong. Matriarch Ji said coldly. Yes, in the void. It's in that direction. Quick, we are back, Mao Tianyun said happily. After choosing to return, Gu Hai and his group wandered in the void for almost a month. Under Long Wanyu's guidance, they found the way back to the Six Paths Immortal Dome. They saw a huge object in front of them. The outer area was naturally filled with stars that were distorted by time. Seeing these stars, everyone felt a sense of familiarity. This is the Six Paths Immortal Dome. We're back. Just as everyone was about to rush into the stars, Goddess Ho Tu's expression suddenly changed. That is, Ho Ching? Goddess Ho Tu exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction of Goddess Ho Tu's exclamation. They saw a huge yellow net at the edge of the Six Paths Immortal Dome. The net was flowing in a liquid state, as though yellow energy was continuously flowing out from the Six Paths Immortal Dome. In the center of the net, Ho Ching was tied up in the shape of the Chinese character. His body was emitting waves of black gas, as though his strength was melting away. Ho Ching is tied up? He didn't return to the Six Paths Immortal Dome? Kong Xian said in surprise. Serve him right. Meow, he should have run. Mao Tianyun said with a glare. Is this the power of the Yellow Spring Sea? The Yellow Spring water is continuously supplying the formation to prevent Ho Ching from returning. It has been more than half a year. Ho Ching can't hold on any longer, right? Long Wanqing said in shock. He has been in the void for more than half a year. Ho Ching can't hold on any longer. Mr. Good. Goddess Ho Tu looked at Gu Hai with a hint of pleading in her eyes. No matter how angry she was, Ho Ching was still her younger brother. She naturally wanted to save Ho Ching. However, she knew that Long Wanyu listened to Gu Hai. Everything still needed Gu Hai's approval. Let's go. Gu Hai nodded. Thank you, Goddess Ho Tu said gratefully. When Ho Ching left the group earlier, it could be said that he had betrayed everyone. Gu Hai had gone to save Ho Ching because of him. The group quickly walked towards the Yellow Spring Great Array and arrived in front of it in the blink of an eye. Let me go. Ho Ching was extremely weak at this moment. He couldn't even speak. The void power surged into his body and kept breaking down Ho Ching's strength. Ho Ching no longer had the strength to struggle. His body would be broken down soon. A green ball of light was between Ho Ching's eyebrows. Half of it was in Ho Ching's body, while the other half was exposed. Keek, Ho Ching, you're so stubborn. You're still alive. Don't blame us. Blame your zombie progenitor seed for being too precious. Or blame yourself for being too stupid. We just finished setting up the array, and you came back. Keek. A sinister laugh came from the great array. Ho Ching trembled. I can give you the zombie progenitor seed. Let me go. Let you go. Keek, do you think we're stupid? When Chun Shinsho asked me to come here, I was only going to kill Gu Hai and get my revenge. But I didn't expect to get such a reward. Once the zombie progenitor seed is removed from your body, I can create a new wind zombie progenitor. Ho Ching, you haven't matured for so many years. It's a waste for the zombie progenitor seed to fall into your hands. The sinister voice laughed again. Let me go. Dongfang Shou, let me go if you dare. Fight me one-on-one. Ho Ching roared. Humph, do you think I'm stupid? One-on-one? Even against Gu Hai? I'm not going to show up. Instead, I'm going to activate the array on the Yellow Spring Sea. The array here was set up by Jiang Lianshan. It uses the Yellow Spring water as the foundation and can extend beyond the void. Humph, Jiang Lianshan wanted to learn from Rokudo Shinkuin and kill beyond the Immortal Dome. That's why he set up this Yellow Spring water array. Unfortunately, in my opinion, this array is a joke. It can't stop a mortal of Six Paths. Even a peak heavenly palace wouldn't fall for it if they were careful. But, Ho Ching, you're so stupid. Ha. Jiang Lianshan didn't even set it up and you fell for it? Dongfang Shou's mocking voice came again. Roar. Ho Ching roared gloomily. Just you wait. Soon, your body will be decomposed. The moment you're completely dismembered will be the moment I take the zombie progenitor seed. Dongfang Shou's voice came from the array. No, it shouldn't be like this. Ho Ching was filled with grief and indignation. But now, he couldn't break free at all. The array was being drained, but the Yellow Spring water kept pouring out to replenish it. He couldn't do anything. At this moment, Ho Ching finally regretted his rashness. He shouldn't have come back alone. It was all Gu Hai's fault. If it wasn't for Gu Hai, he wouldn't have lost his composure. In a daze, Ho Ching weakly closed his eyes. Whoosh! Just as Ho Ching was in despair, a ball of light suddenly appeared. It was Gu Hai and the others. Is this a longevity array? The unborn man was shocked. A longevity array? Gu Hai was shocked. Yes, Your Majesty. You just need to hit the 8 yellow spring ropeways to break the array. The unborn man pointed out. Ho Ching, how did you become like this? Hutu shouted. Hutu anxiously followed the unborn man's instructions and sent out 8 beams of energy. Boom, boom, boom. The yellow spring weak water array exploded with a loud boom. Ho Ching was immediately relieved. Sister, is that you? Sister. Ho Ching immediately woke up. He was overjoyed when he saw Hutu. Who dares to break my array? A furious voice suddenly came from the other side of the array. Gu Hai sneered. Dongfang Shou, you've been searching high and low, and now you've run into me? Whoosh! The group instantly rushed into the 6 paths Immortal dome among the billions of stars. They returned to the sky above the yellow spring sea. As soon as they entered the 6 paths Immortal dome, they immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Although there wasn't much danger before, they were on tenterhooks every day in that void. They had enough. The moment they stepped into the 6 paths Immortal dome, everyone suddenly felt relieved. As for Master Shou, Dongfang Shou, Kong Xian, find Dongfang Shou and capture him. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Kong Xian's figure flashed and rushed towards the direction of the voice. Hutu kept channeling energy into Ho Ching's body to help him heal his injuries. Although Ho Ching was awake now, he seemed to have lost a lot of his cultivation. He couldn't move his body, and there were large cracks on his body. Sister, I'm sorry, Ho Ching said regretfully. Meow. Ha. Ho Ching, weren't you reluctant to admit your mistake earlier? Mao Tianyan mocked. Gu Hai's main body stepped out of the Immortal Dome of Ancients. Long Wanqing immediately stepped forward and held Gu Hai's hand. Her eyes were filled with gentleness. Wanqing, we're back. Gu Hai's main body held Long Wanqing's hand and said, Long Wanqing said gently. Mosquito Daoran, Dragon God Ing, and Long Wanyu all stepped out of the Immortal Dome of Ancients with Gu Hai's main body. Long Wanyu looked at her sister enviously. Mosquito Daoran, Dragon God Ing, and the unborn man rushed towards Kong Xian to capture Dongfang Shou. Chapter 1055. The Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Gu Hai had left the Infinite Sky for almost a year. Most of the officials thought that Gu Hai was in seclusion. Only a minority knew that Gu Hai had gone out on business. In these days, some major events had happened in the Divine Continent, casting a shadow over the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Outside the Great Strength Hall, Chen Xian was waiting with Gu Qin and the other officials. Some of the officials were pacing back and forth anxiously. Quang, the door to the Great Strength Hall, opened suddenly. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Mahavarakana, who had walked out. Mahavarakana, how are Shengwan Hen, Ao, Sheng, and Guhan? Chen Xian asked anxiously. Ba, they have already passed the most dangerous period. They will recover in a while. Mahavarakana said solemnly. Phew, everyone outside the hall breathed a sigh of relief. However, Montez, Gao Xianji, Gu Qin, and Qin Tianshan were still shrouded in a shadow. Shangwan Hen and Gu Han were great circle heavenly palaces. Yet they had suffered such injuries. They had been in great danger previously. Empress Chun, I will treat Shangwan Hen and the others. But those outside? Mahavarakana frowned. Those who dare to trespass in the Infinite Sky capital have all been poisoned to death by me. Don't worry. Unless Matriarch Ji and her army come, no one can enter. Chun Xian said angrily. Empress Chun is mighty. However, there are also some spies in the Infinite Sky capital. Mahavarakana frowned. Mahavarakana Buddha, don't worry. The embroidered uniform guards have already placed the entire city under martial law. They will definitely find all the spies. Montez said immediately. Mahavarakana nodded. The great yellow dynasty is like the sun in the sky. Too many things have happened this year. I only hope that Mr. Good will return soon. Mahavarakana sighed softly. Everyone nodded. Only Empress Chun felt tormented. This was because when Immortal 6 Dao and Yuanshi Tianzuan fought and shattered the Immortal Dome, the Yellow Springs Road was cut off. Thus, Chun Xian couldn't sense Guhai anymore. At first, Chun Xian was terrified, but she didn't dare to tell anyone. He had been bearing it all by himself. She firmly believed that her husband would be fine, but after half a year, Chun Xian was also afraid. What if? What should he do? There was a thick layer of fog surrounding the limitless celestial capital. On a mountain peak outside the fog stood a group of black-robed men. Sir, the boundless heavenly capital is too hard to chew on. We've already lost so many people. What should we do now? The group of black-robed men looked at their leader. No one knows what's going on inside. Has no one ever come out? The black-robed leader asked in a deep voice. How can they come out? The fog is poisonous. Even perfection heavenly palace cultivators can't stand it. Who dares to go in? A subordinate shook his head. Don't worry. His Holiness will soon be free to destroy the limitless celestial capital. Also, I heard that old fourth of the heavenly demon Holy Land is coming soon. The black-robed leader said. What about old fourth? That great demon? The group of black-robed men shuddered instinctively. Yes. The Dahan imperial dynasty suffered a great loss this time. Guhai didn't appear. I think he must have met with misfortune. His fate is gone, his emperor is dead, and the Dahan is a thing of the past. The black-robed leader sneered. Yes, his fate is gone. Guhai must have died long ago. The group of black-robed men nodded, just as everyone looked at the limitless celestial capital mockingly. Guhai and his group returned to the immortal dome of the Sixth Dao and entered the Yellow Spring Sea. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed in the sky above the limitless celestial capital. In the cloudless sky, golden light suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Waves of fate came from all directions and rushed toward the limitless celestial capital. Fate, endless and boundless fate. A rolling sea of fate suddenly appeared and condensed into a 40,000-mile-long golden dragon of fate. Roar! The golden dragon of fate roared. Its voice spread to all parts of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Heaven and earth shook. Silence. The group of black-robed men outside the limitless celestial capital suddenly froze. They just said that the Dahan imperial dynasty's fate was gone and the emperor was dead. In the blink of an eye, the fate was back. How is this possible? And my lord, the Dahan imperial dynasty's fate is back. Guhai is back. A subordinate said blankly. Go, leave the limitless celestial capital immediately. The black-robed leader shivered and turned to shoot into the distance. The limitless celestial capital, without Guhai, was already scary enough. Now that Guhai was back, he would definitely take revenge. Revenge? Then the first thing he would do would be to get rid of these troublemakers outside. The black-robed men all fled. The spies from all over the world also left quickly to avoid harming the innocent. After almost a year, Guhai appeared again, above the limitless celestial capital. Everyone suddenly looked up at the sky. The rolling fate and the huge golden dragon made everyone's eyes turn red. Father is coming back. Guqin shouted excitedly. The fate is back. Everything is going to be good. Moyike secretly sighed. Good things come after bad. Mahavarakana said with a smile. Qin Xian's eyes suddenly turned red. Little Qin, you'll be in charge here, Qin Xian said before disappearing in a flash. Qin Xian returned to her bedroom. Because she didn't want others to see her tears, she was worried for so long. Qin Xian was so happy that she cried. Husband, you're still alive. That's great. Xian is so scared that we will be separated from each other again. Qin Xian cried very loudly and laughed very loudly. In Realm, Extreme North, Yellow Springs Sea. Guhai's group returned. Dongfang Shou used the Yellow Springs weak water formation to trap Ho Qing, causing him to be extremely weak. The moment Guhai's group entered the 6th Immortal Dome, he ordered Kong Xian to capture Dongfang Shou. Kong Xian naturally obeyed the order and left. Mosquito, Dowrin, and Dragon shinnying followed closely behind. However, the strange thing was that the unborn man also took the initiative to chase after them. The Yellow Springs Sea was a huge sea with waves that stretched for thousands of miles. At this moment, the yellow water soared into the sky. Below, on what seemed to be an island, a group of figures stood. Most of them were Een Realm's ghost kings. At this moment, they were looking at the 18 Yellow Springs giant pillars that soared into the sky and into the void. The Yellow Springs weak water formation in the void was broken, and the 18 Yellow Springs giant pillars descended again. In front of the group of ghost kings stood two figures. One was a skinny old man in black robes, and the other was a short young man in white robes. Dongfang Shou, something happened. Is that Kong Xian? The skinny old man in black robes asked worriedly. Chun Shin Shou, what are you afraid of? This is the Yellow Springs Sea. So what if that Kong Xian? You are now under the heavenly demon holy land. When you came to ask me for help, you were not so cowardly. The white-robed Dongfang Shou sneered. How can that be the same? I thought that the formation set up by Jiang Lianshan was powerful, but wasn't it broken in an instant? Kong Xian is in the 9th layer of Heavenly Palace. Our cultivation is far from his. Chun Shin Shou said anxiously. What are you worried about? This is the Yellow Springs Sea. So what if he is in the consummation of Heavenly Palace? Dongfang Shou said coldly. As he spoke, Dongfang Shou waved his hand. Boom! A towering fog surged out of the Yellow Springs Sea. In an instant, Tong Tian Shou was enveloped in it. Screech! Kong Xian shouted and entered the yellow fog. For a moment, he seemed to be lost in it. What a powerful formation! Dongfang Shou, you can control the formation here? Chun Shin Shou said, in surprise. Didn't you look for me because you want to use the formation here? That's right. Back then, I followed Jiang Lianshan here to set up the formation, so I have some understanding of it. However, you know that old bastard Jiang Lianshan. He won't tell you all his trump cards. I know at most 1/10 of the formation here. There's still 90% that I don't know. However, even this 1/10 is enough to deal with Kong Xian and the others. Dongfang Shou sneered. What? Chun Shin Shou asked in confusion. Do you know how Jiang Lianshan obtained so many secret techniques of the sorcerer tribe? Also, the Divine Path sorcerer canon? Dongfang Shou said solemnly. Oh, that's because of a survivor of the sorcerer tribe. Legend has it that in the last battle between the sorcerer tribe and the sorcerer tribe, Jiang Chun suddenly turned against the sorcerer tribe. The sorcerer tribe seemed to have sensed Jiang Chen's intention. All the branches of the sorcerer tribe gathered their secret techniques, and a great elder escaped with them. That great elder even escaped from Jiang Chen's surveillance. After several reincarnations, he finally met Jiang Lianshan and was subdued by Jiang Lianshan. He gave all the secret techniques of the sorcerer tribe to Jiang Lianshan and wanted to restore the sorcerer tribe's glory. This is the last place that great elder stayed. Here, he set up a strange formation for Jiang Lianshan to help Jiang Lianshan kill the Immortal of 6 paths in the future. The underworld weak water formation just now was one of the formations. Dongfang Shou said solemnly. What about the great elder? Chun Shin Shou asked curiously. He was killed by Jiang Lianshan. Dongfang Shou said solemnly. Why? Chun Shin Shou asked in surprise. I don't know why the great elder went crazy, but he drowned Jiang Lianshan's youngest daughter. Dongfang Shou recalled. That Jing Wei was drowned by that great elder? Chun Shin Shou asked in surprise. That's right. That's why Jing Wei is just a spirit body. Isn't he attached to Lin Wan Heir's body now? That Lin Wan Heir seems to be Gu Hai's woman. Sooner or later, they will fight. Dongfang Shou laughed coldly. He drowned the girl, and the girl's spirit turned into Jing Wei. What about the girl's body? Wouldn't it be fine to find the body and possess it again? Chun Shin Shou asked doubtfully. I don't know. The girl's body fell into the sea and disappeared. It should have been eaten by the fish and prawns. Dongfang Shou said solemnly. Then why did the great elder want to drown Jing Wei? Who knows? In any case, Jiang Lianshan, was incomparably angry and buried the great elder with him. Dong Fangshou said coldly, "All of you, follow my instructions and enter the formation. It's best to find Gu Hai and kill him quickly. Kill him as soon as possible." Dong Fangshou said to the ghost kings behind him, "Us, don't worry. This great underworld formation has the poison of the weak water. They won't be able to survive very soon." Dong Fangshou laughed coldly. "They can't escape in this fog." Chun Shinshou laughed. "That's right. The great underworld fog? They can't break it." Dong Fangshou laughed coldly. Just as Dong Fangshou laughed coldly, whoosh! Suddenly, a black gust of wind swept in all directions. All of a sudden, the earth-shattering yellow fog was sucked into a huge mouth. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the yellow fog disappeared and entered Kong Xian's mouth. Kong Xian floated in midair and looked coldly at Dong Fangshou, Chun Shinshou, and the others on the island. "What? Impossible, how did—" Dong Fangshou said in shock. "Dong Fangshou, Chun Shinshou, surrender." Kong Xian glared and shouted coldly,